Married by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Chapter 1. On the road heading north from London. Elizabeth Bennet glanced at the man seated across from her in the steadily moving carriage. The look he focused on the young lady seated next to her was stern and unyielding. Occasionally he would lean towards the girl and whisper fierce words that Elizabeth struggled to ignore. The young lady cowered each time the man finally sat back in his seat. The woman on the other side of the girl, Elizabeth assumed she was the companion, apparently shared in the gentleman's opinion of the events that brought the three of them into the stagecoach. The woman's countenance welcomed the flirtatious attention of the man, and she looked at the girl with disdain. It was 2 against 1, and Elizabeth chafed at the odds. Elizabeth had wanted to instigate conversation with the young lady, as it was apparent that she needed a friend, badly. However, Elizabeth could not know the circumstances that brought the trio together. At first, she did not know if the man was an elder brother, cousin, or guardian, and she did not want to attempt to guess at the relationship between the man and the companion, so Elizabeth remained silent. The quality of clothing the young lady wore was of the finest rich fabrics and current design. Her bonnet and pelisse were similar to the ones Elizabeth had observed while window shopping on Bond Street with her Aunt Gardner. The prices in those shops were too dear for a country gentleman's daughter, yet someone had cared enough about this girl to clothe her well. The only discordant note in her attire was her reticule. It was a plain brown cotton with a blue and white striped lining, almost an exact replica of Elizabeth's. Elizabeth wondered why a lady with such fine apparel would carry a bag so inferior to the rest of her garments. It was a puzzle. Upon observation, she realized that the gentleman was not as finely dressed, which hinted to Elizabeth that he was either unrelated or a relative of a lower social standing. He had a pleasing face, and his manners at first had been all that a gentleman should be. It had only taken one exchange between the man and the girl for Elizabeth to realize that all was not right. The man had lost all of his charm. 2 hours after they left the London coaching inn, the coachman stopped for a chance to rest the horses and partake of the limited amount of offerings the kitchen at the next inn provided to weary travellers. It was early afternoon, and the taproom was crowded. The July sun had been intense, and the road dust thick. Elizabeth felt as if she could taste the grit that had wafted through the opened windows for weeks. She watched as the man and woman walked on each side of the young lady, the man with his hand tightly gripping the lady's arm. Elizabeth's youngest sister Lydia had a similar appearance to the captive, for that was how Elizabeth considered her. She had a woman's body, but not the bearing of one who had spent several years mixing in society. The girl must have been close to Lydia's age, about 15. Elizabeth followed them into the inn, where the man let go of the girl and seated himself at a corner table, flirting with the barmaid as she brought him a pitcher of ale. The room set aside for ladies to refresh themselves was down a narrow hall that led to the back of the building. A small room contained a blocked-off area that allowed for limited privacy. Elizabeth stood behind the older woman to wait her turn. When the young girl came into view, there were more strongly whispered words, and a quick grab of the girl's chin, lifting her head so the young lady and her companion looked eye to eye before the woman moved behind the wall. The girl stood stiffly, with her head again bowed, and Elizabeth saw her slim shoulders shake, and the first tears drop onto the filthy wooden floor, dark spots that bore witness to the girl's terror. She radiated sadness. Elizabeth longed to help her, but since she did not know the circumstances, she was unaware of how she could provide assistance. A thought occurred to her. It would be a daring move. However, if the young girl had been her impetuous sister Lydia, Elizabeth would desperately hope that a caring stranger would take the risk of doing whatever was necessary to come to her aid. Putting her right index finger to her lips to indicate silence, she reached over and tugged on the girl's reticule. The girl immediately raised her head, and her reflexes pulled her bag closer to her and out of Elizabeth's reach. Elizabeth raised both eyebrows and mouthed the question, "Help?" and was unsurprised when the girl gave a quick nod. Motioning her intent with her hands, Elizabeth exchanged reticules with the young lady. It was a slim chance that this would work, but she needed to take that chance. The girl let go of her bag with reluctance. Elizabeth started to smile at the girl when the companion finished refreshing herself, grabbed the girl's arm, and marched her outside the room. After a quick wash to remove as much grime as possible from her face, she used the privacy of the room to search the reticule. Elizabeth's relief was intense. There was a letter inside, addressed to Miss Georgiana Darcy, from Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy of Darcy House, Grosvenor Square, London. From the content of the letter, and the fact that it was from a gentleman to an unmarried lady, which she had determined from the mention that Georgiana Darcy was a miss, the letter could only be from a relative, a kindly relative. Elizabeth removed the precious coins she had sewn into the hem of her petticoat, and left the room in search of pen and paper. Seating herself across the room from her fellow travellers, she quickly wrote to Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy. It took very little time until the innkeeper had engaged an express rider, who was commissioned to place the missive into the hands of no one but the addressee. It was just a few minutes until the rider was out of sight. Elizabeth returned to the room to wait and hope. There was now nothing to do but wait, and reflect on her own circumstances. Her time in London had been a delight. Though her Gardner relatives were heavily immersed in trade, they were greatly superior to the majority of their fellow business associates in manner and education. Mr. Edward Gardner was broad-minded and agreeable. Mrs. Madeline Gardner was an elegant woman and a great favourite of her niece. Their intent had been to travel to the Peak District for the summer months, but a new venture with a consortium from the Americas had disrupted their plans. Instead, they had invited their niece for the season. It was only upon the unanticipated request of her father that she was returning home. Her father's sarcastic bent was occasionally a source of frustration to Elizabeth. Mr. Bennet often found humour in the foibles of others. Rather than exerting himself for the benefit of his family, he retreated to his small, overstuffed library to laugh at life's inconsistencies. Elizabeth's home, Longbourn, was entailed to the male line for another generation. Since she was blessed with 4 sisters and no brother, the next in line to inherit the estate was a distant cousin, Mr. William Collins. Mr. Thomas Bennet was not a good correspondent. His brief comments in his summons that Mr. Collins was to arrive at Longbourn seeking a wife from the Bennet daughters had unsettled Elizabeth. Her 2 youngest sisters were not ready to marry, and the middle sister, Mary, had decided years ago that she would devote her life to her religious studies, and sought the life of a spinster to accomplish her goal. This left her, or her eldest sister Jane, as the potential wife for Longbourn's heir. Jane was all that was gracious and beautiful. Mrs. Bennet had long proclaimed that her first child would marry well and save them from being thrown in the hedgerows upon her impending widowhood. It was a claim she had made for the past 22 years, since Jane's birth. Elizabeth could imagine that her mother's nerves and fluttering would manipulate her father into refusing Jane as a bride for his cousin. Mrs. Bennet had spent her time, since becoming mother to daughters only, speculating about the rich, handsome man her eldest would marry. After all, according to their mother, Jane could not be so beautiful simply for nothing. That left Elizabeth. Her sympathy toward the young lady at the inn increased as Elizabeth realised that they both likely faced an uncertain future. Traffic had been heavy, and the coachman cared diligently for the health and safety of his team. He knew the value of good, steady horseflesh, and the 4 that pulled the coach had served him well. Thus, nothing would move him to hurry his departure, not the pleas of the gentleman or the woman. The coach and its 4 passengers would arrive in Meryton when they got there. He had a suspicion that the young miss would not mind the delay. The coachman had years of service running the North Road out of London, and suspected that the end destination for the 3 was Gretna Green in Scotland, for a hasty marriage over an anvil. It was not his place to interfere, though the bride-to-be looked unwilling. At the end of the hour, the groom hitched the horses back to the coach, and the 4 passengers boarded. It would be 2 more hours of busy road, and his focus needed to be on the task at hand, not the motives of the fares inside. Chapter 2. Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy had been in his study for several hours, handling the multitude of business matters that came with owning one of the largest properties in England. His interests in inventions and opportunities for trade with the Honourable East India Company provided him with both added income and more correspondence than he wanted to care for each day. It was not rare for him to receive requests for information or emergency notifications via express. Therefore, when the rider reached his home, he had just completed his work and was intending to relax in his study before he was to receive his cousin, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, for dinner later in his home. However, Richard walked into Darcy House, just behind the deliveryman. "Business?" Richard intended to spend the night with a bottle of Darcy's finest brandy, after he enjoyed a good meal provided by his cousin's kitchen staff. The majority of his peers in a similar position had chosen to live off of their elder brothers rather than to pursue a career. Richard was not one of them. As the second son of the Earl of Matlock, he determined early on to be a success, whether he chose the army, the church, or the law. He had worked his way up the ranks in the military by due diligence, and had the battle scars to prove that his position in His Majesty's army had been earned, not given to him. Under normal circumstances, he enjoyed his duties. However, training new recruits was no more than glorified babysitting, and he was weary. Darcy did not recognise the handwriting on the front of the envelope. What he did note was that it was a hurried scrawl. Whoever the author was of this particular missive must have been rushed in some manner. His curiosity getting the better of him, he opened it while standing in the entrance hall of his home. He had yet to welcome his cousin to Darcy House, and he would not. "No, no, no!" All colour leached from Darcy's face as he furiously balled the note in his fist. He was stunned, and his anger was quick and intense. Taking a needed breath in through his nostrils, in an effort to calm his pounding heart, he stuffed the crumpled letter in his pocket. Darcy spun around and demanded his horse be prepared immediately. He was leaving for Hertfordshire, and he did not want to go alone. "Richard, I hope your horse is rested because we need to ride, now." Before the colonel could reply, Darcy was running up the stairs calling for his valet. It was only moments before he returned downstairs and almost ran out of the front door. Gratefully, the colonel was ready, and Darcy's groom had saddled his daily rider, not the stallion that had all the speed but little stamina. They needed to arrive in Meryton as soon as humanly possible. It was the mark of their long friendship, and Richard's own responsibility as co-guardian of Georgiana, that Richard followed without a word. There were only two people of his acquaintance he trusted, and they were Darcy and his own mother, Lady Matlock. Rarely had Richard witnessed his cousin in such a state. He had been on the continent fighting Napoleon's forces, when Darcy's father had died almost 5 years earlier, so he had not been there to support his cousin, nor had he been there when Darcy's mother had died at Georgiana's birth. Darcy was more like a brother to him than a cousin, and he felt his pain in his own heart at what he had suffered at those losses. He vowed to himself that, whatever the letter contained, that was so distressing to his cousin, he would be there for him now. As soon as the men cleared town, they settled into a rapid gait. Both horses were trained for endurance. Colonel Fitzwilliam waited until the traffic had thinned before he questioned Darcy. He looked to his left and noted Darcy's eyes glued to the road in front of him, his jaw clenched tight, a muscle beating in time with the hoof-beats, as his cousin restrained himself from pushing his horse to the limit. "Pray tell, Darcy, would you share the nature of this mission?" Richard knew little of their destination. The only bit of information that he had been able to retrieve from his cousin was that they were headed into Hertfordshire, on the well-travelled North Road out of London. A small village called Meryton was to be their final destination. Darcy did not respond to his cousin's question, so Richard repeated it a bit louder. When his words still did not seem to penetrate Darcy's anxious mind, Richard used his colonel voice. It was as if his cousin had not even been aware that he had company riding next to him. "I apologise, Richard." Darcy did not slow the pace of the horses as he spoke. His voice was a monotone as he struggled to regulate his emotions. "The express that I received was from an E.R. Bennet of Meryton. He said that he had travelled in the stagecoach from London with a man, a woman and a young girl who he claimed was Miss Georgiana Darcy. Miss Darcy was suffering from being ill-treated by the man. The woman offered no protection. In fact, it appeared to Mr. Bennet that the man and woman were working as a team, and Georgiana was in distress. The coach had arrived in London from Ramsgate. It was there that Mr. Bennet joined the 3 passengers to travel to his home, Longbourn in Hertfordshire. What? Richard pulled on the reins, causing his horse to stop in its tracks. Darcy continued on. The Colonel loved Georgiana like a little sister, and his fierce protective instincts rivalled Darcy's. Wickham! He spat the word out. I believe so, Richard. Darcy's mind was racing with one plan after another. If the information from Mr. Bennet is to be trusted, Mrs. Young has proven to be in collusion with Wickham, and Georgiana is in grave danger. Since they are on this road north, I believe their final destination is Gretna Green. If we cannot intercept them and recover my sister, I fear the damage this will do. Wickham's revenge will be complete. I think you are correct, cousin. Richard was practised in strategy, yet his mind could not compare with the logic of Darcy's. Time after time when they were young, it had been his younger cousin who had outsmarted him in their play. The Colonel's speciality was brute force, and his skill with a sword was unparalleled. Even Darcy could not best him. You can transport the woman to the colonies when we find them, Darcy, but Wickham is mine. He will never leave England alive. There was no softness to his words. It would be the end of their childhood friend, George Wickham. Wickham, the son of Pemberley's faithful steward, had been raised alongside Darcy, but had chosen a path of ease and debauchery while at Cambridge. He had honed those skills in the years since, until he was completely dissolute. Both men were filled with horror at the thought of their innocent relative being in Wickham's company. Unknowingly, they both kicked their horses to a faster gait. It was less than 2 hours later when they reached Meryton. The coach was still outside the building, but the groom had just finished putting the horses in their traces. The call to the passengers was being made to board for the next leg of the journey, when the men rode up. Richard's plan was to burst through the door of the inn and skewer Wickham with the blade of his sword. Darcy felt there was some merit in that plan. However, there was the potential danger that Georgiana might be hurt, and nothing, not even his own desire to harm his former friend, would move him to exercise anything but caution. As it was, there was not time to formulate tactics, since Mrs. Young walked out of the inn before they could dismount. She was so intent on gaining her seat in the coach that she did not see the men. Through the doorway just behind her came Wickham, his arm tightly clutching a tearful Georgiana. Before they could reach the carriage, another young woman came from inside. She rushed to overtake Wickham. Miss! Miss! She raised her voice to gain Wickham's attention. You dropped something from your reticule, miss. At that, Wickham stopped and turned back. He had instructed Mrs. Young to have Georgiana bring the few pieces of her mother's jewellery that she had brought with her to Ramsgate. He knew a pearl brooch and earrings were inside her bag. Georgiana had often worn them when she was in his company, hoping to make herself appear older. They would need those gems to have the funds for travel. His many trips from Pemberley to London over the years had educated him on the appropriate places he could pawn the items and gain the most money. They could not lose that reticule or any of its contents. As Wickham waited for the young woman to catch up to them, the men rushed to each side of Wickham, and Richard struck the side of Wickham's jaw, knocking him to the ground. Georgiana, in a tearful daze, felt the pull against her arm as Wickham fell. Since she had not raised her eyes from the ground, she was unaware that salvation had drawn near. Darcy grabbed his sister and held her tight, whispering soft, soothing words to her to calm her and release her from her terror. He watched as Richard pulled Wickham to his feet. Behind them, the young woman had stopped, her eyes darting between the 3 men. Georgiana continued to quiver as Wickham ran from Richard and prepared to leap into the coach. On the way past Darcy, he grabbed the reticule Georgiana loosely clutched in her hand. Richard moved to follow and met Wickham at the door. Another punch put the villain to the ground. The Colonel's drawn sword kept him there. What do you want me to do with this riff-raff, cousin? Not a muscle moved, as Wickham felt the point of the blade at his throat. He knew that his plans had come to naught, and could see no way out of this current situation. Mrs. Young took advantage of the distraction and tapped the roof of the carriage. The coachman ignored the small group that had gathered to observe the fray and moved his team into action. They left in a cloud of dust. Darcy looked at Wickham closely. His clothes were covered in dust. His face was pale with fear, and trepidation filled his eyes. Darcy wondered how long this man would plague his family if he was left alone, and knew that it would never be over as long as Wickham was in England. "I shall find a constable, Richard, and we will have him locked up." He surveyed the small group of men that had gathered outside the inn. They looked to be local farmers, and none bore the authority of a man of law. "Excuse me, sir," the young woman spoke. "The constable is Mr. Moore, the butcher. His shop is at the far end of the street." Calling one of the young boys who had been drawn to the violence, like flies to the meat that hung in the butcher's shop, she asked one to run and retrieve the man. Once this was done, she turned back to the handsome gentleman, holding the young girl in his arms. This must be Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy. "Sir, while you bring this chaos to some level of order, might I attend the young lady?" Darcy saw the wisdom in the woman's words. It would not do for Georgiana to stay on the street and witness Wickham being led away, bound to the jail. He had been averse to thinking about the consequences of Georgiana's hasty departure from Ramsgate, until now. Resignation washed over him at the probable loss of her reputation. If the servants at the house he had established for Georgiana at Ramsgate spoke of an elopement to others, all hope for his sister being able to retain her position in society was gone. The Darcy name would suffer. Her ability to make her come out, her presentation to the Queen, and be accepted into society would be nil. It would also lessen her chances of making a match, fitting the Darcy name and heritage. All of this ran through his mind as he looked blankly at the woman in front of him. He shook his head to bring his eyes into focus, and noted that she was a petite woman of beautiful appearance. Kindness radiated from her features, and Darcy had no other option but to trust her. He turned his sister over to her care. "Miss, might I ask you to point out to me if Mr. E.R. Bennet is in the crowd?" From his height, he could easily survey the men who stood to the side of them. None appeared to be a gentleman. At the woman's chuckle, he looked at her closely. It hit him all at once. Good heavens! The man he was looking for was a woman. Chapter 3. Dusk had fallen by the time Wickham had been dealt with. A room had been secured for the 3 travellers, and Elizabeth was still with Miss Darcy. When Darcy and Richard finally walked into the sitting-room of the suite, they were pleasantly surprised to hear a chuckle coming from Georgiana. It was the last sound they expected to hear. As usual, when the 2 men were together, it was Richard who spoke up first. The ladies made a pretty picture, sitting close together on a small sofa, and he could not keep himself from commenting on it. Georgiana was tall, as were all of the Darcys. However, like the Fitzwilliam side of the family, her colouring was fair, with straight blonde hair and clear blue eyes. The lady seated next to her was petite of form, with hair as dark as the richest chocolate, with eyes to match. She had a dimple on her right cheek that peeked out as she sought to control the laughter they heard upon their entrance. Richard was enchanted. "What a lovely sight, dear ladies." Turning to his cousin, he asked, "Do you not agree?" Darcy's emotions were still too raw to appreciate what was before him. His concern for Georgiana was palpable, and he, again, needed to be reassured that she was well. He also had questions that begged an answer. Walking over to the chair across from the settee, he settled in with his gaze firmly focused on his sister's face. "Georgiana, I beg you to share with me your humour, and any other details of the day that might enlighten Richard and me as to how you came to be in Hertfordshire with that man." Though he was not upset with Georgiana, Darcy was surprised at his sister's actions. His irritation at the events of the day could not help but be reflected in his voice. Elizabeth Bennet observed the two men unobtrusively. Introductions had not yet been made, so her brief glimpses at the men revealed two gentlemen of the first order. Mr. Darcy was extraordinarily handsome, though his countenance was severe to match his attitude. The soldier, who Elizabeth believed to be a colonel in rank, looked to be approximately the same age as Mr. Darcy, but was rugged in appearance, though his face was more open and congenial. They both exuded duty and dignity, and Elizabeth somehow knew they could be trusted. There had been no doubt in Georgiana's mind that this interrogation was coming. It was well deserved. "Brother, I will explain all." She felt Elizabeth give her hand a squeeze in encouragement. "When we arrived at the first inn between here and London, Miss Elizabeth— Oh, please do excuse my lack of manners. May I present Miss Elizabeth Bennet of Longbourn in Hertfordshire?" Georgiana knew that her brother and cousin had to be curious about the woman by her side. "Miss Elizabeth, please allow me to introduce you to my brother, Mr. Fitzwilliam Darcy of Pemberley, and my cousin, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam, second son of my uncle the Earl of Matlock." At Georgiana's introductions, Darcy had quickly stood from his seat and bowed to the lady in front of him. Richard had still been standing, so was able to observe proprieties from his position beside Darcy's chair. Elizabeth felt the tight squeeze of her new friend's hand, so remained seated, a slight dip of her head in acceptance of their greeting. "Please do be seated." Georgiana felt comfort in practising the conventions that she had been raised with from infancy. Still, she knew she had much to answer for. "As I started to say, when the coach first departed from London, Miss Elizabeth recognised that our reticules were similar in appearance. I was travelling with a bag I purchased in Ramsgate. My thinking was that its plain design would not draw attention to what it possibly contained. Miss Elizabeth also noted that I was in distress. Being one of 5 sisters in her household, she realised the possibility of my carrying precious correspondence with me that would provide directions to a close friend or next of kin. She was correct. I had your last letter to me inside, brother. When we had a few moments of privacy at the last coaching stop, we switched reticules." Colonel Fitzwilliam's eyes were drawn to the brown bag on Georgiana's lap. There was no matching reticule on Miss Elizabeth's. He then recalled that Wickham had grabbed a brown bag from Georgiana on his way to the coach. The colonel did not recall seeing the bag after that. "So might I ask what happened to Miss Bennet's reticule, Georgiana?" Again, he was surprised by chuckles from the ladies. "It appears, dear cousin, that Mr. Wickham must have assumed that it was mine. He had asked me to bring Mother's pearl brooch and a necklace, along with my personal items. They are here, safe with me." She patted the brown fabric. "When Wickham took the bag from me, he apparently tossed it into the coach with Mrs. Young before it departed. Since we believed the coach to have continued on towards its intended destination of Scotland, Richard, the reticule must surely be somewhere to the north of us." Richard instantly saw the humour. Darcy did not. "This is horrible." Darcy looked from one young lady to the other. Focusing his intense gaze now on Elizabeth, he added, "You have lost your reticule with all the valuables it contained." At this point, both females burst into laughter. Richard did not know what they had found so funny, yet he could not help but be drawn in. Soon his rich baritone joined in the glee. Elizabeth, seeing that Mr. Darcy was both confused and a bit put out by their hilarity, took in a deep breath to calm herself. "Mr. Darcy, my bag contained a letter from my father requesting my presence home. Since your sister has shared private information with me about her reasons for being in Hertfordshire, I feel free to share the contents of the letter with you. It was a summons to return and accept an unwanted proposal of marriage from a cousin who I have yet to meet. The man is to inherit my home upon my father's death, and this action will save my family from destitution should that happen. It is this information that Miss Darcy's former companion will read when she opens the missive. Also inside my reticule was a small tin of chocolates, which is my secret pleasure, a few coins, my hair comb, 3 or 4 hairpins, and a handkerchief that I had embroidered poorly. So you see the loss of my bag was, to me, minimal. I have no desire to marry my cousin. Surely he is a fine man who happens to hold the living in the small village of Hunsford in Kent. The chocolates were an indulgence, and the other items are a small sacrifice, made on behalf of a valuable new friend." "Hunsford?" Elizabeth drew back in surprise at the exclamation of her three companions. "Do you know of him?" Again, she felt Georgiana squeeze her hand, tighter than the last time. Darcy replied, slowly shaking his head back and forth. "Miss Bennet, our aunt holds the living at Hunsford, and we are, all three of us, aware of the type of man your cousin Mr. William Collins is." Darcy felt this day going from bad to worse. Lady Catherine de Bourgh had long endeavoured to attach her sickly daughter Anne to him as the new mistress of Pemberley. If his aunt ever got wind of there being possible damage to Georgiana's reputation, the consequences and repercussions would be severe. Lady Catherine would push ever harder for the marriage. Mr. Collins was a small-minded man with a propensity to gossip. His extreme level of obedience and submission to their aunt would guarantee he would share his own interpretation of these events, should they become known to him. That Elizabeth Bennet was known to someone so connected to his aunt was a cause for distress. "Though I would much rather speak of the events of earlier today, I believe we need to determine how to control the possible damage that might result from these events." Darcy's heart ached, and his head throbbed at the thought of all they stood to lose. His emotions were agitated. He looked again at Miss Elizabeth Bennet, and realised what a small world their corner of the planet was, and how she would now play a vital role in their future. "Miss Bennet, Darcy, Georgiana, I have a plan." All eyes turned to Colonel Fitzwilliam. Even though the realisation of the potential for damage hung like a dark cloud over the room, he had a small smile on his face. "Miss Bennet, would you agree that you, a young, unattached female, writing a letter to a single man she is not engaged to, breaks the rules of propriety?" Elizabeth was quick to respond. She was aware that to some, her actions would be considered a compromise. Nevertheless, under the circumstances, she felt she had no choice. "Yes, but—" Richard cut her off before she could finish. "Also, do you not need someone to rescue you from being married to the most ridiculous man of my acquaintance, while still guaranteeing the protection of your family?" Elizabeth had no idea where these questions were leading. However, she knew that she did not want to spend the rest of her life with a ridiculous man, even if it meant providing a future home for her siblings and mother. "Yes, Colonel, I do. Now, Georgiana, I can only guess at the reason why you were headed towards Scotland in a carriage with those two particular companions. Do you not see the wisdom in having a reasonable explanation for your actions, one that would be acceptable to society?" At this, Georgiana dropped her head, her face red with mortification. Her whispered affirmative was barely heard by the others. "And Darcy, you are aware of the consequences to the Darcy name if word of these extraordinary events becomes known, and you are also aware of how horrid your life will become if Aunt Catherine can hold this over your head, which she most certainly will do as soon as it becomes known to her." Darcy had not taken his eyes off his sister. He nodded to confirm that he had heard. Richard Fitzwilliam rarely had the pleasure of holding all of the cards against his cousin. As he took a deep breath in, he relished the gratification he was feeling. The matter really was quite simple. Then, to remove the compromise of the letter, to explain the reason a childhood friend and loyal companion escorted Miss Georgiana Darcy to Meryton in Hertfordshire, to keep Miss Bennet from marrying her cousin, and to provide her family a home at the death of her father, along with protecting the Darcy name, I propose—" Oh, he was enjoying this moment. The Colonel rocked back on his heels, completely satisfied with his outstanding reasoning. "I propose that you get a special licence on the morrow and get married." "Married?" Chapter 4. Darcy, Georgiana, and Miss Bennet began talking at once. Richard stepped back and watched their reactions closely. He could see Darcy's temper rise, and expected to see steam come pouring out of his ears, as Darcy tried to regulate his emotions. The Colonel was unaware that he leaned closer, his eyes intent on Darcy's ears, just in case. Then he looked at the hope budding in Georgiana's eyes. She well knew the need for keeping her good name as pure as newly fallen Derbyshire snow. It started to upset him that she seemed to feel relief that the cost to cure this muddle was not going to have to be paid by her. Nevertheless, even though Richard was almost double her age, he well remembered the turmoil of those middle years. Her immaturity could be pardoned, for now. Then he noticed Miss Bennet. Richard could not help but admire her. There was not one single woman in their sphere, or married woman for that fact, who would not jump at the chance to secure Darcy's protection. Miss Bennet was not jumping at anything. Married? Elizabeth's voice was the loudest of the three. Colonel Fitzwilliam, why would you believe I would have the inclination to marry a man I have known for only a few minutes, any more than I would be inclined to marry a ridiculous cousin? She shook her head at him, a frown on her face. Married? After the word exploded out of Darcy's mouth, he stood still as a statue, almost lifeless. Richard recognised that pose. His cousin, who had initially dismissed the thought, was now pondering it from every possible angle. Darcy was the most honourable man Richard knew. He was one of the wealthiest landowners in England, who happened to care deeply for those under his authority. Fitzwilliam Darcy would make a fine husband to a woman who would appreciate Darcy's many fine qualities. Yet Miss Bennet's protests of the match were genuine. Richard could see that she was just as upset as Darcy, and he suspected that she would not hesitate to offer her opinions on the matter. Miss Bennet had shown uncommon sense in exchanging the reticules to seek information, writing to Darcy with an almost illegible hand, and running after Wickham, distracting him from getting into the coach with Georgiana. Yes, there was much to admire. The thought of how close they came to losing his young cousin sent chills down Richard's spine. He visibly shivered. Their situation was precarious. However, Miss Bennet's was not. It was Richard's hope that she was not a card player, and would not recognise a bluff. Miss Bennet, have you reached your majority? The question seemed innocent. Do you not think I look old enough to have done so, Colonel Fitzwilliam? Miss Elizabeth Bennet's reply was curt, her eyes boring into his. By answering with a question, she had put him in an untenable position. He knew from experience with his younger sisters that asking a lady about her age was about as acceptable as telling one of his sisters that their new gown made their backside look large. He shuddered. She was quick. Richard knew Darcy would admire that in a woman. He also knew how Darcy would admire a woman who did not chase after him. And he knew the importance Darcy placed on a woman who was kind, intelligent, personable, and pretty. Richard had observed all of those qualities in Miss Bennet, with her care of Georgiana. How to make this work? Richard lifted his eyebrow at the recalcitrant woman, a trick he often used with new, wet-behind-the-ear recruits. After a long pause, Elizabeth confirmed that she was not yet 21 years of age. Richard had approximated her age correctly. They would require the permission of her father for his plans to proceed. Georgiana looked from her brother to Richard, and then to Elizabeth. Silence would be her best defence at this point. Apparently, without explanation, they surmised what she had done. Her regret at causing such a consequence to her brother and to Miss Elizabeth pained her. She looked back to her cousin and wondered what he was up to. It was then she noticed the twinkle in his eyes. She dipped her head, focusing her gaze on her hand enjoined with Elizabeth's. She would encourage nothing that would hurt her friend. Before she could speak up, Elizabeth did. Colonel Fitzwilliam, I believe that you wanting to know my age can mean only one thing, that you truly believe that a marriage would be the only answer. I, however, do not believe such. Is it not true that the only people who are aware of my letter are right here in this room? Is it not also true that my handwriting was scribbled in such a way that it might not be considered to be mine? Also, is it not true that my signature in no way indicates that it was me who wrote the letter? After all, my dear father's name is Edward Robert Bennet, E.R. Bennet. She raised both brows at that, and tilted her head slightly, so that he could see she wanted him to get her point. He did. Yes, she would be the perfect match for Darcy. "And when did you study law, Miss Bennet?" was his counter. Darcy glanced up at this, his attention caught. Miss Elizabeth put Darcy in mind of his uncle, Judge Samuel Darcy, whose ability to discern the antics of his young nephews, pursuing mischief, with just a few well-placed questions, was, until this moment, thought to be unique to the older gentleman. What a clever woman! "As you are well aware, Colonel Fitzwilliam, it is not allowed for a woman to read the law, but—" She rose to her feet and took a step closer to him, the index finger of her right hand pointed at the middle of his chest. "I know what you were about. You seek to place me in a position that I do not desire, over a trifle. I will not," she stepped even closer, "marry, unless there is respect and admiration between me and my betrothed." She took one more step, almost completely closing the gap. "Only the deepest love will move me to accept any offer of matrimony, not some trumped-up charge." Elizabeth poked his chest. She actually poked his chest. Apparently, by the last turn of phrase, she was indeed aware of the game of cards, both trump and a bluff. Fire shot out of those eyes, and Richard's inclination was to check in the mirror to make sure there were no singe marks on his uniform. He was no longer as enchanted as he had been a few moments before. This woman put him in mind of some of the sharpest generals he had served under, and his mother, the only woman he knew who had eyes in the back of her head. Richard had never been able to get away with anything with his mother, and he calculated he would not with this woman either. "Cousin, that is enough." Darcy, too, rose and stepped towards them, his voice stern. "Miss Bennet is correct. It is only the four of us who are aware she wrote the letter. I have it here in my pocket." He removed it, and walking to the fireplace, tossed it in. They all watched as it curled and shriveled in the flames. "There, it is no longer a consideration. The problem is our own." Richard hoped he could regain the upper hand. It would be an extraordinary marriage if he could get past the next few minutes. "Miss Bennet, could you identify the messenger if you saw him again?" "Most certainly I could, Colonel. I've known Jimmy almost all of my life," she said in a huff. Then it hit her. There was someone other than the four of them who knew about the letter. Someone who was as much a common sight in Meryton as she was. She gulped down her humiliation. "Well now, Miss Elizabeth, it looks like you have a choice." Richard tried his hardest not to grin. He had taken a chance that the express rider was from Elizabeth's home area. Most messengers were based out of one spot, but rode wherever they were needed. "You could marry the most ridiculous man in England, your cousin, Mr. Collins, or you could marry mine, the finest man I know. Because, dear lady, marriage is your fate and none other." Elizabeth spun back to Mr. Darcy, her hands wrapped protectively around her waist. She had to give the Colonel his due. He had backed her into a corner that she could not find her way out of. She looked at the misery in Darcy's face, and knew that the idea of marrying a stranger was as repugnant to him as it was to her. Elizabeth waited, hoping he would chime in with an idea which would rescue them from this predicament. Darcy only looked back at her in silence. Then he looked to Richard. "Darcy?" Richard recognised the instant his cousin made his decision. "Miss Bennet." Darcy spoke directly to the woman, as if ignoring the presence of the others in the room. His bearing and the firmness of his voice indicated his full belief in the correctness of his opinion. "In seeking to help my sister, you have been placed in the untenable position of having your reputation threatened. If there was anything else that I could offer you, to repair any possible damage done, I would. However, all of us in this room well know the position society takes when there has been an exchange of a private letter between two individuals who are so wholly unconnected. The consequences would be most severe. Therefore it would do no service to your family, nor to mine, to leave this matter undone. I do not believe there is any other choice." Elizabeth recognised the conviction in his voice. She also witnessed a sadness in his eyes that touched her heart. Whether it was from the idea of marrying her, or the actions of his young sister, she could not know. Since they were cousins to the Colonel, it made Mr. and Miss Darcy the grandchildren of an earl. They held a position in society far above hers. It must be distasteful to him to be attached to a woman so far below his sphere. Yet what was done was done. Elizabeth glanced back at Richard, and then dropped her head. Resignation filled her, followed by determination. She refused to be intimidated. She raised her head and looked the Colonel directly in the eye. "Then let us go to Longbourn. My father will be in his study." Richard saw before him the mistress of Pemberley. She would be a fierce woman for his cousin to have at his side. It took all his effort not to jump in the air and click his heels. He was supremely confident that Darcy and Miss Bennet would thank him later. Chapter 5. "Letter?" Mr. Bennet examined the faces of the 4 apprehensive individuals standing in front of him. He stared at first, one then the other. Their arrival at Longbourn by hired hack from Meryton had been a surprise to Mr. Bennet. Their explanations were even more so. "That is a paltry excuse." Richard was, at first, affronted at the insolence of the man. And then he was nervous. He saw his plan crumbling, like the ancient stone wall at his father's run-down estate in Ireland. He feared that very estate might be his final destination, if his father ever heard about his role in today's activities. Mr. Bennet pointed at Colonel Fitzwilliam and Georgiana and yelled, "Out!" Richard saw clearly which parent Miss Elizabeth Bennet resembled. The same pointed finger, the same tone of voice. He took the hand of his trembling young cousin and left Darcy and Elizabeth to their fate, one in which he no longer had a directing part. As soon as the door closed behind the 2 cousins, Mr. Bennet kindly asked Darcy and Elizabeth to take a seat in front of the desk he sat behind. "Mr. Darcy, I regret causing any upset to your sister, as I believe that while she may have had a contributing portion of today's activities, it is the Colonel who bears the lion's share of the blame." Mr. Bennet loved his Lizzie more than the 4 other girls in his household. He loved her resourcefulness, her ability to think things through, and he loved that she was humble enough to make amends quickly once she had been proven wrong. He had not done well by his daughters, and the current situation at Longbourn was a result of that negligence. Darcy did not reply. He was beginning to see the benefits of being connected to Miss Elizabeth Bennet. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, his wealth, stature, status and name had not impressed her. For him that was a first. Since he reached his majority and entered the marriage mart, there had not been one unmarried lady he had been introduced to who had not fawned over him and advertised her accomplishments in an attempt to attract his attention. To have a woman who strongly held her own opinions, heavens! To be in the same room with a woman who even had an opinion other than his own was virtually miraculous. Darcy had noticed the interaction Miss Elizabeth had with Georgiana. This was exactly what his sister needed, a woman of sense and duty. He also had not failed to notice the fire she emitted when she stood up to Richard. Darcy knew the Colonel's reputation. Men feared him. However, this slip of a woman did not. And her eyes! What man could help not wanting to drown himself in the depths of those chocolatey pools? Darcy shook his head. Not him. On the other hand, it was disconcerting to know that she appeared to not find one thing attractive about him. Her connections to trade, her lack of dowry, and the vulgarity of her mother and younger sisters had all been determined in the first few minutes of acquaintance with her family. These things, while they would be degrading to him, paled in the face of the potential for ruin if he did not take this course. Georgiana's actions had sealed his future. He only wished that Miss Elizabeth and her father were more cooperative. There was not one woman of the temps who would not be a source of misery for him to be connected to in a marriage. To have a woman of courage and valour as a lifetime companion appealed to him. "Let us get to the bottom of this, Mr. Darcy. Lizzie." Mr. Bennet leaned forward in his seat and rested his elbow on his desk. "Lizzie, did Jimmy see you write the letter?" "He did not."
Did you make arrangements with him personally to deliver the letter to Mr. Darcy?"
"I did not." A faint glimmer of hope threatened to flare to life in Elizabeth's heart. There still might be a way to remove herself from this.
"And did you put the letter into Jimmy's hand so that he might connect you with its contents?"
At this, Elizabeth looked down, crushed. Her answer came out as a mumble. "I did not expect it to be him. Jimmy was on his return to Meryton, and had stopped to see if there was work to be had at the coaching inn. I admit that I was relieved that it was a rider that I could trust. I'm sorry, Papa." Mr. Bennet had not needed to hear the answer. Guilt was written in his daughter's countenance. However, her words confirmed his suspicions. He spoke softly.
"Elizabeth, you know Jimmy's propensity to gossip. I would imagine he's already told the tale from Meryton to London and back. He's not malicious, you know that. Jimmy is just fast on his horse and fast with his mouth."
"Is there any way he can be worked on, Papa?" Elizabeth kept her eyes focused on her tightly fisted hands resting on her lap.
"You know that there is not, Lizzie."
Mr. Bennet sighed. He looked carefully at the man in front of him. Was he deserving of Lizzie? Most likely not. Was he more deserving than Mr. Collins? Most likely he was. Never had Mr. Bennet felt like such a failure. However, it was not his nature to dwell long on his errors.
"Mr. Bennet, when is Mr. Collins to arrive?"
Darcy had not seen evidence of the clergyman's presence since they had arrived at Longbourn. Mrs. Bennet and her daughters had been upstairs preparing themselves for dinner. By the time Longbourn's mistress had been made aware of the arrival of 2 single men, she had hurried her flock of females down to the entrance hall, only to see their backs as they went down the hall to the study. Her voice followed them. "Now, girls, do not worry that Lizzie will interest either one of them. She is destined for Mr. Collins. The handsome one with the lovely frock coat will do for Jane. Lydia can have the officer, and they can both put you, Mary, and you, Kitty, in the way of other rich men." The tone was shrill and the words offensive. This was Miss Elizabeth's mother. Mr. Bennet knew that Lizzie had been embarrassed by her mother's comments. It was another area that Mr. Bennet had not taken charge of, and it was unlikely that he would do so now. Elizabeth's father determined that he would not make sport of the situation, though his inclination was to do so.
"Mr. Collins arrives in 2 days, and has determined to stay at Longbourn for a fortnight." "Mr. Bennet, Miss Elizabeth, I find myself torn by what needs done both to preserve my family name and to satisfy the constraints placed upon me by society. You must know that it will be a degradation to attach the Bennet name to the Darcys. Since birth I have been raised to know my position in society. It was always assumed that my wife would come from the same sphere. My aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, has long considered me engaged to her only child, Anne, so there will be an uproar inside my household and outside in the temps at my marriage."
He heard Elizabeth's sharp intake of breath. Darcy abhorred disguise, and unwisely assumed that admitting his feelings, as he saw matters, was beneficial under the circumstances. He did not take his eyes off Mr. Bennet, so did not see how Elizabeth reacted to his words.
"It is for the protection of my household that I am resigned to proceed with this marriage, and for this reason only. My sister's future must be secured."
Elizabeth looked at the man beside her in wonderment. As a gentleman, he would have received the finest education available at either Oxford or Cambridge. As a gentleman, he would have cut his teeth on decorum and good manners. As a gentleman, he was obligated to treat those in the lower classes with tolerance, not derision. Yet this man had insulted those dearest to Elizabeth, and she would not stand for it. Before Mr. Bennet could summon a reply, Elizabeth rose from her seat and turned to glare at the man before her, hands tightly fisted at her side. "Since birth, Mr. Darcy, I have been raised to show Christian kindness to those not of my station. From my cradle I have been taught to hold my tongue rather than spew forth words that cause insult and pain, such as you have just done." Elizabeth could feel the heat radiating from her heart to her brain. Mr. Darcy continued to refuse to look at her, and that served to increase her ardour. My ill judgment in sending you a note to warn you of the actions of your sister pales in comparison to her agreeing to elope with the son of one of your father's servants. My sin was born of compassion for a young girl who was suffering the consequences of her own foolish decision. Think, Mr. Darcy." At her clipped demand, he finally raised his eyes to her. "Had I not contacted you, where would Miss Darcy be now?" When she saw the man shudder and drop his head, Elizabeth knew her barbs had hit home. "Mr. Darcy, you seem to be under the impression that I want to marry. The simple fact is that I have no desire to marry for any reason other than the deepest love. I do not love you, nor do you love me. There is no respect, there is no admiration. There is only circumstance that demands me to align myself to you, and this I do most unwillingly." Darcy stood and faced her, while it registered inside him that the fire shooting out of her eyes added to their magnificence. It was her words and reasoning that were at the forefront.
"Miss Bennet, you have said enough."
His tone was firm, yet not cruel.
"You are correct, Miss Bennet, that the error is not your own."
It pained him to admit his sister's fault in the matter.
"I believe it is safe to say that this is a situation that neither of us wanted. If I have failed to show my appreciation for your kindness in acting to protect Georgiana, I am sorry. Had Wickham accomplished his goal, his revenge against me would have been complete, and the devastation to my sister would have been for her lifetime."
Darcy's heart ached, and at the thought of Georgiana becoming Mrs. Wickham, he felt closer to tears than he ever had since his father's death. He adored Georgiana. She was his last link to his beloved mother, as Georgiana was much like her in appearance and temperament. Earlier, he had allowed Richard to take charge, not because he could or would not, but because Darcy's father had entrusted Richard with equal authority over Georgiana. Now it was time to show Miss Bennet that he was master of Pemberley, and more.
"Miss Bennet, you are correct. I do not love you."
It was a bold statement made with little feeling. When she started to interrupt, he put his right hand in the air, palm facing her.
"However, please let me say that I am not averse to being joined to you in matrimony. My words, that you deemed so offensive, were said to explain the response that notice of our wedding will bring to those in my circle. My primary reaction has been, and will always be, the protection of my family. You will receive that same protection as my wife, Miss Bennet. Furthermore, as a single man in possession of a large fortune, I have been the target of both mothers and daughters, who have made every possible attempt to entrap me into an undesired marriage. The comments made by your own mother, which she uttered on our way down the hallway, were not uncommon."
He saw the colour fade from Elizabeth's cheeks at this.
"To find a woman of gentle birth, who has not seen my properties and my banking account as their first priority, is such a rare occurrence that it gives me hope that our future may not be bleak."
He paused to see how she would respond. It pleased him to see her eyes slightly soften, as she took in all he had said to that point.
"Miss Bennet, while you had resolved not to marry until you found the deepest love, I had resolved not to marry until I found my intellectual equal, someone I could share every aspect of my life with, someone who would kindly and compassionately assume the role of mistress of Pemberley, a woman who would see to the advancement of those under our authority. It is my hope that I have found that someone in you."
His voice had softened to a whisper as he finished. Elizabeth was speechless. Mr. Bennet smiled to himself as he observed the couple. As a long-time student of character, he easily recognised that his Lizzie had met her match. This man was just as intelligent and hard-headed as his second daughter, yet they both resonated with goodness. Shaking his head slightly, he wondered how Lizzie would answer Mr. Darcy. Yet he knew this conversation from here on needed privacy. With the events of the day in mind, his resolve was to allow them that privacy, for a few minutes only. Neither Darcy nor Elizabeth noticed the click of the latch as Mr. Bennet closed his study door. Chapter 6. Colonel Fitzwilliam was appalled at the conduct of Miss Elizabeth's two younger sisters. At one point, he almost sought refuge behind his cousin, Georgiana, only stepping out from behind her when he realised how cowardly his actions were. He had always thought of his coat as a protection. Now it served to draw Kitty and Lydia like mosquitoes he wanted to swat. Georgiana had not helped his situation at all. When Mrs. Bennet asked if he was a second son, he nodded an affirmative, while Georgiana innocently replied, "Of an earl." The effusions were immediate, and the attention of Mrs. Bennet and her younger daughters intensified.
Might Miss Elizabeth Bennet be adopted?
Apparently, there was another daughter who was not in residence. What he gleaned from Mrs. Bennet's comments was that the eldest was extraordinarily beautiful, and was considered far too good a catch, Mrs. Bennet's own words, for the heir to Longbourn. Miss Jane Bennet had been transported earlier that day to the relatives in London that Elizabeth had just left, so she would not be in the path of temptation by the ridiculous Mr. Collins. It also did not take long for Richard to perceive that Elizabeth was her mother's least favourite daughter. Snide comments about Elizabeth's lack of looks, her wit, and her suitability of being Mr. Collins' wife frequented the conversation. It was all Richard could do, not to jump in and defend his future cousin for the brave woman she had proven to be. Richard easily admitted to himself that Miss Elizabeth Bennet was a superior woman, far superior to her mother and younger sisters in the drawing-room. Elizabeth's calmness with Georgiana was admirable. Her standing up to him and to Darcy was outstanding. However, those qualities were not what he looked for in a potential wife. Richard required a woman of wealth, as the second son lived off only what he could earn, and he would look for a wife who was submissive. Richard would be lord and master of his home, which most likely was why he was almost 30 years of age and still unattached. Georgiana likewise was befuddled. Richard finally scrutinised her expression, and his first thought was that she had the look of several injured soldiers in his regiment, who had sought the opium dens to dull the pain of their injuries. Her eyes were glassed over, and other than uttering those 3 words, she had not participated in the conversation. Richard realised that she was overwhelmed. Georgiana had, just that day, gone from being in company with someone inherently wicked to a gaggle of frenzied females. It was a glimpse into how unprepared Georgiana was to enter society. Richard decided right then and there that keeping Georgiana isolated had done her no good. It would be a long while before she would have her debut. When Mr. Bennet walked into the drawing-room, with both palms up to his chest, facing away from him, as if he were pushing against an immovable object, all screeching came to a sudden halt. Richard was going to have to remember that move, to use with recalcitrant recruits. However, the quiet was not sustained. "Mr. Bennet, where is Lizzie and the other gentleman? You have not left them alone in your study, have you? Mr. Collins would certainly not approve."
"I imagine he would not, Mrs. Bennet."
After 25 years of wedded bliss, Mr. Bennet rolled his eyes at the thought. He well knew his wife's desires to see to her future. Longbourn was entailed to the male descendants of the family line, and Mrs. Bennet had given him only daughters. Not that he was displeased with such. For the most part they were silly girls, but Mr. Bennet cherished each and every one of them.
Well, some more than others.
He knew the argument for the letter being a compromise was weak, and compared to the actions of Miss Darcy, it most likely would not cause a ripple in the tide of the temps. But Mr. Bennet saw an opportunity to see to the future of his family, without inviting Mr. Collins into it. Mr. Darcy was an honourable man. While the level of noise rose in the drawing-room, Darcy and Elizabeth faced each other in complete silence, neither wanting to be the first to give in. It quickly became a battle of wills. It was Darcy who caved in first.
"Do you like being called Lizzie?"
"Why do you ask?" It was not what she expected. For the first volley, it left her completely off guard, a position she was quick to regain. "It matters not to me," she replied, with seeming indifference.
"Elizabeth is a beautiful name, a queenly name, a name fitting for the mistress of Pemberley."
"Tell me about Pemberley, Mr. Darcy." And he did. His features began to relax as he spoke of his family home. Until then, Elizabeth had not appreciated what a truly handsome man he was. His earlier demeanour had been stern and unapproachable. He had seemed unfriendly and unbending. This man was pleasant company. Elizabeth knew that her father had made his decision and was allowing them time to come to terms with it. Could she be happy with Mr. Darcy as her husband? Would she be happy? Would the grounds that Mr. Darcy described be worth leaving Hertfordshire for? Would she be a good sister to Georgiana, who had proved to be impulsive? What had happened to cause such a shy girl to agree to an elopement with a much older man? Could Mr. Collins really be that bad a match? Elizabeth had to trust that her father knew what he was about. She had a lifetime of wishing he would take more of an interest in Longbourn. He was an imperfect man. Nonetheless, as a father, Elizabeth was completely confident in his love for her and her sisters.
"Pardon me, Miss Bennet. I did not mean to go on and on. I love my home and hope that, in time, you will grow to love it as well."
With the end of his discourse, he bowed, as if he was offering her the platform to speak. As Elizabeth spoke of her education, travels, and relationships with her family, Darcy could not help but notice the changing expressions on her face. Every emotion she felt showed. Frustration, sadness, delight, and joy were reflected in the finest eyes he had ever encountered. He thought of the reality of looking across the table at that face for the rest of his mornings, and his heart felt peace at the thought. It was such a strong feeling that when Elizabeth took a breath, he interrupted the middle of her thought.
"I believe, Miss Bennet, we shall grow old and happy together."
She had been speaking of her first experience of speaking Latin with one of her father's peers when she was 8 years old. Elizabeth could not even begin to imagine how his mind went from an antiquated language to a future so far unknown. She shook her head rapidly, as if shaking off something unwanted that had landed there. Her brows drew together as she thought about his comment. "Might I ask, Mr. Darcy, upon what do you base that comment?" She genuinely did not know how he came by that opinion.
"It is very simple, Miss Bennet."
That was not a very good start. If Elizabeth had hackles, they would have risen. Simple had never been used to describe her thinking. She knew fundamentals of mathematics and most of the current sciences. She spoke French, Italian, and German, and could read Latin and ancient Greek. Elizabeth could feel offence rising up her throat, until it threatened to suffocate her. She almost could not breathe. "Simple," she finally choked out. Had she heard him correctly? Surely not. "You believe me to be simple?" Darcy looked at her and was afraid of what he saw. Her eyes blazed, her lips were drawn together tightly, her eyebrows rose, and her hands were fisted on her hips. She was leaning slightly forward, as if her next movement was to attack. Darcy had not seen that stance since Mrs. Reynolds caught him and Richard throwing newly picked strawberries at each other in their game of war. They were wonderful weapons, as the bloodstains looked almost real.
"No, no, no!"
He held up his hand as if to ward off attack.
"It was not my intention to imply that at all. I did not say that you were simple, only that the basis for my reasoning was simple."
The metamorphosis that happened before his eyes was equally as amazing. The loss of anger, the relaxation of her facial expression, and her stance was a glimpse into future differences of opinion. They would do well together.
"Understand this, please, Miss Bennet. It was my own mind that found the simplicity of our circumstances. While you spoke of your life here at Longbourn, I realised the rich discussions we will have about things that I hold dear. Education, literature, science. We will both grow in our understanding as we share what we know with each other. It is also evident to me that you take the training of your younger sisters seriously. This can only serve to benefit my sister. You also showed your father deep respect. You do not know me, Miss Bennet, but as a husband I would not demand your respect. Rather, I choose to endeavour to earn respect from you."
He paused to let her absorb his words. She was giving him her full attention, and he relished that from this woman.
"We have had a very rocky start, Miss Bennet. Would you not agree?"
He waited for her to nod her head.
"I believe that we might use those rocks to build a foundation that is strong and permanent. something that we will look back on in 50 years and rejoice over. Can you not see my vision?"
What Darcy offered her was hope. It was time to let go of all her foolish dreams of deep love for the man she would marry, and replace it with the hope of a deep love that would grow with marriage.
"Miss Bennet, the constraints of society that I spoke of earlier limits the time that a courting and engaged couple spend with each other in deep conversation. Thus, how would you ever be able to come to have deep love for a gentleman if you could not get to know his innermost thoughts and dreams? It would not be possible, would it?"
His question was reasonable. She agreed.
"Then let us be resolved to be happy together. Let us learn to know each other, and let us work to become lovable to each other. Is that a task you are willing to undertake?"
Elizabeth could not take her eyes away from his face. It appealed to her sense of fairness that he was offering to work just as hard as he expected her to work, to make a success of the marriage. It also appealed to her sense of honour that he was not demanding respect, but was willing to earn it from her. "Yes, Mr. Darcy, it is." Her voice was a whisper. Her eyes opened wide as he knelt down on one knee and took her right hand in both of his strong hands.
"Then, Miss Elizabeth Bennet, will you accept my offer of marriage? Will you be my wife?"
She sucked in a deep breath and looked at him, humbled before her. She was at a fork in the road, and it was time to choose her path, never looking back. Did she really have a choice? Did the shaky excuse of the letter give her a reason to think there was no other way out? Did she want to take the chance she might be tied forever to the reputedly ridiculous Mr. Collins? Elizabeth had never been one to back down from a challenge, and this was how she would view this offer. "I will." Darcy kissed the back of her hand, and then tucked it into the crook of his arm as he led her into the drawing-room. As soon as Mr. Bennet saw the couple, he knew from their countenance that they had come to an arrangement. He cleared his throat and announced,
"Please share congratulations for Mr. Darcy and our Lizzie. They are to be united in marriage."
"Marriage?" Mrs. Bennet screeched. It was a response only to be expected. "Lizzie is to be married? How can that be? She is to wed Mr. Collins." Mrs. Bennet was truly confused. She had planned exactly how events would progress once Mr. Collins arrived at Longbourn. It was just like Lizzie to disrupt her plans. "When are you to wed, sir?" Mrs. Bennet was quickly coming around to having such a wealthy man as a son-in-law. The lace, the ribbons, the guests and the festivities surrounding such an engagement would bring her months of attention from her neighbours. She would be able to gloat and brag to Mrs. Long, Mrs. Goulding and Lady Lucas of the success of her daughter as each plan was made and carried out. Mr. Collins could find another woman for his wife. Her aspirations came crashing to her feet as Darcy responded firmly,
"Tomorrow."
Chapter 7. It was a disappointed and disgruntled Fitzwilliam Darcy who woke the next morning. The bed at the inn had been lumpy and too short. Darcy's valet Parker was still in London, though he would send for him as soon as arrangements could be made. He knew the innkeeper would provide someone to help him shave and brush out the clothes he had worn the day before. However, nothing or no one could compare to the care Parker gave him. Darcy sighed at the events of yesterday, which led to him being in this condition. He had not allowed Georgiana to stay at Longbourn, even though Mrs. Bennet's offer of hospitality had been sincere. It had taken the 1-mile carriage ride back to Meryton before his sister lost the look of a startled doe. His impression of Elizabeth was of a woman who knew how to comport herself in any society. Mrs. Bennet and Elizabeth's sisters. Darcy shuddered at the recollection of their reactions to the announcement. Darcy hoped he lived a lifetime without it being repeated, at least in his or his sister's presence. Mr. Bennet had offered his carriage for the return trip to the inn. Darcy had been surprised when the gentleman had climbed inside with them. When he explained his mission to call upon the rector for the purpose of informing him that Elizabeth had his permission to marry, Darcy had asked if he could go along. In spite of the lateness of the hour, or rather, possibly because of the lateness of the hour, the results were not as Darcy desired. Even though they were in Elizabeth's home parish, they would not be able to obtain a special licence for 3 days after application. That would put their marriage the day after Mr. Collins would arrive. Gretna Green was sounding better as each slow minute passed. It surprised Darcy that he was not in dread of this marriage. He was firmly resolved that it was the only way to divert attention from Georgiana. He was also firmly resolved to have the best future possible with a relative stranger. That the stranger had the most beautiful eyes of any woman he had ever beheld was an unexpected blessing. He could not help but smile at the memory of their sparkle. The thin walls of his bedchamber had allowed him to register Richard rising and departing from Meryton well before dawn. The Colonel would chase down Mrs. Young and return her to the inn. The task should not be arduous, as there had been only a few coins in Elizabeth's reticule, and Mrs. Young had not received her wages from Ramsgate. She could not have gone far, and they knew the direction the coach was headed. Richard would provide escort for Mrs. Young, who was welcome to accompany him, willing or not, and the baggage that should still be with the coach. It had been determined that the presence of Georgiana's companion, in addition to Wickham's, would be required to carry off the ruse that the reason for them leaving Ramsgate so abruptly was the impending wedding of Georgiana's brother. As he lay in bed, he thought of all that still needed to be done. He would write to Mrs. Fairchild, the housekeeper at the Ramsgate house, to inform her that Georgiana, along with her companion and childhood friend, had safely arrived in Hertfordshire for his wedding. Darcy had discussed with Elizabeth the evening before the need for them to return to Ramsgate with Georgiana for their wedding trip to completely silence any gossip and rumours that might have grown from Georgiana's association with Wickham. Darcy was coming to appreciate the sensibleness of his betrothed. 10 miles north of Meryton, Richard found Mrs. Young inside the next coaching inn. His first clue that she might be located there was an apparently abandoned pile of luggage on the wooden walkway to the side of the front door. He had travelled enough with his young cousin to recognise her trunks amongst the others. Georgiana was never one to bring a few dresses when she had access to her complete wardrobe. The Colonel figured he had best hurry to take care of the business at hand before the woman thought to sell the garments to earn her return fare to London. The surprise on Mrs. Young's face was priceless. Richard said not one word to her as he settled her account and arranged for a carriage to transport her to Meryton. He would ride on the side of the carriage with the door so she could make no move to escape. The Colonel cared not for her reputation, so did not hire a maid to accompany Mrs. Young for the distance. What the woman did after the wedding was no business of his, as long as she stayed completely away from the Darcy family. As the miles slowly passed, the Colonel considered all that had happened to his cousins since they received Miss Elizabeth's letter. For the past 5 years, Richard had been deeply concerned for Darcy. Even though Darcy presented a harsh, emotionally unaffected demeanour to society, Richard knew the depth of Darcy's pain at the loss of his father, which added to his discomfort with society in general. Pemberley was a lovely property, one of the finest in England. However, with almost 200 staffing the house and grounds, many tenant farms, and investments in the far reaches of the earth, it was a burden that had been dropped on Darcy's young shoulders far too early. Without his father's guiding hand, Darcy had struggled. There was no mentor, no knowledgeable friends or relatives who had reached out to assist him with his responsibilities. Only hands that reached out to grab onto young Darcy for what they could get out of him. Over the ensuing years, his cousin went from pleasant to pressured, serious to severe. Richard easily recalled the adventurous spirit Darcy had before receiving his inheritance. While at Cambridge, Darcy engaged in activities with the other boys with gusto, often demonstrating his competitive side to Richard's advantage. Being 2 years ahead of his cousin, the Colonel was able to watch Darcy excel in his studies and in the extracurricular activities he pursued, such as fencing and chess. He was able to help widen Darcy's small circle of friends by drawing his shy cousin into siding on his team for rowing competitions and horse races. Seeing a smile on Darcy's face had, at that time, been unworthy of note. Now it was a sight rarely seen. Observing his cousin with Miss Elizabeth had been a revelation. It was as if Darcy had attached himself to a small flicker of hope, a light that might bring relief to his lonely existence. For Richard knew that above all things, Darcy felt alone. Richard also had hope for Darcy. He saw his cousin's stunned look when he realised that E.R. Bennet was a young woman. Then he saw that look turn to appreciation, and then to curiosity. Richard chuckled to himself at how transparent his cousin had become. Darcy was a good man who deserved to be happy, and Richard was determined to do all in his power to make that happen. Darcy was in a private dining room, waiting for Georgiana to appear, when Richard and Mrs. Young arrived back at the inn. 3 things happened at once. Mr. Bennet and Elizabeth arrived to speak with Darcy. Georgiana, escorted by a maid, walked into the room, and the parish curate asked to be shown in. It took only a look from both Darcy and the Colonel for all of them to quit talking at once. Richard took Mrs. Young's arm and gently led her to the back of the room. She was there as an observer only. Mr. Bennet turned to the curate. "Mr. Simpson, your presence is a surprise this morning. After our discussion with the vicar last night and his staunch opinions as to the propriety of my Lizzie marrying in no less than 3 days, I cannot imagine you being able to assist us." Mr. Bennet's wit was, in spite of the words, delivered with kindness. At the curate's reply, it became evident that there was a long-standing rapport between the 2 men. "I imagine that would be your first thought in your mind, Bennet." The curate was a well-matched chess opponent who had traded barbs with Mr. Bennet many a time. "What you may not be aware of, my friend, is that the bishop arrived in Meryton this morning and is currently at the rectory. Should you still desire a common licence with no banns, both of you men would need to swear that there was no just cause or impediment why Mr. Darcy and Miss Elizabeth could not marry. If this can be done, you may follow me to the chapel and marry this morning." He then looked directly at Darcy. "A small donation for these special services would not be remiss, sir." "Done." Darcy's relief washed over him, like the powerful waves of the ocean after a storm. As soon as Wickham and the Bennets could be brought to the inn, all of the players would be in place to head to the chapel. By morning's end, Fitzwilliam Darcy, Esquire, would be a married man. Chapter 8. When Elizabeth's mother and younger sisters arrived at the inn, they were accompanied by a young man dressed entirely in black. The July weather in Hertfordshire had been unseasonably warm, and the gentleman's suffering was obvious. He was a tall, heavy-looking man of 25. His air was grave and stately, and his manners were very formal. Mrs. Bennet was torn with the early arrival of Mr. Collins. She had, at first, been upset that Lizzie had ruined her plans for marriage to her cousin, to secure a home for Mrs. Bennet. Then she was elated that Lizzie was marrying so well. Mr. Darcy was a wealthy man who had a house in town and could sponsor Kitty and Lydia for a season in London. Then she was upset because the marriage between Darcy and Lizzie, being such a hurried affair, would interfere with her plans to regale the neighbourhood with the importance of Lizzie's betrothed. Immediately after that thought, Mrs. Bennet was elated that the serious, sweaty clergyman had apparently caught her middle daughter Mary's eye. Now, after but 30 minutes in the man's company, she was again upset, though she could not put her finger on the exact point of contention. Her feathers were ruffled, and her cackle carried more volume than usual. Before introductions could be made, George Wickham was escorted into the already crowded room. His bruised and battered face, with its swollen and purple-hued jaw, did nothing to improve his good looks. Wickham had always been vain about what he considered his best features, his patrician nose and his sun-kissed blonde curls. While these were untouched, the gaping hole where his right front tooth had been was barely noticeable with his upper lips swollen and red. It was a far different appearance to the one Elizabeth had tried to avoid while seated across from him on the lengthy carriage ride from London to Meryton. Darcy had never seen him look so bad. Richard was rather proud of the strength of his fist, until he saw Georgiana. She was just as easy for him to read as her older brother was. The Colonel saw hope, then embarrassment, and then horror, as Wickham's appearance registered in her young mind. Richard shook his head, that he never did see shame. He walked over to Wickham, and removed him from the grasp of the constable, leading him to the corner where he had left Mrs. Young. Colonel Richard Ulysses Frederick Fitzwilliam, second son of the Earl of Matlock, had served under Major General Arthur Wellesley on the Peninsula more than once. He had learned command from the best. It was this man that confronted Wickham and Mrs. Young.
"Let me tell you what will happen in the next few minutes,"
he whispered, so only they could hear.
"Darcy and Miss Bennet are to marry. You—"
He pointed his beefy index finger right between Mrs. Young's beady eyes.
"will stay with Miss Darcy as if none of the events of yesterday ever took place. And you—"
He was unsurprised when Wickham backed up as far as he could, with Richard still retaining his hold on Wickham's arm.
"Are here to witness the wedding of your childhood friend."
He glanced between them both, making sure he had their full attention.
"Word has already gone out that the reason you departed Ramsgate so quickly was to arrive in Meryton for that specific purpose. This will nullify any rumours of an elopement. If I had my way, you both would be on a slow transport to Australia. However, Darcy does not like disguise, so if he needs people to know that you came to support him on this most happy occasion, then you both will say so. Am I understood?"
Both Wickham and Mrs. Young nodded.
"Furthermore, with these facts already being spread, neither of you will be able to profit from trying to blackmail Darcy. And know this, any attempt at such a thing on your part will result in the both of you standing trial for theft of a lady's reticule, and then facing me. Is this understood?"
Again they nodded.
"Lastly, once the nuptials are concluded, you will both be put on a coach to London with the luggage you had when you departed from Ramsgate. Each of you will have £20. Spend it how you wish. However, if you attempt to contact any of the Darcys for any reason, if you hint that the reason Georgiana was in that carriage with you was for the purpose of an elopement, or if you claim anything about the events of this day other than the happy marriage of Fitzwilliam Darcy to Miss Elizabeth Bennet, I will hunt you down and personally carve my initials on your forehead. Every single one of them."
Neither was inclined to have a reminder of the Colonel permanently marked on their person, so both quietly agreed to the terms offered. Mr. Collins, feeling his own importance as the esteemed recipient of the patronage of Lady Catherine de Bourgh, puffed up his chest under his sweltering coat and approached Darcy. He had been at Hunsford earlier that year, when both Darcy and Richard travelled to Rosings Park to oversee Lady Catherine's accounts.
"Sir, if I might have a private moment with you, whatever my cousin has done to entrap you into thinking you need to marry her to save her reputation, I am willing to overlook."
Mr. Collins had grasped his coat lapels, rose up on his heels, taken a surfeit of oxygen in through his nose, and raised that bulbous appendage into the air. He was extremely proud of his Christian forgiveness, and was confident that the nephew of his patroness would view matters equally. Miss Elizabeth was beautiful. The form of discipline that immediately came to Mr. Collins' mind, that of using a strong fist as his father had done, would be a pleasure to enact. It would be good to have such a woman under his control, and that of Lady Catherine.
"Mr. Collins, you forget yourself."
Darcy was appalled that this minion of his aunt's would presume that the error was Elizabeth's.
"You can have no knowledge of the events that are leading up to my marriage, and I thank you not to share your opinions of the matter with me, or with anyone else, including my aunt. Should you do so, the consequences to you would be most severe." "But, sir, what of your engagement to Miss de Bourgh?" Mr. Collins' self-importance blinded him to the attitude of the man in front of him. "You cannot marry. It has been the intent of my patroness that you be united in marriage at your next visit to Rosings. There is nothing else to be done." "I am not, nor have I ever been engaged to be married to my cousin. The thought is as abhorrent to me as it is to Anne." Darcy stepped closer to Mr. Collins, towering over the tall man. "I will repeat myself just this once. You are not to speak or write of the events of this day to anyone, especially my Aunt Catherine. Am I understood?" "But, sir—" Mr. Collins could not conceive of keeping information from Lady Catherine. His mind sputtered and spun at the consequences of going against such an august woman. Elizabeth watched the interchange with concern.
It was imperative that no one other than the Darcys, Colonel Fitzwilliam, her father, Mrs. Young and Mr. Wickham, learn anything about the events that brought the Darcys to Meryton. Stepping alongside Darcy, she put her hand in the crook of his elbow. She was reassured when she immediately felt him squeeze it to his side. "Mr. Collins." Elizabeth looked at the man and quickly compared him to the gentleman standing next to her. One was dense and odious, the other was intelligent and kind. One reeked of sweat, with oily skin and hair. The other smelled of sandalwood and citrus. One cared only for his advantage, while the other sought to protect and give consideration to those under his authority. For Elizabeth, the choice was made even clearer. "I have next to me a man amongst men. His honour would never permit him to go back on a promise. He was free to ask me to be his bride. Therefore it is with rejoicing that we will be united in wedlock on this day. You can only desire felicity for the nephew of your patroness, can you not? Anything less than that, Mr. Collins, might bring censure upon yourself from the woman you so admire. Is this not true? Are we then to accept your congratulations at this happy event?" She refused to break eye contact with her father's cousin. When he raised his nose a bit higher in response to her reasoning, she realised him to be ignorant and unbending. Elizabeth's goal was to bring peace to the day. "Again, I ask you, Mr. Collins, would you be willing to offend both Mr. Darcy and his cousin Colonel Fitzwilliam, whom I am given to understand are favourites with their aunt?" Elizabeth did not know whether they were favourites or not. However, it was easy to assume such, by the supposed engagement that his aunt supported. "Miss Elizabeth, I am a man of the cloth, who holds an elevated position in society. I would never, no, I could never offend such illustrious personages." His tone was condescending, and his countenance was still one of arrogance. "You are involving yourself in men's business, something I shall have to train you not to do when we are wed. If you would return to your place beside your father, then Mr. Darcy and I can conclude our conversation." While Darcy was seething, Richard was smiling. There was nothing like being told that something was being denied to make a person want it more. A bit like Adam and Eve, a serpent, and a piece of fruit in the Garden of Eden. He watched Darcy and Elizabeth stand as one against the pompous pimple. Yes, it would be a great partnership. Mrs. Bennet watched her middle daughter as Mary went from admiration of the clergyman to disgust. There would be no attaching Mary to Mr. Collins. Maybe Kitty might be willing to marry him. Even George Wickham knew not to taunt Darcy's authority. "Mr. Collins, by the end of the hour, Miss Elizabeth will be Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy. You are welcome to attend as the cousin of the Bennet family. If your position with Lady Catherine does not allow you to do so as a quiet observer, then you will not be allowed inside the chapel. There is a constable in the room, and Colonel Fitzwilliam has his sword, to see that my desires are carried out. I will not move on this." Darcy was ready to be done with this. Once the marriage had taken place, it was his hope that Collins did inform Lady Catherine. It would serve their purpose, as he was confident that, while he would have to personally face his aunt's fury, he could count on Lady Catherine to broadcast the error of his ways to all and sundry. The news of his marriage, the letter he wrote to the Ramsgate housekeeper, and the attendance of Wickham and Mrs. Young to confirm what had been written to the housekeeper would overshadow any break in propriety by Georgiana. He looked down at Elizabeth and put his left hand over the one that still rested at his elbow. "Are you ready to wed, Elizabeth?" It was the first time he had called her by her Christian name. She found that she liked the sound. "I am, Mr. Darcy." Elizabeth raised her eyebrow and tilted her head slightly while looking back up at him. "William," he whispered at her silent question. "I am ready, William." Chapter 9. The walk to the chapel took place in small groups. Mrs. Bennet had tried to insist that they use the carriages. However, since the journey would only have taken them across the street and down 2 buildings, that idea was quickly vetoed. Mrs. Bennet, Kitty and Lydia sat in the front row on the bride's side of the aisle. Georgiana, Mrs. Young, Wickham, and the constable sat in the groom's section. Richard could see that his cousin, Georgiana, was uncomfortable with the company. Nevertheless, he thought it would not hurt the girl to suffer their presence. After all, it was because of her actions that the ceremony would take place. The vicar, the curate, and Mr. Collins were seated directly behind them. It was a testimony to Mr. Collins' upset at being denied his choice of bride that he elected not to sit with the Bennets. Nobody except him cared. At the front of the chapel stood the bishop, Mary Bennet, Colonel Fitzwilliam, and the groom. Darcy had recognised the bishop from attending dinners at the home of his great-uncle, the archbishop. There would be no impediment to the wedding, with him officiating. Even Mr. Collins was a bit cowed, but only a bit. In the back stood Elizabeth and her father, frantically whispering back and forth to each other. "This is not the wedding of your dreams, is it, Lizzie?" Her father stood holding her hand, as tightly to him as Darcy had done earlier. "It is not." There was no sense in denying the obvious. I envisioned Jane standing up with me, wearing her glorious smile, and being welcomed by a man whom I had known for longer than one day. She sighed in disappointment. "Father, why did you push so hard for this?" It was a question he had expected, and it shamed him briefly to admit the answer. "For 22 years, your mother has been like a hen who has pecked and pecked at me. Her security has been at the forefront of virtually every conversation we have had. Until last evening, I had not a moment's peace in my own household. Your Mr. Darcy has promised to purchase a small home here in Meryton for your mother and provide enough for her to live on for her lifetime, thus securing her future." Even he recognised how selfish that must sound to his beloved second daughter. "You must admit, Lizzie, you are marrying a good man." Elizabeth did not know what to say. She had hoped her father's motive had been her welfare, not his own. It hurt her heart to think that her sister's future was still in her father's hands. At least by her marriage to Darcy, the desperation to have attachments for Jane, Mary, Kitty and Lydia would not move him to act as selfishly as he had done with her. For this Elizabeth was grateful. "Papa, then take me to him now." She turned to the front of the church and saw her soon-to-be husband standing tall and proud. Elizabeth could not have known that he had only eyes for her. The whole time she had been speaking with her father, he had not removed his gaze from his betrothed. Elizabeth lifted her chin and started walking down the aisle. She never took her eyes from him, and did not acknowledge her father when he placed her hand in Darcy's. The ceremony proceeded without interruption until the last prayer was said, and they were declared Mr. and Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy. Mrs. Bennet sobbed. Richard grinned so wide that he thought his face might break in two. Georgiana shed a tear or two of relief. After the register was signed and goodbyes were said, the Colonel escorted Wickham and Mrs. Young to a waiting carriage. He handed them their promised funds, and reminded them of the threat of his retribution if they dared to blacken the name of Georgiana Darcy. Richard closed the carriage door and signalled to the driver to proceed. He hoped it would be the last he would see of the miscreants. Mr. and Mrs. Bennet departed Meryton for Longbourn, accompanied by their 3 youngest daughters. It had been Elizabeth's mother's wish to provide a lavish wedding breakfast, but she was forestalled by the fact that the only ones outside her family in attendance would be Mr. Collins. The lady refused to provide such rich food to a man who may not end up as her son-in-law. Mr. Hill, the long-time butler at Longbourn, had received instructions from his master as soon as the time of the marriage had been decided. Thus it was that a wagon delivered Elizabeth's quickly packed trunks just as the ceremony had ended. With them loaded onto the newly rented carriage, the 3 Darcys and Colonel Fitzwilliam headed south to Darcy House in London. They had only just pulled out from in front of the inn when Parker arrived in the Darcys' coach. Little time was spent in resting the team before they all were on their way. It was quiet inside the coach. Only the clopping of the horses' hooves, the jangle of the harnesses, and the grinding of the wheels over the packed dirt road broke the silence. Elizabeth looked across the carriage at the men. Colonel Fitzwilliam had to be sweltering in his uniform, and his longing gaze outside the window indicated his desire to be atop his horse, which had been tied to the back of the carriage. Her husband, how odd that sounded, was looking between her and his sister. He too must have been uncomfortable in the clothing layers that society demanded a gentleman wear in good weather or in bad. "A gentleman?" Elizabeth finally broke the silence. "Should you want to ride alongside the carriage, I would use this opportunity to become better acquainted with my new sister." It was an offer both men gladly accepted. While Richard had no regrets, Darcy worried that his actions might be seen as abandonment of his new bride. Her smile reassured him. Georgiana Darcy was pleased with the results of the day. She had immediately felt comfortable with Elizabeth when they had met the day before. She appreciated Elizabeth's discretion in not causing trouble in the carriage with Wickham by trying to start a conversation. Georgiana also appreciated Elizabeth's quick thinking in alerting her brother to the danger Georgiana found herself in. Miss Darcy was delighted with her new sister, and as soon as the coach got under way, she did not hesitate to tell her so. Elizabeth reached over and patted the back of Georgiana's hand, thanking her for her kind words of welcome. It had bothered her that there had been no recriminations for Georgiana from either Miss Darcy's brother or her cousin. Elizabeth knew how volatile and impressionable those years were, and felt it a failure if they did not help Georgiana appreciate that the ends did not justify the means. "Sister, dear," Elizabeth cautiously began, "you seem well pleased with today's events. Are you happy?" "Oh, Elizabeth!" Georgiana's words gushed out of her like water released from a dam. "Yes, I am pleased. It is the most romantic thing. William coming to your rescue so you would not have to marry Mr. Collins." Elizabeth paused before she responded, wondering how she could best help Georgiana to see the erroneousness of her thinking. "I do not understand, Georgiana. Why would you think it romantic? Your brother is now tied for life to a stranger who is not of your social sphere. I have ties to trade, and have never had a presentation or a London season. I bring nothing to the marriage, not even love. Please, explain to me how you find this to be romantic." The colour instantly rose in Georgiana's cheeks. Elizabeth could almost see the thoughts churning in her youthful head. I guess I never considered those facts, Elizabeth. But surely William will overlook them, will he not?" Georgiana's voice grew more hesitant with each word. "I do not know, sister, how my husband will respond." Elizabeth vowed to herself to help the girl see the complete picture. Had the events of yesterday not unfolded, I would have arrived back home and met Mr. Collins today as an unencumbered single woman who has been trained to care for a household. I have also received the education needed to be a successful governess, and I have family who would have welcomed me into their homes, should I not have wanted to marry that man. Also, Mr. Collins may never have offered for me, so my life would have gone on as I was used to. Those options were taken away when I chose to write to your brother for help. Had you not been in that carriage, my life would have still been my own. But since you did choose to foolishly assert your independence by attaching yourself to a worthless man, my choices were taken away from me. By you." Georgiana dropped her chin to her chest, and Elizabeth could see that her breathing had become shallow. Elizabeth was not yet done. "Georgiana, I will not ask that you look at me while I continue. Only think long and hard about what I will now say." She waited until she saw a small nod from her companion. "It was your decision, and your decision only, that endangered your reputation and your family name, to the point that your brother had to take drastic action. This decision also affected your cousin, Mrs. Young, Mr. Wickham, my family, and me. Please know that I do not tend to hold a grudge, so your forgiveness is guaranteed. However, there will be consequences. It will be my recommendation to your guardians that your presentation be postponed until you are at least 8 and 10 years of age. Until then you will be trained in every aspect of running a house, from learning to launder clothes, cook meals, care for the floors and the furniture, and plan meals on a budget." "But we have people who take care of that for me." Georgiana could not help but interrupt, her voice whiny and her attitude rebellious. Ah, that is where you would have been wrong, dear sister. Elizabeth again reached over and patted her hand. Had you carried out your ill-advised elopement, you would have had to live on the income that Wickham generated. Since he was, apparently, constantly in debt, your home would have been a hovel and provisions meagre. There would have been no one to care for your needs, no servants to tend you, and no one to help you when children came along. It is not a pretty picture, is it, Georgiana? The tears started with that mental picture, and then poured without let-up onto the young girl's hands clasped on her lap. Elizabeth, used to the tears of Kitty and Lydia being turned off and on in an attempt to gain their desire, was unmoved. It will be your choice, Georgiana. You have a reprieve while we are in Ramsgate, as it is important that William and I present ourselves as a couple who are in love, with you happy for our union. Then it will be your choice whether you learn your lesson at Darcy House or at Pemberley. But learn it you will. Georgiana suddenly realised that having an older sister might not be all she had thought it would be. She glanced up at Elizabeth to see if there was any vacillation or room to move her new sister to a different outcome. Elizabeth was resolute. Georgiana sighed, and for the first time wished she could go back to the days in Ramsgate before George Wickham showed up. There is no sense wishing to return to the days before your aborted elopement, Georgiana. Georgiana's head whipped up, and her mouth dropped open at Elizabeth's words. How did Elizabeth know what she had been thinking? Elizabeth just patted Georgiana's hands and sat back comfortably on the seat. She shook her head slightly at the knowledge that it did not matter the level of society that a young girl was from. A young girl longing for love, affection, and independence was a dangerous thing. She sighed to herself at what she had become involved in. She left London yesterday as Miss Elizabeth Bennet, and was returning this day as Mrs. Elizabeth Darcy. She now had 5 sisters, not just 4. With all of this happening in the last 24 hours, she pondered what the next 24 would bring. It was with horror that she realised what was to come. The wedding night. Chapter 10. Darcy looked through the window of his carriage at the 2 women who were now most important to his life. He saw them deep in discussion, and then he saw his sister wipe away her tears. They worried him, and he could not help but fret. Richard, too, was aware that Elizabeth was doing most of the talking. She had impressed him as being wise beyond her years. Nevertheless, his new cousin was virtually unknown. He had to admit to himself that he was fretting as well. When they reached the first stop at an inn to rest the horses and refresh themselves, it had been agreed that the ladies would remain in the coach until a private room was acquired. It had only been the day prior since Georgiana and Elizabeth had been inside that very inn on the trip north. How much had changed? Parker returned to the gentleman with the news that Wickham and Mrs. Young were inside the building. Apparently there had been some disagreement between the 2 of them as to the course that should be taken once they reached London. Foolishly, Mrs. Young had allowed Wickham to carry the £20 Darcy had given her. Since he was unwilling to return the funds to her, she vowed to stick as close to him as burrs on a dog until she received her money in full. Their carriage would not leave for another 30 minutes. There had been trouble with an axle, and their arrival in London had been delayed. Of all the foolish... Richard did not hesitate to display his disgust. Even Darcy rolled his eyes at hearing what had befallen the 2 culprits. Letting Elizabeth and Georgiana know the reason for the delay, Darcy and Richard walked inside. "What have you in mind, cousin?" Richard could see anger and frustration simmering just below Darcy's stoic countenance. This would not go well for Wickham. "I will know when I see them." His words were sharp and pointed. Less than 5 minutes later, they returned to the carriage. Richard handed out Georgiana, while Darcy helped Elizabeth out of the carriage. "I beg your pardon, ladies." It pained Darcy to have his wife and sister in association for the second time that day with 2 such amoral people. Both Wickham and Mrs. Young were identified by the innkeeper. Apparently they played their part well,
as the owner of this fine establishment, wish me joy."
Darcy saw his cousin roll his eyes, shaking his head slightly.
"We are actors on the stage, Georgiana, and we need to do our part. Apparently George explained that you were unhappy yesterday because you had not yet met the woman your brother intended to marry, and none of you were aware that Miss Bennet, who was also on the stagecoach, was to be the future Mrs. Darcy. With this explanation, we shall need to share a private room with Wickham and Mrs. Young."
He looked closely at his sister. He saw the evidence of tears, and could imagine how difficult her day had been.
"Will you be able to play your role, Georgie?"
Georgiana, still bruised from the exchange she had with Elizabeth, would not raise her eyes to look at him. She did mumble her acquiescence.
"Then smile, sister dear."
With that, they pasted smiles on their faces and entered the inn. The minutes that passed were long. The small dining room was filled with the deafening sounds of silence. The clink of a teacup set too firmly on its plate, the scuff and shuffle of a foot moving under the table across the uneven wooden floor, and the clearing of a throat as if a bone had been caught sideways. Colonel Fitzwilliam had chosen to place himself alongside Wickham, sitting as close as possible without touching. Wickham responded by pulling at his cravat and clearing his throat. Each time he shuffled over on the bench, Richard would follow. It was a game of cat and mouse that the Colonel was destined to win. The extent of the damage done to Wickham's face by only 2 of Richard's blows kept Wickham endeavouring to distance himself from the Colonel. Darcy finally stood and walked to the table. From his height, it appeared that Wickham was shrunken in stature. For some odd reason, his mind registered that there was a thin spot on the top of Wickham's head, where the hair had been skilfully combed over. Darcy pushed that observation to the back of his own mind.
"If you would both like the opportunity to have a fresh start, with the charge of theft dropped, I will forgive the fine I paid for your release, Wickham. I will also provide you both with transportation to the Americas, to the port of your choice, and £100 to start your new life. My 2 stipulations are that you leave England on the first vessel sailing west, and that you never return to England."
Darcy's words hung in the air. They could hear the activity increasing outside the dining room, and knew the stagecoach was ready to make its way to London.
£500,
Wickham boldly stated.
£100,
Darcy replied without pause.
Should you choose to accept my offer, which is available only if you both accept it, you can meet with my man of business on the morrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Wickham, you know where his office is located, do you not?
Wickham nodded his head.
If you do not accept my offer, know that the £20 you both possess from me is the last money you will ever see from the Darcy family, ever."
Darcy stared hard at them, turned his back on them, and crossed the room to his wife and sister. His emotions were torn, and his heart had a physical ache that seemed to have no cure. He hated Wickham for what he'd tried to do to Georgiana, and he hated the kind of man Wickham had become. Yet he fondly recalled the years of play and companionship from their youth. It was a turmoil that would only settle with time and removal of any possibility of future contact. The events of the past 24 hours had been difficult for everyone in the room. Thus it was a relief when Wickham and Mrs. Young accepted the agreement, boarded their coach, and left. Richard, having the tact of a rutting bull in a field of daisies, plunged ahead with what weighed on his mind. Several times in recent years, his life and the lives of others had been saved by having all of the cards laid out on the table, with nothing hidden. It was most often uncomfortable. However, the benefits far outweighed the potential embarrassment.
"Georgiana, what could you possibly have been thinking to want to elope with that man?"
In a show of solidarity, Elizabeth moved over and grasped Georgiana's hand. "Colonel Fitzwilliam, as one of Georgiana's guardians, you have a right to know that we have canvassed this subject thoroughly as the miles passed from Meryton to here. As a consequence of her actions, Georgiana has agreed to learn firsthand what life would have been like married to Mr. Wickham. She will learn to cook, clean, launder clothing, and shop for food on a limited budget." Elizabeth squeezed Georgiana's hand and whispered to the young girl beside her to lift her head. "This she has accepted with grace, and with firm resolve to learn from her mistakes, so that she will be better able to look for potential consequences before making another weighty decision like the one she made in Ramsgate. Georgiana knew in her heart that it was not with grace that she had responded to Elizabeth's counsel. She was relieved at the kind way Elizabeth had chosen her words. It might not be so bad, having an older sister, after all. While Colonel Fitzwilliam could see the sense in Elizabeth's discipline, Darcy did not. His first response was irritation that this woman had stepped into his place, and he thought the punishment harsh. Then he reflected on what he would have wanted to do as punishment, compared to what he probably might have done. He could not remember the last time he had spoken firmly with his sister. That thought shamed him. It was his position to guide as well as protect. This he had erroneously left to others. Gratitude for Elizabeth poured over him like chilled water from a waterfall on a hot day. This woman he had married was refreshing. He quickly made a decision. Sister, in addition to the strictures my wife has settled on you, I will remove your allowance for the time period that you are undergoing your training. It is my hope that we shall never have to repeat the last day. Do you also share that same hope, Georgiana? She hated it when her brother was clever. If she said yes, she would be admitting that the punishment fit the crime. If she said no, there was the possibility of more unwanted constraints. Georgiana had reached 5 and 10 years, with few interruptions to the course she wanted. Her brother and cousin had supplied her with companions, and a governess who easily bent to her will. Georgiana looked to her new sister, and realised that Elizabeth might be smaller in form, but she would bend as easily as one of the thick marble columns that flanked the entry of her home. The fact that she would not be able to sway her new sister to her way of thinking left a sour taste in Georgiana's mouth. It was something she could not ever remember feeling before. When Georgiana did not answer right away, her brother stared at her, his eyebrows raised in question. Darcy should not be surprised at her stubbornness. It was a quality that flourished on both sides of their family. They both were relieved when Elizabeth spoke up. This was probably the first time that her young sister had been backed into a corner that she could not squirm or cry her way out of. She caught Richard's eye as she moved her eyes from her husband to Georgiana. Richard was sitting back in a chair, with his arms crossed over his waist. His feet were stretched in front of him and crossed at the ankles. He looked to be the picture of relaxation. However, his eyes were alive, and proved he was completely invested in the discussion. Georgiana, you have in front of you a wonderful opportunity, Elizabeth stated, her tone kind. At that, all 3 occupants of the room looked at her in amazement. I see your surprise, all of you, but think of matters from this viewpoint. I have been a sister to you for only 2 hours. You may feel that I was hasty in settling your punishment upon you, and in part you are correct. However, I was taught from an early age by a wise, beloved grandmother to start as you mean to go on. I would do this with your brother as my husband, and I also do this with you as my sister, Georgiana. As I mentioned to you in our conversation, I rarely hold on to anger. So from your guardians and myself, we have now discussed your error, and you know what must be done. Unless you balk at your tasks, there is no need for it to be mentioned again. Your opportunity is in what you will take from these actions. Will you learn nothing and place yourself in danger again? That we do not know. Will you learn valuable lessons that will set you apart from your peers as being a truly accomplished woman? Again, that we do not yet know. What we do know, Georgiana, is that you will be shown how to care for every need of a family under conditions that are good as well as poor. How could this not improve you? How could this not make you wise? How could this not be an opportunity? Darcy looked at his wife with new respect. It brought to mind a conversation he had had with his father when he was about 10 years of age. They had been in the stables, and his father had him work with the groom to muck out the stalls, clean and sort the tack, and groom the horses. When his father noticed his son's resistance to such manual labour, Darcy was taken to task. He remembered his father's words well. "Son,
A real man knows how to care for everything under his authority. A man that can do is far more worthy of being called a gentleman than a man who orders someone else to do something he chooses not to try. It does not mean that you will ever know everything there is to know, but to deliberately deprive yourself of basic skills of life is to deprive your family and anyone else that is under your care.
He wondered what his father would think of his new wife. Somehow, he knew his father would be pleased that he had not settled for one of the simpering society debutantes, whose only skill was spending the Darcy coffers until they were bone dry. Richard stood and dusted off the front of his uniform with his large hands. "Georgie, might you take a stroll with me around the prettyish little wilderness to the side of the inn? It will give you time to reflect on all that has been said." In 3 steps he reached his cousin's side, and taking her hand, he walked her out of the door, removing her option to decide, leaving Darcy and Elizabeth alone. Darcy could not take his eyes from Elizabeth. The burn in his heart changed to something more, though he could not put a name to it. How could he not admire her? Elizabeth wondered if she had gone too far. Experience with Lydia and Kitty had shown her the wisdom of setting boundaries and letting them move as freely within those borders as possible. Quick discipline when they pushed the limits of propriety was the only thing that seemed to hold sway over them. She worried what would happen to her younger sisters, now that she and Jane were both gone from Longbourn. Elizabeth wished that her parents would set aside their own desires for once, and give needed attention to the youngsters. However, wishes were like fishes, hard to capture and hold. She looked at the man standing before her. Elizabeth had been aware that he struggled with her exerting her right as mistress, in speaking to his sister as she had done. Yet this man had respected her position and supported her. It was something she had only ever seen in the marriage of her uncle and Aunt Gardner. Theirs was the relationship she had always hoped for in a marriage.
"Did you mean what you said, Elizabeth?"
Darcy quietly asked her. His gaze had not moved from her face. "Are you inquiring about the whole of what I said, or was there a part in particular, William?"
"The part where you said that you intended to start as you mean to go on."
Elizabeth weighed her words carefully. "Yes, William, I meant it." While she had no affection for Fitzwilliam Darcy, she was developing a respect for him as an honest, upright man. That he loved his sister, she had no doubt. That he treated his cousin as an equal in the matter of guardianship was honourable. Adding to what she already had learned about the man, his dignifying Mr. Wickham with an offer of a new start was evidence of a compassionate heart. Elizabeth felt tremendous hope that affection would grow if they continued on the path they were headed. "As you mentioned before, we are players in a romantic drama, William. I believe you to be correct in this estimation of our situation. Too many of the productions I have read have ended poorly for the lovers. I long for a better future than Romeo and Juliet, or Tristan and Isolde."
"Lancelot and Guinevere,"
Darcy countered. "Hero and Leander," was her addition. They both chuckled at how well matched they were in this discussion. It bode well for the future.
"Elizabeth, fairness to you would be for me to wait to come to you until we have developed some affection for one another. I am blatantly aware of your sacrifice for the Darcy name you now bear. I do not want you to feel uncomfortable, or feel like the marriage bed is owed to me."
There, it was done. Darcy had wondered how he would make his opinion known, and had been wrestling with how to approach the subject since they had left Longbourn. He was surprised at the strength of the longing he had for his new wife. Her beauty and character had drawn him like a hungry bee to a tree dripping with honey. Darcy was almost 28 years of age, and knew that with this woman, his waiting to experience the joys of marital relations was almost over. However, he would not pressure her to do what she was not prepared to do. "William, I thank you for your consideration." Elizabeth briefly closed her eyes, as resolution filled her heart. "While I feel my respect and admiration for you growing, it is but a small bud, not a large oak. To face the obstacles we need to overcome, to properly play our roles, we need much more than that, do you not agree?"
I do.
Then the only thing left available to us right now is passion, William. Elizabeth's face flamed as she made this bold declaration. In the words of the bard, we know what we are, but know not what we may be. Like Georgiana, we have an opportunity, William, an opportunity to start as we mean to go on, to become the characters that we play.
So, Elizabeth, to be clear, you were saying that you were willing to do all within your power to make this marriage work. Would this be correct?
He took a step towards her, never taking his eyes off her lovely face. You are. The words came out in a whisper. Darcy drew close to her, lowered his head, and touched his mouth to hers. It was a gentle touch, filled with warmth and tenderness. He stepped back only when he heard Richard's voice coming down the hall to the private dining room. Their time alone was over. However, hope burned bright, the flicker now aflame. Chapter 11. The sun was shining through the master bedroom window, gradually advancing and forming a path across the floor, pouring a strip of light over the bottom corner of the bed. Darcy had been awake for a while, marvelling at all he and his wife had learned and experienced throughout the night. For him, it had been worth the wait. The struggle to remain chaste while at university had been challenging, almost overwhelming at times. Since taking the reins of Pemberley, Darcy often ended the days exhausted from hard physical and mental labour, so that his sleep was immediate and his dreams few. The grappling then had not been as hard, but it was always there. Next to him, pressed against his side, was a woman of whom dreams were made. Her curiosity and willingness to engage willingly with him bespoke a commitment to the partnership the two of them had begun only the day before. Elizabeth had been proven correct in her thinking about having passion forge a strong bond. Already, Darcy could feel a tug on his heartstrings, and the person at the other end was his wife. He smiled in contentment. Elizabeth could tell that her husband was awake. She could feel his hand stroking her hair, stopping occasionally to twist a curl around his finger. The side of her face, resting on his chest, rose and fell with his breathing. She smiled softly to herself. The embrace was intimate, one Elizabeth realised would be oft repeated in the days and years to come. "William," she whispered, her breath moving the soft dark hairs on his chest. "It is not time to rise as of yet, is it?" He chuckled. They were like-minded in their reluctance to leave their haven, their refuge. When they had arrived at Darcy House the evening before, 3 notes had been sent. The first went to Darcy's attorney, requesting an appointment to draw up the settlement papers for Elizabeth's benefit. The second went to Georgiana's seamstress for an appointment for Elizabeth in 2 days' time. And the last one was a note to the gardeners, asking that they bring Jane Bennet to visit the next afternoon. Thus Elizabeth would see her sister and share her news. He could not imagine Elizabeth's father rousing himself to send notice of her marriage, nor would her mother think of telling anyone but her closest neighbours. Darcy wanted to shout it to the moon and back. How could one day make such a difference in his life? He kissed the top of his wife's head. "Yes, dearest, it is time to greet our day. We would not want your family to find us here, would we?" He loved Elizabeth's laughter. He loved her sharp brain, and he loved her passionate nature. A sudden thought flickered through the recesses of his mind. He knew that he did not know Elizabeth well enough to be in love with her. It was not love at first sight. But what he did know about her he liked very much. The potential for future felicity was there to be cultivated, like the wheat fields at Pemberley. Hard, diligent work, with constant attention, would see that their relationship would bear fruit. It was such a pleasant thought that he smiled into her hair. Elizabeth felt his mouth move, and wondered at the man she had married. At first, she had worried, because it seemed that he was emotionless, almost unfeeling. She knew that to be married to a man who was emotionally bankrupt would be like trying to draw life-giving water from a dry well. It would eventually destroy them both, and they would end up with a loveless marriage, similar to the arranged marriages so common amongst the temps. However, he had provided an abundance of evidence that he felt things very deeply. Elizabeth was proud of him for accepting her input and supporting her, and she loved the patience and generosity he showed her during their wedding night. Without being aware of it, she hugged him to herself, filled with gratitude for being attached to such a man. Darcy did not know what motivated her to caress him so tenderly, but he was not above viewing it as an invitation. It was one she readily accepted. They still beat Georgiana down to the breakfast room. Both blushed furiously at her innocent inquiry as to whether they had slept well. Colonel Fitzwilliam returned to his barracks as soon as they arrived in London the day before. He promised to try to get away later that day to accompany the Darcys when introductions were made to his parents, Lord and Lady Matlock. Darcy wanted Richard's support, and Elizabeth was grateful for it. Neither Darcy nor Elizabeth were inclined to put off confrontation, and Darcy figured it would be good practice for them before meeting Lady Catherine. When the Gardiners and Jane arrived that afternoon, Elizabeth waited with Darcy and Georgiana to receive them in the front drawing-room. There had been no explanation in the note, just a statement of Elizabeth's presence at that address. Thus there was much to explain. Elizabeth had acquainted Darcy with the depth of affection she felt for her sister, her aunt and her uncle. She also made him aware that the Gardiner marriage was one she hoped to emulate. Thus he thought it wise to pay close attention to how the couple interacted and the attention they gave their nieces. After hugs and introductions were exchanged, they were seated, and a tea tray was brought in and served. The Gardiners knew of the Darcy family. Mrs. Gardiner had grown up 5 miles from Pemberley, so she was aware of the Darcy wealth and position. Mr. Gardiner, as a successful London businessman, also knew of the family. He managed a consortium of businesses that specialised in trade with the Orient and profited tremendously from the spice trade in the Indies and the coast and islands surrounding Africa. Fitzwilliam Darcy was a partner in the Gardiner business interests, and Mr. Gardiner perceived from Darcy's position behind Elizabeth's chair that there was soon to be a closer relationship between the two families.
"Lizzie, how is it that you find yourself at Darcy House? It was only 2 days past that we put you on the coach to Meryton at the request of your father. Our expectations were to hear of your engagement to Bennet's cousin, Mr. Collins."
Mr. Gardiner was as direct in his personal life as he was in his business. They had pondered the invitation they had received from Mr. Darcy. Rumour had it that he was a proud man who kept himself separate from those considered lower in society. To have his niece in the Darcy home was unexpected. Even though she was a gentleman's daughter, the difference in influence with peers of the realm and society in general was notable. Mr. Gardiner had also noticed the ring Lizzie wore on her left hand. It was a large blue stone, most likely a sapphire, surrounded by glittery diamonds. He had his suspicions as to what was going on, and his niece's first words confirmed it. "Mr. Darcy and I married yesterday in Meryton, uncle." Darcy noticed the look between Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner at Elizabeth's announcement. It was as if the words were expected and unexpected at the same time. Jane rushed to Elizabeth's side and hugged her again, her congratulations sincere. Darcy was surprised when he met Miss Bennet. She was the same height as Georgiana, with the same fair colouring. Her serenity was in direct contrast to Elizabeth's vivacity. While she may have been considered beautiful by some, she paled in comparison to his wife. As the conversation and explanations flowed, Darcy deeply appreciated the kindness of Miss Bennet in including Georgiana in the discussion. It was Mrs. Gardiner who next caught Darcy's attention. "Miss Darcy, I knew your mother when she first came to Pemberley as a new bride. My father was a bookseller in Lambton. Your mother had such deep love for your father that she regularly came into the shop looking for that special book to add to your father's collection." Darcy glanced at his sister's face and found her as enraptured as he was at Mrs. Gardiner's words. He remembered the love and affection his parents had for one another. To Georgiana, who had never had a chance to know her mother, this was like the finest music to her ears. He watched as Georgiana leaned forward in her seat so she would not miss a word. Mrs. Gardiner chuckled at part of the memory. "It was not long before your father started sneaking into the shop as well. He surmised what your mother was about, and decided to leave a list with my father of particular volumes he hoped to add to Pemberley's library. There were several times that they almost accidentally encountered each other on their secret missions, Miss Darcy." She paused and watched the young girl. "Their joy in each other spread joy to others. Mr. Gardiner and I married several years later, and I vowed to have the same happiness in my marriage that your parents had in theirs." "Thank you, Mrs. Gardiner, for sharing that with us." Georgiana had been overcome with emotion, so Darcy spoke. It too touched his heart to hear that others found his parents to be exactly as he had. They had been an exceptional couple who put marriage and family above all others. "Mr. and Miss Darcy, please know that my heart still aches at the loss of your mother. Lady Anne had the appearance of a composed, regal woman, and she was. However, she was particularly beloved by the children of the village, because she never failed to stop and encourage them in the games they played. She loved life and adventure. In fact, once, 3 of the Miller boys were disgruntled because they were tired of playing pirates. Lady Anne heard them complain, and stopped her stroll around the village to tell them the tale of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. She had them enthralled, practically eating out of her hand. Then she walked them to the end of the street, where the old woodcarver's house was in disrepair, and found a tree branch that was sticking up out of a pile of stones. "Excalibur," Darcy softly spoke. "I remember that place. Mother took me there after telling me the same story. I thought the place was magical, and tried to move that branch." He looked down at his sister's face, which looked up at him in amazement. "I must have been about 5 or 6 years of age the first time she told me." Darcy cleared his throat, which suddenly felt restricted, like someone was squeezing the air from him. "Mrs. Gardiner, I do not know if you have been back to Lambton recently, but the sword is still there, waiting for other young boys to try to remove it from the stone." They chuckled as he had intended. Elizabeth stood from her chair and moved next to him, entwining her small fingers with his, squeezing gently. It amazed him how that single touch squeezed his heart as well. The rest of the visit went well. Darcy only hoped that Elizabeth's introduction to his relatives later that night would be just as smooth. He had worried about Gardiner's connection to trade, but knew the man as a savvy businessman who was honest in his dealings with others and was honourable by nature. He could not say that of his own uncle. He only wished he could. The Gardiners and Jane had risen to leave, when Jane whispered to her sister that she had been introduced to an amiable gentleman the night before while attending the theatre. His name was Mr. Bingley. Elizabeth could tell that the man had left a favourable impression on her sister, because of the roses that appeared in Jane's cheeks as she mentioned his name. "Bingley?" Georgiana had overheard the name. "He is a close friend of my brother, Miss Bennet." Her sister's words caught Darcy's attention. "Yes, he is one of my closest friends." "It is a small world, is it not?" asked Mr. Gardiner. Before Darcy could reply, a noise could be heard outside the drawing-room at the entry of his home. The loud voice of a woman demanding Darcy's whereabouts was accompanied by the thump of a walking-stick on his marble floors. Aunt Catherine had arrived. Simmons, Darcy's long-time butler, had never in all of his long years of service to the Darcys had one pleasant experience with Lady Catherine de Bourgh. He closed his eyes briefly and drew in a breath. He wondered that such an uncivil, rude, arrogant woman could be related to Lady Anne Darcy. Darcy thought to relieve the suffering of his staff by walking out to the hall. He was unaware that Elizabeth had followed behind. Georgiana sat like stone on the settee, with her hand up to her open mouth, and the Gardiners and Jane remained unmoved. "Aunt Catherine, to what do I owe the pleasure of this unexpected call?" Darcy noted several things at once. Lady Catherine was accompanied by her sycophantic rector, Mr. Collins. She was extremely angry, and she was completely ignoring him, her piercing gaze focused on a point just behind him. He looked back to see where his aunt's finger was pointing, to find his beautiful wife, standing erect with her chin lifted and her eyes blazing. "Ah, reinforcements." He chuckled to himself at the thought. His aunt's first words had him go from a feeling of peace to fury. "You harlot!" Chapter 12. The reactions of those in the entry and in the drawing-room were varied: shock, horror, disbelief, and smugness. It was the look on Mr. Collins' face that reflected the last. He was unused to having his desires usurped, and his patroness denied. Lady Catherine de Bourgh had sent him to Longbourn to gain a wife, and the refusal he got from Miss Elizabeth Bennet was a disruption to his plans. He demanded justice was served to the insolent girl. Lady Catherine had been incensed when the express came from Collins. He finally had proven his worth. There was no way on the earth she was going to allow her nephew, Fitzwilliam Darcy, to ruin his future and hers by attaching himself to a worthless girl. Lady Catherine had set out immediately, and hoped beyond hope that the marriage had not been consummated. An annulment would be impossible should that have happened. There was no telling what arts and allurements had been used to gain the hand of her nephew. Though a divorce would bring temporary shame to the Fitzwilliam family name, it was worth the slight to have Darcy separated from that woman. Lady Catherine had thought ahead and brought a bank draft in the amount of £10,000 for Miss Bennet to settle herself in someone else's household. Darcy walked briskly and stood in front of Mr. Collins. His fists balled at his sides.
"You, Mr. Collins, are wholly unconnected to me, and have no reason to be in my home. Wait for my aunt in her carriage."
It was not a request. Darcy wanted to wipe that smirk off the clergyman's face, in the same manner that Richard had acted against Wickham. There was only a fine line between his control and acting on his desires, and he hoped Collins was as foolish as he looked. He was.
"Sir, my patroness, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, has declared your marriage to my cousin to be nonsense, and the work of a skilled courtesan which—"
That was as far as the man got. Darcy's fist shot out, and Lady Catherine's rector hit the floor. Before anyone could move a muscle, Darcy turned on his aunt.
"How dare you?"
Shame battled with anger in Darcy's chest.
"How dare you come into my home and insult the woman who is my wife? You will apologise to Mrs. Darcy this instant, Lady Catherine, or you will never be welcomed in our homes again."
She was the daughter of an earl. Darcy's father was a farmer. Yes, she was completely aware her younger sister had married that farmer, but this was not to be borne. Lady Catherine needed Darcy to accomplish her plans. However, a married Darcy would serve no purpose at all. It was imperative, for the future of the Matlocks, that Darcy be united with her daughter, Anne de Bourgh. Lady Catherine and Lord Matlock had a love for one thing and one thing only: status. Darcy's help could not be guaranteed until he was attached to the family, not just by birth, but by the unbreakable bond of matrimony. It mattered not to her that she wanted that same bond broken between Darcy and Elizabeth. For her, the ends did justify the means. Lady Catherine knew she had overplayed her hand. Retreat was her only option at the time.
"Nephew," Lady Catherine purred, "you will soon come to your senses and see what that woman is about. She has taken advantage of you, and you are following her skirt like a puppy. Come to Matlock House tonight, and we will talk with my brother about the future of this family. We have plans for you, Fitzwilliam, which will keep the family name and the shades of Pemberley from being polluted."
Lady Catherine stepped closer to Darcy. She was so lost in her own visions of success that she failed to see the signs of fury on her nephew.
"Leave this woman and come tonight. We will talk then."
Turning to a footman who had stoically witnessed the confrontation, Lady Catherine demanded that he help Mr. Collins from the floor and into her carriage. She turned and walked out of the house without looking back, her words moving like ripples throughout the ground floor and beyond. Darcy and the rest of his guests were stunned. This was the first time Georgiana had ever seen her aunt in full force, and she was suddenly terrified at how Lady Catherine would have reacted had she learned of her aborted elopement with a steward's son. For the first time since Elizabeth had helped her, and Darcy had arranged to keep the rumours from spreading, Georgiana felt regret for her actions. If Lady Catherine reacted that way, she knew her Uncle Matlock would follow. That would have alienated her from her relatives, and she would have been alone with Wickham in that hovel Elizabeth had talked about. She started crying, and the tears refused to stop. Georgiana hated that she had been wrong and acted the fool. Darcy stood as still as a statue facing the door, his fists still ready to strike. His inside shook with the thought that he had wanted to strike his aunt in the same manner he had Collins. He was unaware that Elizabeth approached him until he felt her arms wrap around his middle and her head tuck under his chin. He unclenched his jaw for fear his teeth would break and closed his eyes as he held her tightly to him. They stood together for the longest time, neither uttering a word. Eventually, Elizabeth leaned back and put her hand on the side of his face, cupping his cheek where she could feel the muscles spasm against her palm. "William?" Her voice was a whisper. "Can she take me away from you?"
"Never." Just the thought of Elizabeth being gone from his life was repulsive and frightening. In his arms was a woman worthy of fighting for. He pulled her back to him and squeezed her tighter. They were unaware of how closely their actions were being watched by the Gardiners, Georgiana and Jane. Eventually, Mr. Gardiner cleared his throat to remind them that they were not alone. The sound registered, but they were still lost in their protective cocoon. Again, Elizabeth leaned back, and this time tilted her face up to him, a promise in her eyes. Darcy kissed her deeply and passionately. There was no other response needed. Their practice of the night before served to comfort and soothe, as they found solace in each other. Again, Mr. Gardiner cleared his throat. This time his niece and her husband reacted as they were expected. They pulled apart, though they continued to hold hands, drawing strength from one another. Elizabeth smiled up at Darcy, and he wondered at her reaction. "We are a team, are we not, Mr. Darcy?" The laugh that burst from Darcy was unexpected and unusual to those who had served him for any length of time. To Elizabeth, who did not know his habits, it was met with joy. "Yes, Mrs. Darcy, we are a team." He squeezed her hand before placing it at his elbow, tucking it close, and walking beside her into the drawing-room. "I offer my sincerest apologies, Mr. Gardiner. That you and your wife were subject to the inconsiderate behaviour of my aunt is shameful. Miss Bennet, I do hope you were not too upset by its occurrence." Darcy looked to the three guests and his young sister and knew that he owed Mr. Gardiner the truth of the events of the past 2 days. He turned to his wife. "Mrs. Darcy, might you want to serve some refreshments to the ladies, while your uncle and I retire to my study?" He looked closely into her eyes, reading them as if it was his favourite novel. If there was any trepidation there, he would not remove himself. There was none. Once they were separated, Elizabeth sat next to Georgiana. Her new sister had witnessed the tender bond of union between Elizabeth and her brother, and knew for a certainty that the feelings she had for George Wickham paled in comparison. The past 2 days had opened Georgiana's eyes to 2 truths. First, she had made a terrible decision, which had unexpectedly dire consequences, and second, that she was not nearly as wise as she had thought she was. "Lizzie, are you well?" Jane had never witnessed such a display of ill manners. She hoped she never had to face someone as overpowering as Lady Catherine. Something else was just as shocking. "You kissed Mr. Darcy." It was such a breach of propriety, one she never expected to see from Lizzie. Jane had always wished to be as brave and courageous as her sister. Lizzie was the first to try something new, and often dragged Jane behind her, so that Jane's own scope of knowledge widened out as a consequence. Nevertheless, kissing in public was just not done. Jane could not help but tease her sister. Elizabeth chuckled at her sister, and the air seemed to clear of the bitterness Lady Catherine left behind. "I did I not?" Jane noticed Lizzie's smile of pleasure, and wondered at the joys a good marriage could bring. She had no idea how Lizzie came to be married to Mr. Darcy instead of Mr. Collins. However, she shuddered at anyone being attached to that officious man. It was a matter of deep shame to her that there was any relationship between the clergyman and the Bennet family. "Jane, Aunt Gardiner, you need to know that I am coming to have deep respect for my husband. His standing up for and defending me was not unexpected. It is what he does for those under his care. I am surprised that his aunt does not know this about her nephew, as she has known him far longer than I have."
She sighed heavily and reached over and patted Georgiana's hand. I feel this will permanently drive a wedge between my husband and the rest of his family. She turned to her new sister. Will you suffer from this separation, Georgiana? Georgiana was quick to shake her head. Oh, not at all, Elizabeth. This will be a consequence of Aunt Catherine's actions, not yours. The farther away Aunt Catherine is from me, the better it is, I believe. Well then, let us speak of other things, while the gentlemen have their discussion. Might I suggest that our new sister give us a tour of the house? After all, I am a stranger to it as well. Elizabeth wondered at the discussion William was having with Uncle Gardner, but did not worry, as they were two good men who had their family's best interest at heart. She smiled to herself as she followed Georgiana out of the room. That was as it should be, was it not? Chapter 13. William. It was their second night together, and Elizabeth was wrapped in Darcy's arms. The turmoil of the day had filtered into the evening, and they sought comfort from each other, both grateful for their particular companion.
Yes, Elizabeth.
Darcy's body was relaxed, but his mind still churned. It was difficult for him to focus. Pride in his name, his heritage, had been an essential part of his make-up. It elevated him and kept him separate from the mundane, he thought. Witnessing the atrocious conduct of his aunt, especially in front of Elizabeth and her family, was embarrassing and humiliating. He now had empathy for what his wife felt at Longbourn, with the declarations Mrs. Bennet made about his income. That thought shamed him. He had judged Elizabeth's mother poorly. Yes, her conduct and speech were vulgar, but what about his own aunt? Vulgar was not harsh enough to describe Lady Catherine's offensive behaviour. Her parting sally was worrisome. Darcy could not remember a time when his Aunt Catherine had backed down. William, I am sorry to interrupt your thoughts, but I would like to know about your conversation with my uncle. You seem to get on well with him. It was a statement that came out sounding like a question. Darcy looked at his wife closely and saw that she was not entirely confident. This was a new impression of Elizabeth, one that was quite unexpected. He quickly reassured her.
We got on very well, Elizabeth.
Without a thought, he kissed her forehead.
I explained the events that led up to our marriage, and he appeared to accept it with resignation.
She looked up at him, hesitating to ask. Not with pleasure?
No, not with pleasure, as you well know.
Darcy paused, considering how he could say what she wanted to know.
Your uncle is a shrewd businessman and judge of character, there is no doubt. He wants the best for you, Elizabeth, and he put me through an inquisition, demanding proof of my ability and desire to care for you. I will try to remember exactly what he asked when a young man offers for Georgiana. It was as a good parent should do for a daughter who is loved. As soon as Darcy said it, he wished it unsaid. Elizabeth's own father had asked nothing of him, other than to provide for his wife's future. He saw the pain flash in Elizabeth's eyes, and pulled her closer, whispering an apology. His wife, his strong, fearless wife, had been hurt by her father's carelessness, and Darcy wished he could somehow make it up to her. He did not know Elizabeth well enough to know if a purchased gift, or a night at the theatre or the opera, would make her feel better. Possibly some jewellery. His frustration with not knowing was ridiculous, he knew that. They knew one another so little. He tried another tack. Elizabeth, if we are blessed with children.
Darcy was surprised when Elizabeth interrupted him. Please, I cannot speak of this now, William. The ache in her heart hurt to the point of tears. Elizabeth wanted to believe that her father would not have made her marry Mr. Collins. However, there was a measure of doubt that lingered. As much as she loved her uncle, it was her father who had educated her, or so she told herself. Upon reflection, she realized that he provided the books and a quiet corner for her to read in his study, but he left it up to her to decide what to read and when. It had been Mrs. Hill, Longbourn's housekeeper, who had helped her learn to keep and balance the accounts, and it had been Cook who had taught her to make the apple tarts that her father greedily devoured. To consider the kind of parent she would be in the future would mean taking a closer look at the way she was raised in the past. It was more than she wanted to consider, with so much else that weighed upon her. It was at a time like this that both Darcy and Elizabeth regretted the speed of their marriage. Not having time to court his wife properly meant that he did not know Elizabeth well. He yearned to provide relief, but knew not how to accomplish that feat. Not having been able to observe her husband in his interactions with others caused her to be uncertain as to how he would respond when provoked. They had much to learn. "Tell me what you expect from your uncle. Will he be very angry that you did not attend him tonight at Matlock House?" Elizabeth was deeply concerned. She feared that Lady Catherine and the Matlocks would stop at nothing to tear her and William apart. Her fear was so real that she could taste it, bitter and sharp, like berries not yet ripened.
"I will not wait upon my uncle. If he is in partnership with Aunt Catherine, he can come to me."
Elizabeth found a measure of pleasure in her husband's unwillingness to bow to family when they were clearly in the wrong. It had to be uncomfortable for Darcy. She doubted that before the events of earlier that day, her husband had stood against his aunt and uncle in such a manner. Darcy's inclination was to keep his thoughts and explanations to himself. However, he was married now. He sighed at the impressions that came to his mind. He easily imagined what he would have heard had he gone to Matlock House. Snippets of the conversation swam through his mind like spawning fish struggling upstream against the current. "Uniting Pemberley and Rosings. Most powerful family." He had heard the same every time he was in Lady Catherine's presence, less often with his uncle. They were phrases that painted a picture that at one time Darcy would have viewed as a masterpiece. When had he changed? His father had not reared him to seek prominence. Darcy was trained to appreciate the power and influence his family name carried in society, no more or less than that. Darcy put his forearm over his eyes to block the vision he saw of himself. Until tonight, he had not realised that his association with the Fitzwilliam family had tarnished that fine training. When had he become just like them? It would have caused his mother much distress to know he had turned out to be a copy of her siblings. His father would be ashamed. How could he tell his wife that she had married someone with a character rotted with ambition? Darcy thought of the wisdom of starting as you mean to go on. Elizabeth was correct. If he wanted the kind of future his parents had, he would need to be open with his wife.
"You want to know it all?"
At her nod, he told her of the expected anger and accusations, the bitterness and backstabbing. Richard would stand beside him and be equally offended. It would be a poor showing, and the attack would bear wounds that might never heal. "And your aunt, Lady Matlock, will she stand at your side?" Elizabeth wondered if there would be any support for their marriage other than Colonel Fitzwilliam. "What about the Viscount?"
"The Viscount will follow Lord Matlock. I suppose my aunt will also."
Darcy's tone was laced with disgust, with a slight hint of sorrow. "William?" Elizabeth came up on her elbow, keeping her right hand on his chest. "What do you think Lady Catherine was about? Possibly it is because I do not know her, but it was blatantly obvious that something stopped her from pursuing her planned attack. After her initial barrage, her change in posture, tone and speech gave me the impression that she had something more than our marriage on her mind. Is this her typical form of conversation when she is trying to gain her way?"
"No, Elizabeth, it is not."
The impression that had registered with Darcy when it happened was odd, but he had placed it to the back of his mind, as his primary goal was to protect his family from his aunt's malicious words and the idiocy of Mr. Collins.
"I am not a violent man, Elizabeth."
With little effort she followed the path of his thinking. It was a short journey from Lady Catherine to Berg, to the offensive man who shadowed her. Elizabeth bent down and kissed his cheek. "I'm well aware of that, my husband." Darcy had allowed only her to tend his bruised fist, which involved a cool cloth and 4 tender kisses, one for each knuckle that was red and swollen. Nobody had cared for him so tenderly since his mother, Lady Anne. Elizabeth's ministrations made Darcy feel taller, stronger, able to slay dragons and rescue maidens from ivory towers.
Elizabeth.
Darcy rolled on his side to face her.
I do believe that my uncle will present himself at our door as early as possible. I ask that you not be present when he is here.
But, husband, she started.
No, Elizabeth, I will not be moved with this.
It was the firmest he had spoken to her as yet, and Elizabeth's inclination was to balk.
Please, dear wife, I would ask that you stay with Georgiana. Without a companion to guide her, she might interrupt at a time that would be most disadvantageous for her, and for you.
Though the plea was for her benefit, Elizabeth's natural curiosity about his uncle demanded that she try to negotiate her position. However, she would trust her husband in this. Then we should sleep, William. You will have much to do, and I will have much to avoid. She leaned into his kiss, and felt tremendous relief that she was not alone. Chapter 14. Darcy, Elizabeth and Georgiana were just finishing breakfast when the butler arrived to announce the arrival of Mr. Gardiner. They had been expecting Lord Matlock. Darcy directed that Elizabeth's uncle be brought into the breakfast room. The greetings were brief, as Mr. Gardiner had something of importance to share with his new nephew. Out of consideration for his wife, Darcy asked if she wanted to be present. He could see the desires wrestling with his request of the night before. Mr. Gardiner knew his niece well, and realised that her curiosity was piqued. What he had to tell Darcy was horrifying, not what any lady should hear. At her uncle's request, Elizabeth declined Darcy's invitation. Once they were seated in the study, Mr. Gardiner came directly to the point.
Darcy, are you familiar with the abolitionist movement currently being discussed in the House of Lords? I am. The slave trade was abolished in 1808, but the demands in goods needed as a result of the war with France has opened up the trade again. I understand that only last year, the year of 1810, migration from Africa across the Atlantic had substantially increased. It is an abhorrent practice. That it is. Are you aware of your uncle's position with this movement?
Darcy pondered the question, not wanting to answer too fast.
I believe that he staunchly speaks against those who both keep and transport slaves, and who gain profits from slavery. He has always done so in my presence. It appears to be the consensus amongst his peers. In that you are correct. It is the popular course for promoting public opinion that many of the lords are taking, and Lord Matlock is one of the most vocal.
Mr. Edward Gardiner took a deep breath before he continued. It was a comfortable room, a manly room. Nonetheless, the topic to be discussed within those walls was anything but manly.
Are you aware of the source of your uncle's income? Yes, Gardiner, I believe I am. His holdings around his estate in the north generate about £8,000 a year. He has interests in shipping and a sugar plantation in the Indies.
As soon as the words were out of Darcy's mouth, he realised the direction Elizabeth's uncle was going.
Good heavens, he has slaves? He does.
Gardiner allowed the news to sink in.
I met with some of my business associates last evening, and they confirmed that your uncle had been heavily in debt only a few short years ago. An opportunity was presented to him to earn a large amount of money quickly by transporting captive slaves to the Indies, and he took it. But this does not make sense.
Darcy was confused.
Just after my father died, I started attending Lady Catherine each spring for the purpose of reviewing her accounts. They were in deplorable condition. Large amounts of money had been pulled out of the estate, and it was near bankruptcy.
As a side note, he mentioned to Mr. Gardiner,
"This obviously is confidential information, sir. Lady Catherine explained that her brother was facing some financial difficulty because of his eldest son's gambling problem, and her monies were needed to rescue Matlock's estate. If that was so, there would have been no need to make such a risky move into a business that would ruin him if it were known. Are you certain of your information?" "I am, Darcy."
He looked directly at his nephew.
"I'm so certain about this that I can also share with you that your aunt, Lady Catherine de Bourgh, is in partnership with your uncle, doing business as CDB Holdings." "What?"
Darcy was stunned. This information, if known, could ruin the whole family. He shook his head as if to clear it.
This explains what they want with me, does it not? Yes, I believe that it does.
Mr. Gardiner was impressed with the quick thinking of Lizzie's husband. It would serve the couple well.
By desiring me to marry my cousin Anne, I would be attached to them in the closest of relationships. Ties that bind. It would put me in a position where I might be more inclined to keep quiet, to protect the name of my wife, and any children that came along. Should this become known, Lord Matlock and Lady Catherine would fall back on the Darcy name and reputation, and funds, to buy their way back to their positions in society.
Darcy could not keep the disgust from his voice.
This is far worse than I imagined, and my imagination is fertile.
Darcy stood from his chair and paced, finally settling himself in front of his desk and leaning back against it in a seemingly relaxed pose. He was far from relaxed. Darcy was satisfied that formalities had been set aside the day before, as he appreciated the man in front of him.
Gardiner, I expect my uncle at any time. He will arrive here full of bluster in an effort to bully me to get his way. Aunt Catherine may accompany him, and the two will attempt to sway me to rid myself of your niece. They will be unsuccessful.
Darcy hid nothing from this man.
Though we have much to learn about each other, Elizabeth and I are no longer strangers. Last evening we discussed the events that most likely would occur today, and reaffirmed our bond with each other. I vowed to her at our marriage that only death would break us apart, and she vowed the same. No unscrupulous actions will separate us, of that you can be certain. My wife and I charted our course, and we will not be swayed.
Edward Gardiner could not contain the grin on his face. Yes, this was a worthy man for his Lizzie. Before he could respond, the butler entered, after first knocking lightly on the study door.
Lord Matlock, sir.
Both Darcy and Gardiner looked at one another. Darcy's stand would be put to the test. Lord Matlock brushed past the butler without acknowledging the man, who was still in the doorway. His eyes shot to Mr. Gardiner.
Who are you?
Darcy was appalled at his uncle's rudeness. It was not a promising start, but was expected. Before he could make introductions, Mr. Gardiner spoke.
I am Mr. Edward Gardiner, Mrs. Darcy's uncle.
Mr. Gardiner had not been in business long when Lord Matlock's man of business had come to him seeking a loan to use in paying down the debt, which was starting to build against his estate. The years had been much kinder to Mr. Gardiner than to Darcy's uncle.
Trade!
It discharged from him like a curse. Lord Matlock walked up to Darcy, stepping in front of Mr. Gardiner, as if he was not even in the room. So little was his regard for the businessman. With Darcy leaning on his desk, he was eye to eye with Lord Matlock. Purposefully, Darcy stood to his full height, towering over his uncle. Darcy was incensed. His uncle had years of practice dealing with others who attempted to intimidate him. It was a common enough posture in politics. Still feeling his superiority over the tradesman, he smoothed the front of his red satin-embroidered waistcoat and pulled the lapels of his jacket closer together. The attempt to give himself the appearance of poise and nonchalance was stifled by the holes on the front of his vest being pulled tightly, and all of the buttons that were hanging by a thread. His nephew was not intimidated in the slightest. Neither was Mr. Gardiner.
Lord Matlock, you may not be familiar with my name, but I know exactly who you are.
Edward Gardiner had years of experience with titled men who had empty pockets and debt which threatened to bury them. Lord Matlock was not the only peer who sought to borrow funds. Mr. Gardiner, therefore, was not impressed with his lordship.
Who are you to imply that you know me?
Arrogance and confidence oozed out of the man's pores like sap from a tree in early spring. He was on an important mission. Lord Matlock was head of the family, and he would not leave Darcy House until his will prevailed.
I'm the sole proprietor of Gardiner Imports on Gracechurch Street. Perhaps you've heard of me now.
Elizabeth's uncle did not raise his voice, nor did he in any way look perturbed at the arrogant condescension Lord Matlock showed him. Lord Matlock may not have remembered his earlier attempt at doing business with him, but Mr. Gardiner's memory did not fail him. At this, some of the bluster left Darcy's uncle. Yes, he was now very aware of who Mr. Gardiner was. His control of shipping, his ownership of a large number of shares in the East India Company, and the trade consortiums he had around the world, brought more wealth to the Gardiner family than Lord Matlock would see in his lifetime. He also was aware that Gardiner's position put him where he would most likely know Matlock's business interests. Matlock only hoped he had not thought to share this information with Darcy.
Lord Matlock.
Darcy, until this moment, had usually referred to him as Uncle Hugh.
Mr. Gardiner has thankfully shared with me the specifics of your interests in shipping from the west coast of Africa to the Indies. I also know of the men and women you enslave on your plantations. Explain yourself.
Lord Matlock was mad, and he was starting to panic. He and Catherine had carefully planned the attack. They had resolved to play upon Darcy's duty to his family to keep their activities quiet. Darcy's marriage to Catherine's daughter would also improve Georgiana's chances to marry a man with a title. If only Darcy had married Anne, Richard could have had Georgiana, and the ties would be knotted until no man could undo them. It was a marvellous plan that was quickly going up in smoke. Into the fray the men heard pounding steps coming down the hall. Darcy was unsurprised when the door was flung open and Richard confidently walked inside. Ignoring the presence of his father, he greeted Darcy and Mr. Gardiner.
"How are you enjoying married life, Darcy? It appears to be sitting well with you."
Those were fighting words to his father, and Richard did not care.
"Enough."
Darcy would be in control of this meeting.
"Be seated."
Once all three men were in chairs pulled up to his desk, he walked behind it and sat down. Darcy looked from one to another. Richard had seated himself between Gardiner and his father. Gardiner looked relaxed. Richard's right knee kept bouncing up and down, and his fists clenched and unclenched. Rarely had Darcy seen his cousin so disturbed. He understood. The results of this impromptu meeting would determine Richard's future. If it came down to taking a stand against his father, Richard would lose the only support he had other than his officer's pay. Lord Matlock appeared disinterested and unaffected. To save face, Lord Matlock spoke first.
"Darcy, if you continue in this course, do not expect our support for your marriage. None in our family will promote your wife in society. She will have no one to pave her way, nor sponsor her presentation. You had best think twice about what you have done."
Lord Matlock's voice had taken on the same condescending tone that Lady Catherine's had the day prior. It was so unnatural coming from this man that both Darcy and Richard shuddered before they looked at him to verify it was indeed Lord Matlock seated with them. Suddenly, Darcy knew what Lady Catherine and Lord Matlock were about. He understood why they acted and spoke to him like they did. They had no respect for him as a person, and as the Master of Pemberley. They both thought that he could be talked down to, treated in this infantile manner, and persuaded by imitation kindness to do their bidding. Did they even know him? It was time they did.
"Lord Matlock, 5 years ago, when I received my inheritance, you came to me with the offer to help me manage Pemberley. I was unaware at the time that you and Aunt Catherine were heavily in debt. It must have rankled that I chose to learn my responsibilities on my own, did it not?"
Lord Matlock's answer came out as a growl. Richard's eyes moved from one to the other. He was a trained soldier who was studying both sides of the battle. He saw Darcy's confidence, and his father momentarily unnerved. He would side with his cousin.
"Apparently it is common information in the business world that you sought help via nefarious means. The slave trade is not only against British law, Uncle, it is morally repugnant. Your choice to pursue this course has put my family name in danger. This will not do."
Darcy stood and walked to the front of his desk, and took one step forward until his feet almost touched his uncle's.
"By now you should know me well enough to discern that I would do anything to protect the name of my family, to protect my young sister, so that nothing interferes with her future." Of the 4 men in the room, only Darcy, Richard and Mr. Gardiner knew that was the reason for the hurried marriage between Darcy and Elizabeth.
Lord Matlock would never know.
What you and Lady Catherine have done is so horrifying, so against all that I stand for and believe, that as of this moment Darcy House will completely remove itself from the Fitzwilliams and the de Bourghs. When we are in public at the same functions, you will not be acknowledged in any way. You will not be welcomed into my homes, and I will not say even a greeting to you. As of this minute, you are dead to me. Only when—"
Darcy leaned closer to his uncle and stared him directly in the eye.
"Only when your disgusting activities come to light and public opinion dies down might there be an opening for access to my family. Only then. Am I understood?"
Lord Matlock refused to answer. Instead, he shot up from the chair, almost knocking Darcy backwards, and stomped out of the room. The quiet after the study door slammed behind Lord Matlock was almost deafening.
"Slavery,"
Richard whispered to himself.
"Good God in heavens, what were they thinking?"
Chapter 15. Lord Matlock may have slammed the study door, but the alert footman at Darcy House's front door would not permit him to do it again. He gave Darcy's uncle a wide berth, and was grateful when the man was gone. It had been a pleasant change to watch the master care for his wife over the past 2 days, and the downstairs and above-stairs staff wanted nothing but the felicity of the young couple to fill the halls with peace and happiness. That meant interruptions by Lord Matlock and Lady Catherine de Bourgh were unwelcome. Back in the study, Richard helped himself to Darcy's good brandy. After pouring and downing one glass, he refilled it before pouring one for Darcy and one for Mr. Gardiner.
"What are your plans, Richard?"
Darcy was worried for his cousin.
"Darcy, you mentioned yesterday that you were taking Elizabeth to the couturier this morning. I believe it is important to show a solid front to society as soon as we possibly may. How soon will they have the appropriate gowns ready to attend the theatre or a ball? I will arrange with my general for time away from my duties to support you and your wife in any way you feel is best." "Well, I thank you heartily for that, cousin. You misunderstood what I was asking."
Darcy looked closely at the Colonel. From experience, he could discern the anger simmering just below the surface. Richard was entirely aware of what his cousin wanted to know. He jumped up from his chair in a similar manner to what his father had just done, and paced back and forth from one end of the study to the other. His mind was in an uproar. For 8 years he had trained and fought for freedom, dignity, and honour for all men. He knew there were men of power, including peers of the realm, who would stop at nothing to assuage their greed. Never had he thought that his own father might be one of those men. The slave trade and the keeping of slaves by his family made him want to vomit. Richard had cut his teeth on the preservation of the landed gentry to their position of superiority. His mother was the daughter of an earl, who had brought a large dowry to the Matlock coffers, solely for the purpose of increasing his father's landholdings, to give him a bigger say in the House of Lords. At least, that was what Richard had been raised to believe. Power and position equalled right and might. "Darcy, I find that I am stunned to realise that I did not know the man my father was. To know that the Fitzwilliam name cannot be held in pride and honour hits me at my core." Richard stopped pacing and dropped back into the leather chair next to Mr. Gardiner. It mattered not to him that Elizabeth's family knew the Matlock shame. He looked at his cousin and could feel his concern. "Since your father's death, William, your respect for him as an honourable man has grown. I've watched you try to walk in Uncle George's shoes, and you have filled them well."
"Thank you, cousin."
Darcy's voice was a whisper.
"While I did not always agree with the political agenda my father promoted, I grew up thinking him to be a good man, an honourable man. To find out that he is not is a blow I feel I will not recover from easily. When did he become so morally corrupt, and how did it come about?"
Richard shook his head, completely bewildered.
"As the spare son, I did not spend much time with father in my youth. My mother raised me to know right from wrong."
He sat up from his slump in the chair, a look of determination on his face.
Gentlemen, I need to rethink my future plans. It had been my hope to use the money I'd saved to purchase a small estate after the war is over, marry an heiress, and become just like my father. Now, I do not know if I want to start down that path. The felicity that I observed yesterday between you and Elizabeth, cousin, is something I want to come home to."
The Colonel paused to take in a deep breath, shuddering.
"Understand my motives in saying the following, please. For what the past 2 days have revealed to me about priorities and personalities, I am grateful that Georgiana's foolish elopement took place. Had it not, you would not be married to Elizabeth."
He looked at Mr. Gardiner.
"You would not be here at Darcy House, and I would have been ignorant of my family's activities. That is a tremendous amount of change from one single decision. Please do not tell Georgiana what you just said, Richard."
Darcy himself shuddered at that thought.
Elizabeth is having a hard enough time convincing her of the error of her ways. However, you are correct, Richard, in thinking that all we have learned will, without doubt, change things. Gardiner, you have been quiet so far. From the point of view of a successful businessman, what do you foresee when the Matlock's ties to slavery become known?"
Darcy deeply appreciated the way Edward Gardiner had comported himself during both Lord Matlock and Lady Catherine's tirades. Darcy knew his wife would be pleased that her husband saw the value in her family.
"Darcy, Colonel, you are correct when you think that there will be repercussions."
Mr. Gardiner sat with his elbows on the chair arms, and his fingers steepled together, slowly tapping on his chin.
"Our whole lifestyle is changing. Industry is pulling young men from large farms into the cities, where they are able to make more in a month's time than they could through hard physical labour in a year. Inventors are trying to put the new steam engine into trains to speed transportation in and out of these same cities. Large land holdings will be a burden when there are no farmers from the new generation to do the work, even with the new inventions in farm equipment. Then think of the changes to the cities as these men bring their families with them to town. Housing is already cramped or unavailable, and services are not sufficient. These workers will face frustrations as they try to provide comfort and care for the people they love. Where will their children play? On the streets?"
Mr. Gardiner waited until he saw both gentlemen nod.
"I agree with you, Colonel Fitzwilliam. Investing your funds in a large property with a rambling house that needs maintenance and repair is like throwing your money into a pit, never to see it again. Being a large landowner will be a thing of the past." "Then what do you suggest?"
Richard had leaned forward in his chair, and his knees stopped bouncing up and down. Even Darcy had stopped all movement in an effort to catch every word.
"There are small farms and empty land on the outside of the city that are currently available at a low price. With the expansion of the population, land for housing will be needed, housing with enough land around it to support the families. Buying these properties, so they can be broken up now, and then held until they are needed, is an investment in the future."
Darcy thought of all the workers he had lost from Pemberley already, and realised that Elizabeth's uncle had the right of it.
"Darcy, Pemberley has how many acres?"
"About 10,000.
"Is your workforce currently adequate?"
"It is, Gardiner. However, just doing a quick mental calculation of those that have already left, I can easily see your view of the future coming to fruition." Darcy drummed the fingers of his right hand on his thigh, as if counting on his fingers the percentage of loss. "It is a coincidence that we discuss this now. My neighbour to the east offered to purchase a large tract of land to increase his annual crops. I had hesitated to release the land, as it has been in the Darcy family for over 200 years. Now I believe it would be the wisest thing to let it go. It is a good price that is offered, and I would no longer need to hire outside men to plant and harvest each year."
"Whatever you decide to do, Darcy, is up to you. Just make sure you are able to earn enough to pay my niece's dressmaker bill, and you should do well."
The men appreciated Mr. Gardiner's efforts to lighten the conversation.
"I've set aside most of my pay from the army, thanks to the generosity of my cousin here."
Richard waved his hand at Darcy.
"If I used what I saved to invest in some of the available farms outside the city, I could start rebuilding my funds by selling my commission."
Darcy was as close to his cousin as a brother.
Richard, I would like to provide half of the money for the purchases. Repayment would not be due until income was made, over and above any that you have invested, is returned to you. If you are in agreement, I am meeting with my man of business tomorrow to pick up the settlement papers for Elizabeth. Would this be agreeable to you?
Before Richard could answer, Mr. Gardiner spoke.
I would like to add my name and 1/3 to this investment, if you are both agreeable. That way, none of us individually has much output, and the three of us can benefit. Would that be acceptable to you both?
All three men agreed. Conversation flowed freely as they discussed the details.
By the by, Darcy, I was excessively proud of you for the blow you gave Collins. It was well done and much deserved.
Richard had never seen his cousin move to violence, not even during their rough-and-tumble formative years. Darcy's face turned red. Without thinking how it would sound to the other men in the room, he said,
"It gave Elizabeth pleasure as well."
His face flamed at their chuckles. Chapter 16. Elizabeth could tell that Darcy and Richard were uncomfortable. The dressmaker and her assistant were unused to having such distinguished gentlemen stay on the premises during the whole of the choosing of materials and fitting of the fabric. Georgiana kept looking out into the waiting area from around the curtain, and chuckled each time she peeked her head back into the fitting room. "Did not your brother ever attend you before, sister?" Certainly, Elizabeth appreciated that Darcy was waiting for her. She knew that without his presence, she never would have been put into a private room and had the attention of the dressmaker herself. "No, Elizabeth. I was accompanied either by my companion, my governess, or Richard's mother, Lady Matlock. This is the first time to my knowledge that my brother has been inside a shop of this type." She again rushed over and peeked around the curtain which separated them from the main area of the shop. "They both look so uncomfortable, and yet so unwilling to leave their posts at the same time." When Elizabeth and Georgiana had encountered Darcy and Richard after Mr. Gardiner's departure, they were informed they would be meeting the Gardiners and Jane at the theatre later that night. Georgiana, rarely included in such an outing, immediately started fretting about what she would wear. Though Elizabeth hid her inner excitement, she too wondered if she had anything appropriate to wear for her first public appearance as Mrs. Fitzwilliam Darcy. The sound of the outer door opening and closing barely registered on the two young women, until they heard the shrill voice of a lady calling out to Darcy. "Mr. Darcy, whatever are you doing here?" The voice demanded information. Elizabeth's brows rose as Georgiana put her fingers up to her open mouth. It appeared from Georgiana's expression that she had identified the voice, and it was unwelcome.
"Miss Bingley, Mrs. Hurst."
Elizabeth could imagine her husband bowing properly to the two unknown women.
"Have you met my cousin, Colonel Richard Fitzwilliam?"
Elizabeth smiled to herself as her imagination grew to include the lady's response, a deep curtsy from the Miss and a lesser one from the Misses. She was interested to hear how her husband would explain his presence.
"Are you both well? Are the gentlemen in your family well?"
Darcy politely inquired. The shrill voice spoke over the sound of another woman attempting to speak. Elizabeth concluded they were sisters, and wondered if the Miss was older than the Misses. "They are very well, Mr. Darcy." The question was dismissed by the voice. Elizabeth knew that the next thing out of the voice's mouth would indicate the closeness of her connection to the Darcy family. "Mr. Darcy, you failed to say what brought you to your sister's dressmaker. Oh, dear Georgiana must be behind the curtain. I must see her immediately. She surely would require my excellent advice on choosing a gown." There was a swish of skirts, and the curtain was pulled back. Georgiana had recovered herself in time to drop her hand from her mouth and seat herself in a small chair that had been provided for her, clasping both hands in her lap and looking quite innocent. Elizabeth wanted to smile. It was such a Kitty Bennet reaction. When the curtain was opened, Elizabeth looked behind the invader from her position on the pedestal to see a beaming smile on Richard's face and Darcy's eyes sparkling with mirth. An abandoned woman, most likely the Mrs., stood next to where the men were again seated. She determined right then that Darcy and Richard would have to pay for their sin of omission. When she saw her new cousin burst from his chair, to hold the curtain back for the Miss to enter, and then stand there to observe the confrontation, Elizabeth knew he would pay dearly. "Oh, Miss Darcy, I understood that you were the one being fitted for new gowns. I did not realise that your companion patronised the same shops that you do. How generous of Mr. Darcy." Elizabeth examined the woman in front of her. She was tall and slender, with carrot-red hair and light blue eyes. Her features were sharp, and her teeth protruded in front, so that her lips did not completely come together when her mouth was closed, which it currently was. It was not until another assistant helped the young lady to remove her pelisse that Elizabeth noted the absence of an adequate chest to hold her tight-fitting gown in place. The colour of the dress was a soft pink, which highlighted the beauty of the woman's complexion. Since the Miss incorrectly assumed she was in the employ of Mr. Darcy, there would be no introductions forthcoming. When Georgiana opened her mouth to speak, Elizabeth quickly shook her head, no. "I believe that I heard your name mentioned as Miss Bingley, is that correct?" Elizabeth inquired. She did not hide her smile, as the shock appeared on the woman's face. Elizabeth knew it was not from the fact that she discerned the lady's name, but that she was being spoken to in front of her dear Miss Darcy by a woman of no consequence. Again she looked behind the woman, and saw that her husband had stood, and walked to stand next to his cousin. The players were all in position. "I am Miss Caroline Bingley, and you are?" There was no way it was humanly possible for Miss Bingley's nose to rise any further into the air. It pointed north, like the skinny hands of the compass that had pride of place in her father's library at Longbourn. "Miss Bingley, it is a pleasure to meet you." Elizabeth gave a small curtsy, which was not returned. "I am Mrs. Elizabeth Darcy, and Miss Darcy is now my sister. Are you a friend of the family?" The metamorphosis of Miss Bingley was not a pretty sight. Caroline's jaw dropped to her flat chest, and a mottled red quickly crept up her neck. Her eyes opened to such an extent that Elizabeth wanted to walk closer to see if there were any lashes visible on her upper and lower lids. Twin-peaked eyebrows lifted until they reached the pinnacle of her forehead, and a sound reminiscent of a wail erupted from her mouth. "It is impossible!" The words were finally spoken, clear enough to comprehend. Elizabeth tilted her head and shrugged. "If you say so, Miss Bingley." She gestured, pointing to a position behind Miss Bingley. "You might want to inquire of Mr. Darcy. He would be the one to know the truth of the matter, would he not?" Elizabeth dismissed her and turned back to the seamstress. Caroline Bingley had reacted, just as Elizabeth had thought she might. She spun on her heels and faced the man in question, both hands on her hips. "Mr. Darcy," Caroline huffed, "that woman has claimed a relationship with you in an effort to further herself in your society. What are you going to do about it?" Darcy could not help but chuckle. "What do you suggest that I do to a woman who claims a closer relationship with the Darcy family than she really has, in an effort to promote herself in my society, Miss Bingley?" By then, both the Colonel and Georgiana were endeavouring to contain their laughter. The cousins were aware that Caroline Bingley often used the Darcy name to receive invitations to events she would never be welcome to without it. Apparently, Miss Bingley did not see matters as clearly as they did. "Why, she should be shunned and given the cut directly." Caroline Bingley was confident that her opinion mattered to Mr. Darcy. For several years she had placed herself in a position where he would be impressed by her qualifications and accomplishments. She longed for nothing more than to be the next mistress of Pemberley. Even pretending a friendship with Georgiana was worth achieving that goal. "Is that so, Miss Bingley?" Darcy looked up at his wife, whose back was facing the curtain. The dark blue fabric looked lovely against her chocolate-coloured hair. He wondered if a nightgown could be made from the fabric, as he easily envisioned her long curls running the length of her back. Darcy cleared his throat and straightened from the doorway.
What say you, Mrs. Darcy? Should we give the cut directly to a lady who attached herself to us in this manner?"
Elizabeth looked back over her shoulder at Darcy. Raising one brow, she answered, a soft smile playing at her lips. "Whatever you say, husband." She feigned disinterest as she watched the largest smile she had yet seen on William's face. "He has dimples. How adorable." Elizabeth could not help herself. She excused the seamstress and stepped down off the platform. Without taking her eyes from her husband, she approached. From the first time she saw him, she knew he was a handsome man. In the past 2 days, it was proven to her over and over that he was a good man. Now she looked at him with eyes that were open to his humour, his way of thinking, his outlook. It was similar to her own. How had she stumbled on a man who matched her so perfectly? Reaching up with her right hand, she placed it over his heart. "My love, you do what you feel is best." It was shockingly familiar, this gesture. However, the setting was not so public that it could not be done. Elizabeth's words registered in the cotton of his mind. When had a look from her clouded his thinking until he saw nothing but her, heard nothing but her? My love? Was he her love? Was she his? It was the clearing of Richard's throat and a whispered "Darcy" that recalled him to mind. He reached up and removed her hand from his chest, turning the palm to kiss the inside of her wrist. He refused to look away from his wife as he spoke. "Miss Bingley, my wife is a gentlewoman who is willing to give consideration to you for presuming on the Darcy name. Be grateful that she is far kinder to you than you would be to her." Darcy now looked directly at Caroline and made sure she got the import of his words. "You are married?" Miss Bingley could not keep herself from asking. "I am." Chapter 17. It was a happy group that entered the theatre that night. The Gardiners had included Mr. Bingley in the invitation. Bingley had made his first call on Jane Bennet earlier that day, and had been informed of their new relationship with Mr. Darcy. Bingley had seen neither Caroline nor Louisa Hurst upon their return from the dressmaker's. He had assumed by their taking trays in their rooms that they were worn out from their excursion. His assumption was wrong. Miss Jane Bennet was ethereally beautiful in her soft blue gown, and Bingley was exceedingly proud to have her on his arm. He was grateful that ladies' hairstyles had not reached the heights of days past, or Jane would have exceeded him by a few inches. As it was, he considered they were perfectly matched. Her small smile lit his own. Mr. and Mrs. Gardiner watched the couple, and could not help but see a fledgling relationship being born, a felicitous union. Mr. Gardiner searched the crowd inside the theatre for Darcy, and soon found him towering over the others in attendance. Elizabeth looked lovely as she stood with her hand tightly tucked inside her husband's arm. Miss Darcy was between Lizzie and Colonel Fitzwilliam. Attached to the Colonel's arm was a stately, elegant woman of about the same age as the Gardiners. Mr. Gardiner was curious that this might indeed be Lady Matlock. It was. It appeared to Mrs. Gardiner that Lizzie was comfortable in Lady Matlock's company. This boded well for having more support from Darcy's family. Darcy and Richard were grateful for Bingley's presence. They both smiled with relief when Georgiana moved forward to attach herself to Bingley's other arm. He was a long-time trusted friend of the family, and the men rejoiced that their ward felt comfortable enough on her first adult outing to seek the company of such a companion. Elizabeth had a much different interpretation of her new sister's actions, and decided to keep a close watch as the evening unfolded. When the bell rang for the performance to begin, Richard escorted his mother to Darcy's box. There were 2 rows of 6 seats each, plenty of room for the group. Darcy normally would have had both Elizabeth and Georgiana on his arms, but Georgiana clung to Bingley. They were followed by the Gardiners. The ladies were offered the front row, providing the best views of the performance. They filed in with Mrs. Gardiner in the lead. Jane Bennet would sit by her aunt. Lady Matlock had the place of prominence in the centre. On her left side was Georgiana, and Elizabeth was at the end. The gentlemen chose to seat themselves behind their preference: Gardiner, Bingley, Richard, and then Darcy. The arrangement was acceptable to everyone except Georgiana. "Brother," the young girl turned her head back and whispered just before the performance began, "might I exchange my seat for that of Miss Bennet? I would love to hear more about my mother from Mrs. Gardiner." To him it seemed an innocent request, so Darcy acquiesced. He failed to notice the looks of disappointment on Bingley and Jane's faces as they were separated. Elizabeth noticed. She also noticed the way Georgiana smiled flirtatiously at Bingley. Elizabeth's ire started a slow simmer. She sought to concentrate on the performance, or something pleasant, so it did not rage into a full rolling boil. She thought back on the unexpected appearance of Lady Matlock at Darcy House. Her husband had hoped to have support from more than just Richard for his marriage. His Aunt Helen had been kind to himself and Georgiana in the past, and he would have regretted that break more than any in the family. Thus his heart rejoiced to see Lady Matlock with Richard, dressed for an evening out. Helen Fitzwilliam, Lady Matlock, had warmly welcomed Elizabeth. She pledged her support and felt no regrets at going against her husband. Her shock at learning from her son what her husband and his sister had been about was devastating. In a brief private conversation with Richard, Darcy found out that his Aunt Helen had kept part of her dowry for her second son's future. This was the best of news. Richard would be able to sell his commission. His life would be out of danger from Napoleon and his army. Darcy almost felt like crying at the news. While the performance proceeded, Elizabeth pondered the marriage state. How horrid it must have been for Lady Matlock to find out the man she had lived with for so long was not the man she thought him to be. How could that be possible? Do couples routinely live such disparate lives that they do not in fact know one another? Elizabeth knew that arranged marriages of convenience were common in the first circles of society, and was grateful that she was not part of them. "Oh, but I am." At her sudden intake of breath, Darcy leaned forward to determine if all was well with her. It was then that Elizabeth realised her husband had moved over one seat to be immediately behind her. He was not watching the play. Darcy was watching her. The warmth that spread through her was like sunshine on a midsummer day, the intense rays that thawed a person from the inside out. Elizabeth's father rarely gave attention to his wife, and their relationship suffered for it. Elizabeth could only imagine how different her life would have been if her parents both were vested in the success of their marriage. After almost 3 days of marriage, Elizabeth rejoiced in the attentions of her husband. Would it last? Would they eventually allow the cares of life to draw them apart? Could they overcome the independent feelings of Georgiana, or would it drive a wedge between them? Elizabeth lifted her left hand and rested it on her left shoulder. She was unsurprised when Darcy covered it with his own. Elizabeth imagined she could feel the heat through their gloves, and could not stop herself from tilting her head to rest it on the back of his hand. Darcy's gentle squeeze let her know he appreciated the caress. The day had so many highs and lows that it reassured them both that they had each other to rely on. Elizabeth smiled at the thought, and for the first time gave attention to the performance on the stage. "Georgiana." Elizabeth's temper churned up to a froth and quickly boiled over. Her voice remained calm, but firm. "Just 4 days past, you thought yourself in love with Mr. Wickham to the point that you voluntarily climbed into a carriage with him, completely disregarding your upbringing and the damage to your reputation. Now it is Bingley this and Bingley that. What are you about, sister?" "You just want him for your sister, Elizabeth," Georgiana shouted back at Elizabeth. "I have known him far longer, and he is mine. You hate me, and I hate you." Darcy watched, stunned, as his sister ran from the drawing-room in tears. What had just happened? The progress they had made over the past few days was gone. He was hoping for peace, and apparently there would be none. "Elizabeth, was there a reason that you attacked my sister in such a manner?" His tone was not curious, it was accusatory. Darcy and Elizabeth were unaware that Georgiana had not run to her rooms. Instead, she wiped her faux tears from her cheeks and stood outside the drawing-room door, listening. Georgiana had overheard Elizabeth speaking with the housekeeper after they had returned from the modiste earlier that afternoon, about Georgiana's training in household duties, commencing on the morrow. Georgiana was livid that she, a Darcy, was going to be made to do such menial tasks. When Elizabeth, with her brother's support, first mentioned the consequences, Georgiana's guilt caused her easy acceptance. Now that time had passed, her anger at the unfairness of the situation would not allow her to keep silent any more. Georgiana now understood completely that she had not loved George Wickham, and she was grateful she was unattached to him. Nevertheless, the fact that her brother took her to the theatre, dressed in her finest, accompanied by the Countess, proved to her that he considered her an adult. Why should she not attempt to attract a man such as Bingley? The ridiculousness of Elizabeth's attitude was appalling, and for the first time Georgiana regretted her brother's attachment to such a country miss. "Pardon me, Mr. Darcy, but did you approve of your sister's conduct at the theatre?" Elizabeth could not hide the sarcasm. Experience with Kitty and Lydia, carelessly flirting with boys since cutting their milk teeth, enlightened Elizabeth to what her new sister was doing. The more she came to know Miss Georgiana Darcy, the more she realised how similar to Lydia she was. She was just better clothed. There was absolutely nothing untoward in her conduct. It was her first night out with those outside her immediate family, and she merely enjoyed the event. Darcy's eyes never moved from his wife's. His look was unrelenting, and for the first time Elizabeth worried about the kind of man she was married to. "You were saying that you approve of her brazen flirting with Mr. Bingley, that her conduct in no way made you uncomfortable?" Elizabeth was incredulous. This man held himself to such a high standard that she was stunned he did not hold his sister to the same. Georgiana's lack of decorum was unattractive, and could give the wrong impression. It could ruin her reputation just as easily as the ton finding out about the attempted elopement. "I am proud of my sister Elizabeth, and I was under the impression that you were as well." His words were clipped as his own anger boiled below the surface. "We will speak of this no more. I am her guardian. You are not. Am I understood?" "Yes, sir." Elizabeth curtsied to the man in front of her, without bowing her head. "If I may be excused from your company, Mr. Darcy?" There was no warmth to her tone. Elizabeth bit her tongue to keep from saying any more. Without waiting for Darcy to reply, she turned and left the room. She was unpleasantly surprised to find her sister-in-law standing outside the doorway, a look of pleasure on her face. Elizabeth paused for a step, shook her head in disappointment, and proceeded to her bedchamber. She would not welcome her husband this night. Darcy remained behind, turning to the table with the drinks, and poured a glassful of brandy. While his back was turned, Georgiana used the opportunity to slip upstairs. Darcy was unaware. Seating himself in front of the empty fireplace, he sipped from his drink and thought back to the events of the evening. He had been delighted to have Aunt Helen join them and offer public support to his wife. His wife! Darcy sighed deeply, the air rushing from his chest. He sat back in the chair and ran his right hand through his hair, pulling at the ends. Was he wrong? Of course he was not. Elizabeth barely knew Georgiana. He was disappointed at the unfairness his wife showed his sister. There had been no allowance for Georgiana's innocence, her inexperience, and her friendly manner. Darcy sighed again. So much had happened that he failed to comprehend the developments under his own roof. He would be firm with Elizabeth, asserting his authority as head of the Darcy household, until she understood her place in his home. Finishing his drink, he set his glass down on the side table and stood to go upstairs. It did not surprise him that the door between the master's and mistress's chambers was firmly closed. For the first time since his marriage, he would stay in his own room, alone. Chapter 18. When Elizabeth arrived at the breakfast room, the only one already there was her husband. After greeting him, she served herself, something he had cared for their first mornings together, and sat at the other end of the table. The spot next to him where she normally sat was covered with the pages of the newspaper Darcy was reading. She was clearly unwelcome. Elizabeth refused to allow it to bother her. "Will your sister be breaking her fast with us, William?" Elizabeth broke into the silence.
"You will leave the care of my sister to me, Elizabeth."
Darcy had looked out from behind his paper when he started speaking, and returned to his reading as soon as his statement was finished. Elizabeth took a deep breath. The one other piece of wisdom from her grandmother that came into play under these circumstances was to pick your battles. Elizabeth had thought through the night about Darcy's family. The potential harm that could have come from Georgiana's actions would have devastated Darcy. The future hardships that would come on the family when Lord Matlock was found to be a hypocrite would be exceedingly difficult to overcome. Only complete separation from the Matlocks would ease the consequences. Elizabeth was now unsure whether her husband would remain resolved to have a complete break with his uncle. His vacillation with his sister was unsettling. "As you wish, husband." Elizabeth had come to the conclusion early that morning that, for better or worse, she was married. Failing to show respect for her husband would not mend their relations. Was he correct in his thinking of his sister? Not at all. However, he would bear an account for the results of his negligence, as would his sister. Rejoicing at seeing them prove wrong would show Elizabeth as possessing a small mind and unfeeling heart. That would not do. Instead, she would wait and see what she could do when the time came to bring peace and make their home a refuge. Darcy was just feeling the superiority of his decision when his Aunt Helen and Richard were shown in. Elizabeth had yet to start eating. "William, Elizabeth, we apologise for disturbing your meal." Helen Fitzwilliam looked at the gap between the newlyweds and realised they must have had their first spat. She had much more important matters to discuss than their marital harmony. "Richard and I will wait for you in your study." She turned to her son, who was gazing longingly at the cut hams and pastries. "Let us allow them to finish breaking their fast." Grabbing his arm, she pulled him out of the room. Elizabeth placed her napkin next to her plate. "I can take a tray later, William, if you would like to proceed to your study." When the footman pulled back her chair, she walked to her husband's side, but did not put her hand on the arm he had not offered her. They entered the study to find Lady Matlock and Richard comfortably seated away from Darcy's desk. There would be no position of authority for him at this meeting. When he and Elizabeth sat across from his aunt, she began. "Fitzwilliam Darcy, whatever were you thinking, allowing my niece to act in such a manner with Mr. Bingley? Are you not aware that her reputation could be fixed as a flirt? It could damage her coming out, and could keep her from being presented. You must have been appalled at her conduct last night. What have you done to contain this situation, William?" Lady Matlock was incensed, and though she was talking to William, she included her son in her rebuke. To her, they were boys, dressed in men's clothing. It was not that she lacked respect for either of them. She was extremely proud of both men. But if anyone in the room had authority, it was her. The words from the Countess came fast and furiously. Elizabeth watched as Darcy looked to Richard. Richard shrugged his shoulders, as if he had already heard this barrage, and did not understand what his mother was talking about. Darcy never once glanced Elizabeth's way. It was not the time to gloat over being so quickly proved to be in the right. It was the time to take action, to repair the damage done. It was of interest to Elizabeth to see the reactions of the men. When their aunt, Lady Catherine, had presumed to have authority over them, they balked. With Lady Matlock, they listened. Elizabeth considered the difference, and realised that most likely both men knew they were loved by their Aunt Helen. It was a lesson she chose to file in her memory, to be pulled out and used at a future time. "Lady Matlock, in your estimation, what needs to be done?" Elizabeth got a knowing glance from the Countess at her question. Elizabeth did not know if Lady Matlock had been told by Richard of the events at Ramsgate, and the reasons for such a quick marriage between her nephew and his new wife. Lady Matlock appreciated Elizabeth's candour. "A qualified companion must be found for her right away. She has been left alone to her own thinking for far too long." The Countess caught her nephew's eye. "Have you started her consequences for Ramsgate?" Lady Matlock knew. Elizabeth was relieved that she would not have to guard her words. "I have not, Aunt Helen." Darcy refused to elaborate. While that worked with his peers, it would not work with his aunt. I might ask, why not? Lady Matlock was a petite woman with grey streaks in her blonde hair. Her eyes were steely blue and had little softness to them. She was a force of nature that buffeted Georgiana's guardians. Think, Fitzwilliam, when it comes out what Matlock has been doing, it will be a time of great trial to our family. Those of us in this room need to stand together solidly to weather the storm. Georgiana will be caught in the crossfire, to use a military term. Her conduct and ours needs to be impeccable. You are reaping the results of what you have both allowed. If you do not want your 15-year-old sister forced into marriage by her own actions, you need to stand firm. Am I understood? Richard immediately nodded. Darcy was slower to do so. Elizabeth did not know Darcy well, but she knew him well enough to perceive his discomfort. She had no doubts of his love for Georgiana. His quickness to agree with the proposed penance gave evidence that he was not always too soft with his sister. It was why she had been so confused and disappointed the night before. It had been an unexpected reaction from her husband. Fitzwilliam Darcy, yesterday after Richard told me of your confrontation with my husband and the reasons behind that encounter, I stepped away from him for the first time in almost 35 years. It was not a decision easily made. Hugh has complete control of my life, with the exception of the rest of my dowry. Our home will not be comfortable ever again. Her words softened as she gazed lovingly at the man in front of her. You can choose to demand the respect and obedience of your sister, and she will be forced to give it to you most unwillingly. That is the position in which I now find myself with your uncle. Or you can earn her respect by working as a team with Elizabeth. Assert your authority, yes. Georgiana will not break under a firm hand. Help her to see where the course she has chosen will lead. Remind her of her foolishness. Do not coddle her, or treat her as the little girl she once was. She is on the threshold of adulthood. Do you love her enough to do the hard thing, William?
You know that I do,
he whispered. Then he sat up in his chair. His voice firm, he spoke.
I have heard all that you have had to say, Aunt Helen. I am deeply saddened at the situation in your home. You and Richard are always welcome to seek refuge here at Darcy House, or at Pemberley. My wife and I welcome you at any time.
He looked to Elizabeth for confirmation, which she readily and gratefully gave.
As to this matter with Georgiana, and this is not the first that I have heard of it.
He moved to sit closer to Elizabeth on the settee. Taking her hand in his, he patted the back of it without thought.
My beautiful wife endeavoured to bring this very matter to my attention only last night. Instead of appreciating her insight, I arrogantly denied her charges. I see now that I need to rethink my response.
He lifted Elizabeth's hand and kissed the back of it. She held her breath at his next words.
I see the wisdom in your suggestions, Aunt Helen. Georgiana will benefit from being guided by you and Elizabeth. My wife has younger sisters about the same age as Georgiana, so her experience in advising Richard and me is invaluable. We shall look for a companion who is older and experienced with girls of her age that have been...
Darcy looked for the correct term, as Elizabeth mentally inserted, spoiled,
indulged. Until we find such a woman, I believe we will implement Elizabeth's plan to expose my sister to the quality of life she would have had as Wickham's wife.
Turning to Elizabeth, he gave her hand a squeeze, whispering for her ears alone.
When we are alone, we shall discuss my attitude from last night. In the meantime, please accept my humblest apology.
Elizabeth saw true regret in his eyes. Those eyes were such a deep, dark brown that it was hard to tell where the brown of the iris ended and the black of the pupil began. His lashes were long and thick, framing those beautiful orbs like thick trees in a lush forest. She knew how hard it was for a man of authority and position to lower himself to seek forgiveness. How could she not welcome this with opened arms? "All is forgiven, my husband," she whispered back. Lady Matlock watched the exchange with interest. She wondered if the couple was aware how quickly and deeply they were falling in love with each other. The Countess smiled to herself. Then she looked at her youngest son. What he needed was a wife who would complete him, a woman with a strong will and a big heart. Richard saw the look on his mother's face, and knew that whatever she was thinking was bound to affect him. "Richard?" She ignored the couple on the couch. "It is time you put your soldier toys away and found a wife of your own." The Colonel was not insulted by her comment about his career. He was aware that it was the way his mother coped with the danger she knew he faced each time he went to the continent. Richard allowed her this, but only her. "Certainly, mother. If I do like my always responsible cousin here, I shall have one by the morrow. Will that suit?" The four of them laughed as they watched the red creeping up Darcy's collar. He did not mind. It had been a deadly, destructive bullet they had dodged with his sister. His relief at having his Elizabeth back, and a solid direction for the immediate future, lightened his heart. He could only imagine what his sister would think when she found out that her life was soon to change. Elizabeth imagined what Georgiana would think when she found out that Darcy knew about her false tears and eavesdropping on their conversation last night, for she would tell her husband when they were alone. Nothing should be hidden from him, and she would not want him to act in that manner towards her. Elizabeth had always been content with her circumstances, never jealously wanting what others had. At this minute, she was exceedingly grateful she was not Miss Georgiana Darcy. Chapter 19. In all of her 15 years, Georgiana Darcy could not recall ever being so embarrassed. Richard had called at Darcy House early the next morning and demanded Georgiana ready herself for an outing. She was required to think of and pack a gift for a deserving mother of 4 small children. Without much thought, she pulled one of her old dresses from the back closet, along with a petticoat and matching slippers. Her maid carefully packed it in a small trunk. She was unaware, until Richard helped her into the carriage, that her brother would be accompanying them. Georgiana briefly pondered the absence of Elizabeth, but refused to ask. She was not happy with her brother's wife. The scolding Georgiana had been given by Aunt Helen the day prior had been uncomfortable. Georgiana was certain that somehow Elizabeth had been at fault. After all, it had been Elizabeth's sister who had suffered from Bingley's attentions being diverted. Surely Elizabeth was jealous of Georgiana's connections to an earl. Georgiana had never before been in the part of London close to the barracks. It was rough and unkempt. She was grateful for the presence of her brother and cousin. They had stopped in front of an apartment building that seemed to have an overflow of children pouring out of the front door into the small yard. There was an absence of lawn and shrubs, the dirt dotted by clumps of weeds and broken children's toys. Once inside, the first thing that assaulted Georgiana was the smell. Unwashed bodies, improperly disposed of sewage, and the smell of rotted vegetables hit her like a surging wave, while she was unavoidably pressed into the hallway with the others. With the Colonel in front of her, and her brother behind, there was no escape. Behind William, one of the Darcy footmen carried the trunk with Georgiana's gift. Mrs. Timmins was ashamed to have the Darcys in her home. There was not enough proper seating, and she did not have food or tea to spare. Yet the Colonel was her husband's commanding officer, and he had requested an introduction of his ward to the household. He could not be denied. It had been 6 years since Miss Edith Wolfe, the third daughter of an impoverished country gentleman, had fallen in love with a man in a red coat. She quickly and quietly married her officer. Her life at home had prepared her for the life she would lead. Edith looked at the young girl before her, and realised these men were trying to leave an impression on her. Had she been attracted to a red coat as well? No matter. The Colonel was a fair man, and her husband benefited greatly from serving under his authority. "Thank you for coming to my home. I do apologise for not being able to offer the hospitality you were used to. We live simply in our household." The men stood as Georgiana sat next to Mrs. Timmins on the threadbare sofa. Georgiana could tell that the woman was educated. Her speech and manners were similar to her own. She wondered how this woman came to be in such a situation. "Miss Darcy, I love my husband very much, and am grateful every day for the 4 sons we have been blessed with. It is a hard life that I have chosen. I have no maid. There are no servants to help with household chores. There is no extra money to improve our situation." Mrs. Timmins paused, considering her words carefully. "I do not know the purpose of these gentlemen bringing you to me, but I can guess that you, too, had affection for a soldier." Georgiana's reaction was telling. Her face flaming, she was upset with her guardians for putting her into this situation. It was so far outside her sphere that Georgiana knew not where to look. "The man I loved was raised a gentleman," Georgiana responded, her chin raised a little higher in the air as she spoke. She was trying to have enough control over her voice to not give the woman a hint of the emotion she was feeling. The longer she sat in the squalid room, the angrier she got. "Our lives would never have plummeted to this level. We, the both of us, are used to finer things and would never live in such a Georgiana stopped herself at hearing her brother's gasp, knowing she had gone too far. "A hovel, miss? Is that what you meant to say?" Mrs. Timmins had a sharpness to her voice that indicated her anger had arisen as well. "Miss, pray look around you. I have no shame in my home. I am proud to be married to a good man. But my friends and family do not visit, and I am grateful. They are uncomfortable with my situation, and I am unable to provide for them if they did visit. My sons will receive the benefit of my education, but will never be gentlemen. They will work with their hands, and always serve others. Is this what you want for your life?" Georgiana refused to look up at the woman addressing her. She might have acted foolishly in agreeing to elope with Wickham, but she was not ignorant. She knew that she would see a range of emotions on her brother and cousin if she were to glance at their faces. Sadness, disappointment, and frustration. They had brought her to this home for her to learn a lesson, and her stubbornness would not help her situation. Georgiana knew all of this, but a voice inside her begged her to take a stand, to let them, all of them, know they had misjudged her. She was 5 and 10 years old. She knew what she was about. This was so unfair. Georgiana stated bluntly, "It is not. Miss, if you did choose to put yourself in my shoes at this moment, what would you prepare for supper to feed these children? How would you clothe them? Where would you empty the chamber pot?" She could see Georgiana's face pale at the thought. "My husband is the second son of a gentleman who could not afford to purchase a rank higher than lieutenant. He too was not raised for this life. So these chores would be yours, and yours alone. How soon do you think your husband would tolerate your ignorance? Would you expect him to work from sun up to sundown, and then come home to care for you? No, Mrs. Timmins. Then why would you even think of starting down this path, miss?" She looked at the top of Georgiana's head, where it was now bowed in front of her. Noticing the drooping shoulders, Mrs. Timmins realised the young lady was finally getting the point. "This is the life of the wife of a soldier. Even officers with a higher rank live little better than this." Turning to Colonel Fitzwilliam, Mrs. Timmins stated, "Colonel, sir, I have much to tend to this morning." Before the Colonel could speak, Darcy did.
"Mrs. Timmins, we thank you for allowing us into your home. None of us meant any disrespect to you or to your husband."
His sharp look turned on his sister.
Mrs. Timmins took note. "It is evident that you are an excellent woman who cares deeply for the welfare of your family."
Darcy was sincere. He bowed to the lady before him and took his sister's elbow to help her up from the sofa.
"We will take up no more of your time. It has been a pleasure."
When Darcy bent down, he caught Georgiana's eye, noticing the tears at the corners. He motioned to the trunk she had brought, which was sitting beside the door. Next to it sat a larger basket covered with a towel. Georgiana did not know what to do. The dress she had packed would not fit Mrs. Timmins. After 4 children, the woman's waist would never again fit in such a style. There were no daughters to use the frilly fabric, and the slippers would not last more than a day on the rough wooden floor. Her face flooded with embarrassment. Darcy allowed his sister to feel her discomfort. He took up the basket Elizabeth had included. It was filled with bread, precious sugar, tea, fruit, and dried meat. There was a folded pile of heavy cotton and one of wool, alongside threads, needles, and a dainty pair of scissors. At the bottom, he recognised a tin of Elizabeth's favourite chocolates. He doubted the children had ever tasted such a sweet. How he appreciated his wife for the thought she put into her gift. Mrs. Timmins was thrilled to see the contents of the basket, and realised what Georgiana had most likely done with the one she refused to reveal. "You may leave the trunk at the door, and I will make sure that whatever it contains is well used and appreciated by myself or my neighbours. All of us like pretty things." The Colonel had not been disappointed in Lieutenant Timmins' wife. Her husband had been overheard bragging about her more than once, and Richard could see why. She was a woman of sense and practicality. He was not disappointed in Elizabeth either. The Colonel knew the value to the household of the gift the new Mrs. Darcy had sent. It would be used and savoured by an appreciative family. Before they left the apartment, he saw Darcy place a stack of coins on Georgiana's trunk. It too would be used wisely. Clearing his throat, the Colonel spoke to the woman in front of him.
"Mrs. Timmins, your husband is often heard praising you and your fine qualities to anyone who would listen. It was the reason I asked him if we could visit your home."
Though Richard came from a household where luxury was normal, he well knew the life of a typical soldier and his family. It was filled with harsh deprivation and uncertainty. A faithful, hard-working wife was a treasure at any level of society. He sincerely wished Mrs. Timmins well.
"My appreciation to you both."
Mrs. Timmins basked in the praise from such a man. Colonel Fitzwilliam's reputation was one of fairness and firmness. She would hold his words to her for her lifetime. She smiled behind the three of them as they walked out the door. Richard watched Georgiana as the carriage wound its way back to Darcy House. She had not said one word since they had walked out of the Timmins house. He hoped she had learned a valuable lesson, and that it would serve to humble her.
"Richard, does Mrs. Timmins' husband serve under your command?"
Darcy, too, was impressed with the sensibility of the woman.
"He does," Richard was quick to confirm. "However, he is not as wise as his wife. It was good that you gave the coin to her, as he tends to drink. He has even been spotted with loose women when he is inebriated. It is a shame, really. Some men do not appreciate what they have at home."
The Colonel had no way of knowing that his cousin was thinking the same of himself and his wife. Certainly he would not get drunk and chase other women. That had never been his nature. Elizabeth continued to show her worth by the hour. Darcy was grateful for her calm acceptance of his error. He was ashamed that he had not listened to her, and that he had allowed his arrogance to get in his way.
"Georgiana, what impressions did you have of Mrs. Timmins and her situation?"
Richard stared at Georgiana. He would not let her off the hook. This excursion had been arranged at the prompting of his mother and Elizabeth, for her benefit. It was his responsibility as her guardian to see that she learned her lesson well. "I am deeply embarrassed that I thought one of my dresses would please her. However, I soon realised how ill-considered it was, Richard. I am grateful Elizabeth packed something more appropriate for the family." Georgiana's mind was reeling. Would that truly have been the outcome if she had married George Wickham? As she had said to Mrs. Timmins, he had been raised a gentleman. I never thought ahead of the wedding. I now doubt that Mr. Wickham is a man of good judgment. After all, what would he want with a wife such as me? Once my dowry was exhausted, we would have been in exactly the same situation as the Timmins, and I could see how easily resentment would fester and grow for both of us.
"Your thinking is correct, Georgiana."
Darcy was proud of her for reaching the right conclusion, and for feeling embarrassment. It was about time.
"Do you then feel that you are grown up enough to wisely choose a man for your future? What about Mr. Bingley? From your conduct at the theatre, you either want him as your husband, or you wanted to take his attention from Miss Bennet. Which do you think was your motive?"
In Georgiana's thinking, it was a horrid question. She knew that both of her guardians did not think she was mature enough to choose a husband. She also knew that they would be appalled at her if she admitted that she wanted Bingley to admire her instead of Elizabeth's sister. It frustrated Georgiana that she could not come up with an answer that would satisfy either of them. So she stayed silent.
"Your silence speaks for itself, sister."
Darcy was slowly coming to realise that he did not know his sister's thoughts and feelings. and he did not know if he wanted to. He heaved a great sigh.
I believe it goes without saying that you will not be joining Elizabeth and me in any more outings until you have a proper companion, one who can teach and train you well. I have yet to express my feelings regarding your actions this week, Georgiana.
When she would not look at him, he demanded she do so. In her lifetime, she could not remember her brother speaking to her in such a tone. Intense anger was her first reaction. She crossed her arms over her middle, raised her chin, and stared him in the eye. What she found there was devastating, and caused her to lose all of her bluster. He was disappointed in her. Knowing that was like a swift blow to the chest, and made it difficult for her to breathe. As he spoke, the tears trickled down her cheeks, bitter tears of frustration and bitterness.
Georgiana, what would make you think that Richard and I would not be affected by your actions and attitudes? Finding you married to Wickham would have devastated us both to the point that we would forever mourn your loss to such a scoundrel. Seeing you flaunt yourself at the theatre last night, finding out that you tried to use your tears on me yesterday to get your way, and eavesdropping on my wife and I are the actions of a child, a small child.
He was moved by her tears, but would not allow them to stop him from having his say. He did soften his voice.
Our mother and father would be disappointed that Richard and I have failed to instruct their daughter in a manner they would be proud of, and knowing that shames me. They too would be ashamed of you, Georgiana, and knowing that pains me. Does it pain you?
He was pleased when her head immediately bobbed up and down.
Listen closely to what I next say, sister.
Darcy waited for her to look up. Her eyes only reached his cravat, but that was good enough.
Elizabeth is my wife. Scripture says that we shall be one flesh. Not you and me, Georgiana. Elizabeth and me. Never again will I put your tears ahead of my wife's opinions and feelings on a matter. While you have proven to act the child, she has proven to be a woman of wisdom and good sense. While you thought only of yourself and what you want, she thought of others. I am proud she is my wife. With her help and guidance, you too may come to have the same reputation. It is my hope.
Georgiana was livid. First, her guardians held Mrs. Timmins up to her as an example, and now her brother did the same with Elizabeth. It was beyond the pale. Georgiana took in a deep breath through her nose as she debated the wisdom of giving vent to her feelings. Realizing the harm it would do her, she wisely chose silence. As the miles passed, she tried to focus on something more pleasant than what she had seen and heard, but her conscience started to badger her. She had been raised with good principles, and had always felt that her actions were the pinnacle of honour and duty. She was a Darcy. Yet her brother had shown Mrs. Timmins respect, even though her position was so far below his own. Even Richard, despite his position in the regiment and in society, had treated Mrs. Timmins with a dignity that he had never shown her. Who was in the wrong? It was something she needed to ponder. Desperately, she did not want it to be her. The carriage came to a stop, and the 3 occupants were returned to Grosvenor Square. Elizabeth and Lady Matlock welcomed them in the entrance hall. As the outer clothes of the Darcys and Richard were removed, Elizabeth looked at her husband with a raised brow. He shrugged his shoulders, not knowing if his sister had truly understood the point of the afternoon. Georgiana brushed past her aunt and sister, in a hurry to retire undisturbed to her room. "Pardon me, Georgiana." Elizabeth's voice stopped her on the second step. "Where might you be going?" Georgiana looked longingly up the stairs, as if it were the last hope for escape. "Cook is expecting you and me in the kitchen. It appears that the good Colonel favours lemon tarts. We shall make them over and over until we have the perfect pastry to offer him for services rendered on this day." Georgiana's groan was heard by all 3. Lady Matlock smiled and raised her eyes at her son and nephew. They watched as Georgiana's chin fell to her chest. The young girl spun around, marched down the 2 steps, and walked across the entrance hall, until she stood immediately in front of Elizabeth. "Yes, Mrs. Darcy." Could her day get any worse? Chapter 20. Darcy held his wife close as his foot sought to pull the covers over their legs. He thought back over all that had happened that week. Even though their family was in such turmoil, his marriage to Elizabeth Darcy was a joy. After several hours of Georgiana and Elizabeth being in the kitchen with cook, his curiosity finally got the better of him, and he had crept quietly below stairs to see if they were at least speaking to each other. The door had barely swung open when he heard the sound of delighted laughter. Darcy peeked around the door and found his wife and sister covered in flour. In front of them, on the long wooden table, sat 4 of the oddest-looking pies he had ever seen. Cook stood alongside the 2 with her index finger in her chin, surveying the offerings in front of her. "They are horrible-looking," Georgiana chuckled. "Can they be disguised somehow?" Elizabeth asked on a laugh, wiping her tears and spreading the flour across her cheek. Cook finally placed her fisted hands on her hips. "Well, I've not seen a tart in that shape since I nursed at my mother's breast." Georgiana gasped at the description, and even Darcy turned red. He was grateful his presence was still undetected. The cook continued, "If we whip up some cream, we may be able to cover it so that we can hide the lumps and bumps, I think." This only served to set the women off again. Finally, Elizabeth said amidst the humour, "Sister, I believe that we have learned all we can from this endeavour. Perhaps we should try something else on the morrow." Georgiana used the back of her sleeve to wipe her brow. Her blonde hair was heavily streaked with white, and the apron she had over her gown had mysterious blots and blobs of something yellow that threatened to fall onto the floor. "No, Elizabeth, I am determined. I shall come tomorrow and work at this until I can present my cousin with the perfect lemon tart, or I shall use up all the lemons in London trying." Darcy was thrilled to see his wife embrace Georgiana before turning to a horrified cook. For the peace of his household, he would have to slip something extra into cook's pay. Whether or not the kitchen would ever recover from his sister's efforts, he was unsure. Whether or not Georgiana made a perfect tart, he did not care. What was his concern was the camaraderie of his sister and his wife. He silently closed the door, grinning like a fool. That he had the right and privilege to hold this woman in his arms pleased his soul. After they had come upstairs to their rooms for the night, she asked him to brush out her hair. It was the first time she had made such a request, but soon he understood her reasoning. It was soothing to both of them. "William, I believe good progress was made today with Georgiana. Do you?" Elizabeth voiced her thoughts as if they were her only concern. He relaxed with her words and his movements. Darcy could not help wrapping her curls around his fingers as he pulled the brush through the layers. "Yes, I believe so." One stroke after another, the brush moved through the thick strands, like a knife through soft butter. Elizabeth waited to resume her speech until she saw him completely relaxed. "William, I was hurt last night when you chose not to listen to me about your sister. I was hurt again when you so easily listened to your aunt instead of me. I was also hurt that you did not come to me that night. At the same time, I was relieved that you did not." Elizabeth's words were not uttered in anger. It was disappointment that filled her voice. The brushing stopped. Darcy looked at the reflection of her eyes in the mirror. He then knew how Georgiana felt earlier that day. When you loved someone, disappointing them was the last thing you wanted to do. Did he love her? Was it too soon? Darcy was so surprised at his thoughts that he put the brush down on the table and stepped back from his wife. He closed his eyes so he would not see regret in her eyes. That he could not stand. Taking a deep breath, he thought of how he could explain himself. Yes, he could arrogantly remind her of his position as head of their domain, but that would not make for peace with the one woman he valued more than all others. "I did not want to hurt you, Elizabeth. I did not want to disappoint you, and I see that I have." He stepped back up behind her and rested his hands on her shoulders. "Start as you mean to go on. It has been only 5 days that I have been a husband. It has been 15 years since I have lived as a family. I urge you to allow me time to learn, Elizabeth." Gratefully, she reached up and placed her hands on top of his. "Coincidentally, I have only been married 5 days as well." He gloried in her smile and felt relief at her humour.
"In those 5 days, wife, I have come to admire you tremendously."
"As I admire you." When she looked up at him, no longer using the mirror to see the man she married, he bent and lifted her into his arms. It was only 6 steps to the bed. The next several days saw many changes at Darcy House. Elizabeth's wardrobe started to arrive, the announcements of their marriage appeared in the newspapers, and the curious started flocking around the neighbourhood in the hopes of seeing the woman who had captured Fitzwilliam Darcy. Speculation went from her being a long-time friend of the Darcy family, who had compromised him, to a visiting Russian princess. Gossip was rife. Richard found his popularity had increased, as his mother's friends came and went during visiting hours. Lady Matlock was delighted, as it put her youngest son in the path of several eligible young women. She took delicious delight in watching him squirm. His time was coming. For the most part, Darcy and Elizabeth enjoyed much time alone. When they were not together, his sister was with them. Georgiana had finally produced a tart measuring up to her standards on the second day. However, her pride plummeted when she put too much soap in the pot of boiling water for her bedsheets. Even Elizabeth had to admit that the bubbles were not funny after the third rinsing. The sisters were developing a closer bond, as Elizabeth encouraged Georgiana and praised her efforts. She was as delighted with Georgiana's successes as her young sister was. It amazed Darcy at the change in his sister. Elizabeth did not understand his amazement. "Why are you so surprised, William, that your sister finds such joy in accomplishment? Do you not also enjoy seeing something that you have done well?" Well, for a certainty he did. It was a none too gentle reminder that Georgiana was growing up. Darcy found that he did not really like that thought. As the days passed, he witnessed facets of her personality that thrilled him. Others disturbed him. Darcy shook his head at how blind he had been, but found comfort in his cousin being just as sightless. Watching her husband's reactions to his sister was enlightening to Elizabeth. It comforted and relieved her to know that he would be an involved father, who would praise and compliment the efforts of his own children in whatever task they undertook. What a difference from her own parents. Certainly both she and Darcy hoped for children. He required an heir for Pemberley, and it would distract him from when Georgiana made her debut, married and left his care. Darcy was involving Elizabeth more and more in the running of Darcy House, and in reviewing his investments. They were entertaining the Gardiner family, and Bingley discussing new investments, when the butler brought notice that Lord Matlock had arrived with Lady Catherine. Their peace was not to last. Chapter 21. Darcy excused himself from dinner, shaking his head at his wife's unspoken request to attend him. Whatever transpired in the next few moments would be unpleasant, and he did not want Elizabeth to come to harm. He was confident that his aunt and uncle would not try to assault his wife physically. However, their words could be powerful weapons, like a warrior throwing a spear, deadly to the mind and heart. Elizabeth noted the apprehension on Georgiana's face. Her young sister was seated between Aunt Gardiner and her 10-year-old daughter Susan. At first, Darcy had hesitated over having the young children at his table. However, after witnessing their fine behaviour in the Gardiner household, his uncertainty vanished like the morning mist. With the advent of Lord Matlock and Lady Catherine, the joy Georgiana had was gone. The Gardiners soon took their leave, after assuring themselves that Elizabeth would be well, and Bingley followed immediately after them. He was never far from Jane Bennet, and Elizabeth wondered if their relationship would progress to marriage. She easily imagined it was the desire of her mother for it to be so. When she and Darcy had visited the Gardiners the afternoons prior, the two sisters had been able to talk at length. Jane's affections were entirely engaged. Jane believed Charles Bingley to be all that a gentleman should be. Their pleasant natures would allow for no dissent. Elizabeth thought of the heated discussions and passionate resolutions between herself and her husband, and was perfectly content with the man she married. Like Jane and Bingley, their natures were well matched. Elizabeth and Georgiana settled in the music room to wait for Darcy. Neither could concentrate, as both of their minds were in Darcy's study, with the family gathered there. Their imaginations were fertile, and visions of battles, weapons, and bloodshed haunted them both. They would not have been surprised at the confrontation, for a confrontation it was.
"Now, Darcy, Cathy and I have both come to terms with your marriage to that woman."
Lord Matlock's tone was condescending, and his reference to Elizabeth as that woman derogatory. Darcy could see that his aunt was itching to speak, but had evidently been instructed by her brother to remain silent. Darcy refused to dignify his uncle with a comment. He sat back in the master's chair, with his arms folded across his chest. His left hand, which was tucked under his right elbow, was tightly fisted in anger. His right hand lay on his left elbow, as if relaxed, with no care in the world. It was a studied pose, one to fool the person confronting him into thinking Darcy unaffected by the conversation. It was like he sat there in body, yet he was looking on from the outside, like a spectator watching actors on the stage.
"Darcy, since leading strings you have been made aware of the importance of family. Our dearly departed sister, your mother, was proud of the Fitzwilliam heritage. If she were here today, she would be sorely disappointed that you have separated yourself from your family. You are the grandson of the Earl of Matlock, our own father. You need to set aside your Darcy sensibilities and remember where you came from."
Lord Matlock also had a seemingly relaxed pose. Nevertheless, his inability to look his nephew in the eye belied his bearing. Darcy thought Lord Matlock's pose must have been a trick his uncle learned in his years of political posturing. He knew what his aunt and uncle were about. Their mention of his mother was an attempt to use emotional attachments to sway him to their way of thinking. Again, he remained silent. Darcy could see the increasing nervousness growing in his uncle as the silence lengthened. Lady Catherine was all but squirming in her chair, using every bit of self-control to keep from blurting her own opinions and attempts to persuade Darcy. It made Darcy wonder what Lord Matlock held over his sister to keep her silent.
"Darcy!"
Apparently the limit had been reached.
"What have you to say? You perch on your throne of authority and treat your own family with disdain as you sit in silent judgment of us."
Lord Matlock stood and leaned over the front of the desk, his arms resting their weight on his fingertips. His colour had risen, and small beads of sweat appeared on his upper lip. Lady Catherine jumped up to stand just behind him. "Reinforcements."
"This will not do."
Lord Matlock pounded his right fist on the hardwood surface, the sound echoing around the room.
"Fitzwilliam Darcy, you will pledge your support of your family, or I will personally see that you, your wife, and your sister are ruined. Do you hear me now?"
Darcy did not flinch. He did not remove his eyes from his uncle's face, nor did he give any evidence that the pace of his breathing had been disturbed. His fist, carefully hidden under his elbow, clenched so tightly that he feared the damage he might do to the bones and tendons of his own hand. Lord Matlock stood and spun away from Darcy's desk, almost running over the top of his sister. It was at this point that she began her tirade. Her face had turned as scarlet as her brother's, as she shook her gnarled index finger at her nephew.
"You will rue the day, Darcy, that you crossed the two of us."
Lady Catherine was so out of control that saliva sprayed over the top of his desk. Darcy closed his eyes and shook his head slightly at the mess the maids would have to clean. The conduct of both his aunt and uncle disgusted him. He hated to think that he had ever been like them, thinking his birth elevated him over what was right and just. They were in the wrong, but their status in society could damage his family. That they threatened harm to his wife and sister crossed the line and removed him from owing any fidelity to the Fitzwilliam siblings at all. Darcy stood from his chair as his aunt continued to rant and rave. He walked to the door and waved 2 footmen into the room. Inclining his head towards Lord Matlock and Lady Catherine, he signalled his desire to have them removed. When they realised what Darcy had done, the name-calling and threats became even viler. Each footman grabbed one of Lord Matlock's arms and started pulling him towards the door. He was a large man with a wide girth, evidence of an adulthood of excess. His fury and outrage undermined his strength, and the young men were able to easily lead him to his waiting carriage. Lady Catherine followed, spewing vitriol with every step. Darcy was in a trance-like state as he looked to where Lord Matlock and Lady Catherine exited. He did not become aware of his wife's presence until his gaze cleared, and he realised the study door was now closed. He felt Elizabeth's arms slip around his waist, and her hands run soothingly up and down his back. Her head was turned so that it rested over his heart. Like him, she said not a word. As the tension started to leave him, Darcy wrapped his long arms around her and pulled her even closer, in an effort to become one breath, one heart. He closed his eyes, focusing on the woman in his embrace. Darcy did not take his aunt and uncle's threats lightly. He knew that bringing down the Fitzwilliam family would cause such an uproar in the temps that it would mask what the siblings were doing. It would take a lifetime to repair the damage, unless he took the offensive. No parrying, no defensive manoeuvres.
"Elizabeth," Darcy quietly spoke, "are you familiar with fencing?"
The question was so unexpected that Elizabeth had to wonder if she had heard her husband correctly. She pulled back enough to look at him closely. "I am not familiar with the practical application of the rules of fencing, though I have read much about it. Why in heaven's name do you ask?" The corners of Darcy's mouth barely lifted at her answer. He was unsurprised. Elizabeth had read about a man's sport.
"Do you know the purpose of the lunge?"
Darcy's voice became firm as his mind came up with a plan of action to protect the Darcy's name. "I am somewhat." Elizabeth thought back on what she had learned so many years ago. "It is an aggressive move that covers much territory and serves to back your opponent into a corner, is it not?" His smile became wider.
"Yes, dear lady, that is its purpose."
Elizabeth reacted with horror. "You have called out Lord Matlock?" Darcy chuckled and pulled her back into him.
"No, Elizabeth, we will not meet on the field of honour."
He could not help but breathe in the fragrance of her hair. Roses. It was a smell that had been the favourite of his mother, a pleasant memory from a pleasant scent.
"I believe the best way to stop Lord Matlock and Lady Catherine is to publicly separate ourselves from them."
"Ah, an offensive move. Do you believe they are trading on the Darcy name in some way, William?"
"I do."
Darcy realised that his actions would have a certain amount of repercussions to the three of them.
"I believe I need to make Richard and Aunt Helen aware of the events of this evening and prepare them for what I believe will come. This will undoubtedly impact Georgiana's ability to move freely in society when she comes out. Thus, a family meeting is in order. What think you, my bride?"
Elizabeth smiled up at her husband. The imaginings of her mind, while in the music room, had prepared her either for an outraged man or a broken one, depending on how the meeting went. She was completely unprepared for this seemingly calm, reasonable man. Elizabeth marvelled that he was her husband. With that thought in mind, she squeezed him tightly and left to comfort Georgiana while he wrote to his cousin. It would not do for a note to be sent directly to Aunt Helen at Matlock House. Stealth and secrecy as to their purpose would need to be maintained. The meeting would need to be held at daybreak the next morning, well before Lord Matlock and Lady Catherine rose for the day. Richard had arrived soon after receiving the missive the night before. He and Darcy spent almost an hour discussing their plans, before he left to make arrangements, privately, with his mother. They both arrived just after sunrise, and the family joined together in a drawing-room, the door firmly closed. "Tell us of your plan, Darcy." Lady Matlock had not been surprised when her husband and sister-in-law had returned fairly quickly to Matlock House the night before. Their bitter ire and spite were also not unexpected. Their specific threats against Darcy and his family were unforeseen. It was like both adults had lost all control and no longer had the ability to see beyond their own conclusions about how to fix the mess they were in. Richard had told his mother that Darcy had kept silent during the tirade of his aunt and uncle, and Lady Matlock marvelled at her nephew's self-control. She would do anything within her power to help. There was no longer a place for her at Matlock House.
"First, Aunt Helen, we need to look to your comfort. If your husband was aware that you were at Darcy House, he could make your life increasingly difficult."
He looked to Richard.
"This applies to you as well, cousin."
"We spoke of this last night, Darcy." Richard's voice was firm, with no hesitation. "Neither of us wants to be caught in the web when it becomes public what my father and Aunt Catherine have done. Therefore, if your offer of refuge is available to the both of us, we are determined to accept it." He reached over and clasped his mother's hand, tenderly patting the back of it with his other hand. "Since we first spoke after your marriage, I've gone with Gardner to look at properties outside the city, and have made an offer on a large parcel surrounding a small estate. The home is livable, though it needs some repairs and updating. I resigned and sold my commission 2 days past."
"This is good news, cousin."
Darcy was relieved to have his aunt and cousin on board, and he was relieved that he could offer protection and a measure of security to his loved ones. He was most pleased that his cousin would no longer be in danger from the fight on the continent. The tension poured out of Darcy at Richard's words. "Our biggest concern is Georgiana." Lady Matlock looked to her niece. She noticed that Georgiana had not offered support of her youngest son's change of circumstances. Richard had reported the sweeping changes in the Darcy home that had taken place with Georgiana, and she agreed that the discipline had been warranted and beneficial. However, this was the young girl's future, and Helen was not aware how principled she was. She did not know Georgiana's thoughts on the slave trade, nor on any other social matter. She was surprised when her niece spoke up. "I, too, am concerned about my future." Georgiana had gained in confidence since being in company with Elizabeth. She understood that she was not as wise as she had thought she was, and that she had acted as an immature young girl with Wickham. Yet she was still a 15-year-old girl with a lifetime of dreams of being presented at court, dancing in beautiful ball gowns, wearing the Darcy jewels at elite social gatherings, and being sought after by the most eligible of men. What her guardians were suggesting would most likely end those dreams. This was unpalatable to Georgiana.
"As am I, sister, as am I."
Darcy loved Georgiana as both a brother and a father would.
"Therefore my idea is to make it public that Darcy House, along with Lady Matlock and Richard Fitzwilliam, Esquire, have separated themselves from my aunt and uncle. I suspect this will drive both Lord Matlock and Lady Catherine back to their estates in Derbyshire and Kent, respectively. The 5 of us shall remain in London, and participate fully in as many events as are possible for you to attend, Georgiana. Since you are not yet out, this will be limited to the theatre, museums, and visits to Bond Street, Vauxhall, and any other occasions fitting for a young lady. We shall see and be seen with our heads held high. Will we have to face condescension? Possibly. Will it be the easy way? Not at all. Is it the right thing to do? Absolutely." The prospect of spending that much time in public was secretly thrilling to Georgiana. It was an opportunity rarely allowed to a female her age, and one she knew her brother would never have undertaken had the circumstances not been so dire. "Our mission now is to find a companion for my sister, who is well versed in propriety and decorum, one who is young enough to keep up with our social calendar, and one who will be a good influence to see Georgiana become a woman unparalleled in society." Lady Matlock knew just the woman. Mrs. Adriana Annesley was just a little younger than Richard, was gently born, and the widow of the second son of a baron. Her husband's unexpected death had left her impoverished. Mrs. Annesley quickly found employment with a noble family, caring for their impetuous daughter Bernice. With the impending marriage of the young lady, Mrs. Annesley was in need of another position. Once they had discussed the possibility of offering for Mrs. Annesley as Georgiana's companion, Lady Matlock wrote a note that Darcy had a footman take her round with direction to wait for a response. It was Lady Matlock's desire that her son be placed in company regularly with Georgiana's companion, if Mrs. Annesley was secured for the position. She was a lovely, intelligent woman, with a quiet beauty and a gentle spirit, perfect for her rambunctious Richard. With that task completed, they chewed over the finer parts of the plan, like a hungry dog with a bone, until there was not a fragment of meat left. Each had their task, and all were resolved to see it to its end. Darcy and Richard climbed the steps to White's.
Darcy had been a long-time member of the Popular Gentlemen's Club, and knew most of the occupants by name and reputation. It only took a few moments to find his targets. Fortunately, they were seated at the same table. Mr. Gilbert Hurst, brother-in-law to Charles Bingley, and Sir Philip Andrews were the town's most notorious gossips. It was well known that they put their wives to shame when it came to spreading news about town. They were not in the same sphere as Darcy or the Fitzwilliams. Thus they were both surprised when the men asked to join them at their table.
"Mr. Hurst, Sir Philip, I hope you are well."
Darcy smiled to himself at how easy this had been. It boded well for the future, he hoped.
"Would you both join us in a libation? I would be pleased to put it on my account."
Darcy thought Hurst might have actually licked his lips in desire had he chosen to look at the man that closely. He chose not to. Their greedy acceptance was expected.
"Has my father been by today?" Richard asked.
The conversation had been planned before their arrival. Lord Matlock was the bait.
"No, Colonel. We have yet to see Lord Matlock."
Both men knew that Hugh Fitzwilliam would never acknowledge their existence unless they could provide some sort of service to him. Neither man wanted to appear as if they were out of the loop of anything brewing amongst the highest circles, though.
"Two pieces of news, Hurst."
Richard leaned forward in his chair and lowered his voice to a whisper. Both men followed suit, unwilling to miss even one word.
"First, I resign my commission and am no longer a colonel. Secondly, I doubt that you will see my father in here for a long time."
With that, he sat back in his chair. The bait had been put on the hook, and the men were ready to bite. Darcy spoke as if unconcerned.
"It really is too bad when you think of it, Colonel. Lord Matlock could have used his authority in the House of Lords to speak on something other than abolition, do you not think?"
Darcy and Richard noted how rapidly the men moved to better hear. Darcy's view of the use of slaves was well known. He was in complete opposition to the practice. They assumed the colonel had the same opinion.
"Yes, when it comes out that he and my aunt have supported the illegal trading of slaves, and then used those slaves on their sugar plantations in the Indies, it will expose him for the hypocrite that he is."
Darcy shook his head.
"It is truly unfortunate that we have had to separate our households completely from such a travesty."
Both Hurst's and Andrew's jaws dropped to their chests. This was the juiciest type of news. Lord Matlock had stepped on many to gain the power he held. He was an arrogant braggart, and many would rejoice at his fall. Lady Catherine had never been well tolerated in society, rarely leaving her estate in Kent. Like her brother, she had regularly given offence, even to those who held higher positions in society.
"Richard and I are resolved to do everything within our power to protect Lady Matlock and my sister from the harm that will befall the Fitzwilliam family in case this is made public."
Darcy saw the men look at each other in speculation, and knew the hook had been set. Gentlemen, who were truly gentlemen, would do everything possible to protect innocent women from harm. Both Hurst and Andrews were gentlemen.
"Yes, Darcy, I will use all of the skills I've honed on the continent against any person, male or female, who speaks against my mother, your wife, or your sister. Is that what you desired to know, cousin?"
With that, they reeled the men in.
"Thank you, Richard. I am happy to have your support."
When the waiter delivered the drinks, Darcy and Richard pushed theirs in front of Hurst and Andrews.
"Enjoy!"
With that, they walked out of White's and headed to their next target. Lady Matlock had taken Elizabeth and Georgiana to call on Lady Jersey, one of the patronesses of Almack's. There, the same conversation would take place. It was a busy morning, with Darcy, Richard, Lady Matlock, Elizabeth and Georgiana travelling from one end of London to the other. However, due to the well-planned campaign, they all found the news had already spread before they could reach their second destination. Chapter 22. Fitzwilliam Darcy was a private man. Knowing that he had deliberately started talk about his family went against all he stood for. Yet justice demanded him to act against his own inclinations. As suspected, Lord Matlock retreated to his country estate, leaving Matlock House in London to his wife and youngest son. His eldest son, Viscount Stanley, quickly followed his father, showing his allegiance and his probable involvement in his father's business. Lady Catherine refused to accept that her position in society was damaged by her own actions. She was heard to proclaim repeatedly, to those who delighted to watch the woman's downward spiral, "Do you know who I am?" It was not until 4 days later that Darcy and Elizabeth came face to face with his aunt. Her mood was volatile. Darcy's was resolute. As a relief from the pressures of family and business, Darcy escorted his wife to the opera. Their private box was visible from the floor, and the boxes to the sides of the theatre. Elizabeth was wearing a new dress of emerald green silk, shot with gold threads. Darcy's valet had inquired of Elizabeth's maid to determine the colour, so matching jewellery was provided. In Darcy's eyes, the gemstones paled when compared to his wife's eyes. It was his pleasure to escort her up the stairs toward the privacy of their box. The couple had just reached their seats when they both became aware of a disturbance in the upper level of the theatre, to the right side of them. Both Darcy and Elizabeth heard their family name being shouted, and looked to see Lady Catherine leaning precariously out of the Matlock family box. Her arm was extended, and her finger pointed. Vicious, vile words streamed from her mouth, words that called into question Elizabeth's birth and morals. Lady Catherine's actions brought the attention of those seated on the floor, as well as in other boxes. Darcy wanted to storm around the theatre and help his aunt over the side into the pit of the orchestra. Taking a deep breath, he let it out slowly through his nose. Elizabeth clasped his hand tightly. At a noise behind them, they both turned to see who had the temerity to disturb them. Both were shocked to see the Duke and Duchess of Devondale. They were a stately couple, befitting their title. His Grace was as honourable as he was wealthy. It put him in direct opposition to Lord Matlock over the years. Their history together was one of disgust on the Duke's part, and jealousy on the part of Hugh Fitzwilliam. The Duke and Darcy's father had attended Cambridge together, and remained friends afterwards.
"Darcy, I understand you have recently wed. Would you accept the best wishes of both the Duchess and I?"
Darcy and Elizabeth had risen as soon as they realised who had stepped inside the curtain. Now they bowed and curtsied.
"Certainly, Your Grace."
After introductions were made, the Duke looked past Darcy's shoulder to where Lady Catherine was standing. Her arm was still extended, but her tirade stopped as soon as she recognised who was with her nephew.
"Darcy, I fear there is a poisonous snake in the grass that needs its head chopped off. Excuse me for but a moment." "Your Grace."
Darcy bowed as the man backed out of the box, leaving his wife behind. Darcy seated the Duchess next to Elizabeth and offered to retrieve a glass of punch for her, or otherwise see to her comfort. By the time Darcy returned with 2 cups of punch for the ladies, the Duke had returned to the box and was seated next to his wife. He entered to the sound of Elizabeth's laughter, and pleasure in the woman he married rose in his chest, until it threatened to take his breath away. As he sat next to Elizabeth, he was surprised to find the 2 women discussing lemon tarts. When Elizabeth described the 4 produced by her and Georgiana, the Duchess countered with the results of her own attempts. Darcy was stunned that the wife of a peer of the realm had spent time in the kitchen. He must have had a quizzical look on his face, because the Duchess explained, "My governess spent many years with a woman of noble birth who married a baronet. The man was a rake and a notorious gambler. She went from privilege to poverty. The lady had no skills, no training for her reduced circumstances, and this increased her distress. When this governess came to me, she determined that it would serve me well to learn to care for myself and others. I have not made 1 lemon tart since I married, but I could if there was ever a need. And if you had lemons," Elizabeth added, to much laughter. Darcy was fascinated by the woman he wed. Her eyes sparkled, and she spoke with the Duchess as if she were born to it.
"It is good to know, Darcy, that if we ever lose our fortunes, neither of us will starve."
The Duke had long forgotten his wife had that skill. It pleased him to know that Mr. and Miss Darcy were following the pattern of his most excellent wife. He had respected Darcy's father deeply, and had watched the son over the years. George Darcy would be proud of the man his son had become, and pleased with his son's choice for Mistress of Pemberley. The Duke and Duchess of Devondale spent the remainder of the evening in the Darcy box. Lady Catherine had left soon after the Duke visited her. Darcy was curious to know what had been said to stop his aunt's verbal assault. He would not ask. If Devondale volunteered the information, then he would know. Elizabeth had no such compunction. "Your Grace, it appears that you have unusual skills of your own." The Duke looked at her, his left brow lifted, and a slight smile on his face. "Mrs. Darcy, I do not know what you mean." "Ah, a cautious man." Darcy could see the teasing glint in Elizabeth's eye. "I refer to being a hunter of wild creatures, Your Grace." "Is that to what you refer, Mrs. Darcy?" The Duke's smile grew. He was being teased by a young woman, comfortable in her marriage, and he delighted again to know Darcy would be happy in his home. "Yes, I have an intense aversion to reptiles. I do not like to be surprised by one when I am in the countryside, and I detest running into them in town." "It is a humble man to admit to such a condition, Your Grace." "Why, thank you, Mrs. Darcy, but it is not my humility that is in question. It is my modesty." Elizabeth raised her own brow at this, and gave thought to how she would answer the Duke. "To be humble is to lower oneself. I would have thought this to be the proper position to address a serpent crawling in the grass. To be modest is to recognise your limitations, is it not? I do not understand." She started. Then her eyes opened wide, and her lips parted in surprise. "I do understand, Your Grace. Your aversion, as you described it, is your limit, is it not?" At his nod she continued, "Therefore your limit is no tolerance." "You are correct." He tilted his head toward the box that Lady Catherine had been standing in, which was now empty. "I reminded your aunt that she had become reprehensible and unwelcome in good society. If she was not willing to remove herself gracefully, I would see that it would be done post-haste." "Then, Your Grace, I thank you." "It was my pleasure, Mrs. Darcy." The Duke of Devondale and his wife walked out of the theatre with the Darcys. That one act cemented the standing of the new Mrs. Darcy more than had her position been granted by birth. Darcy was grateful, and Elizabeth was relieved. Since their marriage, there had been one trouble after another, and she longed for peace. The next day saw Mrs. Annesley established in Darcy House. Georgiana was relieved to have a companion who was fashionable, kind, and lovely. When Richard and Lady Matlock appeared later in the day, the ladies noticed the Colonel's response to the new addition to the household. He was all that was charming. Darcy wondered what his cousin was about. He completely missed the covert glances Richard offered his ward's companion. Mrs. Annesley, on the other hand, completely ignored Richard. It was not until Elizabeth explained the dynamics that he smiled to himself. It would be a pleasure to watch his cousin chase someone who did not want to be caught. Richard's attachment to the house of Matlock and his outgoing personality typically guaranteed he had success with the ladies. This would be a first for him, and Darcy could not wait to tease. Lady Matlock was delighted for a completely different reason. She loved the man her son had become. Underneath his rough exterior was a tender heart. It would take a woman of uncommon character to complement her son. Mrs. Annesley appeared to have that type of character. She resolved to see what time revealed. Elizabeth thought of how life was like a play, with characters that moved around each other on a stage. Some were the heroes, and others supported them, their actions and decisions influencing the lives of the other performers. Some had a few brief lines, and others lengthy orations. She wondered how those gathered together in this room would interact and influence each other in the years to come. Elizabeth glanced at Richard, and saw a man who was steady, honourable, and quick to defend and protect those he loved. He was a man willing to sacrifice, his own life if necessary. Then she gazed lovingly at her husband. He had all of the qualities that made up Richard Fitzwilliam, but there was so much more to the man. Elizabeth's breath caught. She was in love with her husband, completely, utterly, unreservedly, unconditionally in love. Darcy happened to look at his wife, not knowing what was going through her mind. When he saw the warmth and emotion of her gaze, he wondered at her thoughts. He watched her rise from the chair and walk towards him, never taking her eyes from his. She stopped just in front of him, and, uncaring of who saw or who heard, she leaned into him and whispered the words he longed to hear. "I love you, William." Chapter 23. Fitzwilliam Darcy closed his eyes as he embraced his wife, his mind replaying over and over the precious words she had uttered. Forgotten were the other occupants of the room. Forgotten was the standard ingrained in him from infancy that a man never expressed his feelings in a public setting. Forgotten were the days of uncertainty that led to this point in time. Releasing his arms, he stepped back from Elizabeth. Taking her left hand in his right, he gave a short bow to his family without looking at any of them. He said a polite, "Excuse me," and pulled his wife out to a small balcony just outside before any of the other occupants of the drawing-room could reply. Richard Fitzwilliam knew what would be happening outside, and for the first time in his adult life he was jealous of his cousin. Certainly not because of how they were spending their time, for Richard correctly imagined they were locked in a passionate embrace, but because of the bond, the depth of feeling Darcy received from his wife. Richard had never coveted Darcy's wealth. He knew, probably more than any other, the responsibility that came with being master of Pemberley. There had been no single person to provide succour and comfort since the loss of Darcy's parents, until Elizabeth. His mother looked at her son and realised, as only a mother could, that this instant was a time of great change for him. The extent of her suffering each time Richard had gone to fight Napoleon's forces had aged her prematurely. It was the suffering only a mother would understand. While Helen Fitzwilliam was delighted for her nephew and his wife, she desired the same relationship for Richard. Georgiana did not understand what had happened. Her brother's actions bordered on rudeness. She had never known him to set aside propriety and decorum, even in his private life. Leaving a room with guests without providing a reason was beyond the pale. She turned to her new companion, hoping the woman was not offended by the slight. Mrs. Annesley remembered the first blush of love. What she observed with the Darcys was so much more than that, a love that resonated with passion. It was a "to death do us part" kind of love that every woman's heart desired. The love engendered by her husband had been comfortable, no more or less than that. It paled in comparison to what she had witnessed. She was unsurprised that a young, inexperienced girl would not understand how consuming such strong emotions could be. Turning to her new charge, she addressed the confusion she saw on her face. "Pray do not be concerned with the actions of your brother and his wife, Miss Darcy." She had Georgiana's full attention. "Under these circumstances, we need to overlook their actions and discern their motives." "But—" Georgiana did not understand. Her companion had been told in detail all that had happened with George Wickham after she had accepted the position. Mrs. Annesley remembered the confusion and turbulent emotions of her adolescent years. "Miss Darcy, do you remember the feelings you had when Mr. Wickham expressed his love for you the very first time?" The words were quietly said. Nevertheless, this conversation had the full attention of Lady Matlock and her son. "I do, Mrs. Annesley." Georgiana had a dreamy look on her face. "We were walking down the boardwalk at Ramsgate. The sun was hot, the sky was blue, and the air was filled with the noise of families enjoying the day. George took my hand in his and boldly kissed the back of it, right there in public notice." She sighed. "He told me that he had loved me for a long time, and that he longed for me to be at his side." "And how did that make you feel, Miss Darcy?" "Warm and cherished." Georgiana thought back on those days, just over a month ago. "I felt like I was beautiful and desired. I do not recall ever being so happy in my lifetime." And when you found out that Mr. Wickham did not mean what he said? The question was harsh, though her tone was gentle. The hurt was terrible. Georgiana felt the pain in her heart, as if the wound were fresh. Now imagine how you would feel to hear those words from a man who was constant, a man who had proven his worth and devotion to you, one who would never deceive or lie to you. How would you feel then? Just thinking of such a man brought tears to Georgiana's eyes. Richard saw his cousin's reaction and was almost moved to tears himself. He appreciated the way Mrs. Annesley was helping his ward to see the situation with Darcy and Elizabeth clearly. She was a woman of wisdom and keen understanding. Richard leaned forward to not miss Georgiana's answer. "I believe," Georgiana started, I believe I can only imagine the kind of happiness that would bring." "Well said, Miss Darcy." Mrs. Annesley then helped Georgiana draw her attention away from herself to the matter at hand. "Did you happen to hear Mrs. Darcy's words to her husband?" "She whispered that she loved him." Georgiana suddenly felt every year of her youth, very young indeed. "Elizabeth meant it, and William knew that she meant it, did he not?" "Yes, Miss Darcy." Mrs. Annesley could not help the little smile that appeared, as realization finally came to Georgiana. What they had observed was a rare occurrence in their society. It was a powerful lesson to a young lady, a marker to try to reach for in making future decisions for a partner in life. Richard stared at Mrs. Annesley, and Lady Matlock watched her son. Mrs. Annesley had noticed the attention the gentleman was paying her, and she was not unaffected. However, it was her first day of employment in the household, and she had much to learn about the quality of people she would be associating with. She had known of Lady Matlock through her last assignment, and appreciated the fine reputation of the woman seated across the room. She knew nothing about the reputation of her son, nor did she want to know at this time. What she did know is that he was a handsome man with a fine form and a pleasant smile. He seemed to care for his ward and for the woman who gave him birth. His sun-streaked dark blonde hair had grown down on his collar, and his eyes held stories that would fill volumes if written down. Yes, he was an attractive man. Lady Matlock watched the interplay between the man and woman. While Richard openly displayed his attention, Mrs. Annesley's glances were brief, as she tried not to look where her eyes were inclined to linger. Helen Fitzwilliam smiled to herself at what the future held. She, too, knew what Darcy and Elizabeth were about. It was her hope that Darcy House and Pemberley would soon be filled with children's voices. Darcy would allow her the privilege of being a grandmother to his offspring, and she rejoiced at the role. On the balcony, Elizabeth giggled out loud. It had not taken long for William to draw her into a tight embrace. The words her husband whispered into her ear were filled with loving and tender affection. "William, did we abandon our guests with no consideration for their care?"
"Yes, we did, my love."
He pulled her closer to him.
"They are adults. Well, with the exception of my sister, who I believe thinks she is an adult. They can learn to care for themselves, as I am confident this will not be the last time I am overcome by the beauty and magnificence of my wife."
Elizabeth hugged her husband to her and chuckled aloud. "We are terrible hosts, Fitzwilliam."
"That we are, my wife. That we are."
Elizabeth had been correct. The world was a stage, and this was a fitting exit at the end of the last act. Their play, their romantic drama, had played out with all of its parts to reach the happily ever after she had always dreamed of. Epilogue. Darcy House, 3 years later. "Are you pleased, dearest husband?" The doctor, surgeon and midwife were finally gone, leaving Darcy and Elizabeth alone with the small infant. Fitzwilliam Darcy cuddled the tiny bundle to his chest and looked at his wife in confusion.
"Why would I not be pleased, Elizabeth?"
He knew why she asked. Having been raised in a household where the lack of a male child was a tragedy, Elizabeth worried that another daughter would be a burden. Darcy surveyed his newest child, the small round face, topped with a dark tuft of fine hair, eyebrows and lashes so wispy they were barely visible. The sleeping child had stolen his heart with her first breath, just as her older sister had done. Their first child, Victoria Elizabeth Darcy, was a miniature version of her mother. At 2 years of age, her natural inquisitiveness, boldness, and joy of discovery filled Darcy House with delightful giggles. Darcy wondered at the future personality of this newest daughter. Would she be like her sister, or would she have the reticence in company that her father and aunt had? Darcy knew that it would not be long before they would find out. His own joy increased every single day with his growing family. Elizabeth loved her husband with a fierceness that consumed her. He was an outstanding husband and an excellent father. He watched over the goings-on of the household with tender care. He had insisted that both of her confinements be under the care of multiple physicians, and she graciously allowed this, as it seemed to assuage his worry. It was what a good man did for his family. Darcy worried about the rest of his family in equal measure. Though he realised he had little control, he fretted over them all. Darcy had participated, as he was able, in his sister's first season, though he would much rather have been at home with his wife and Victoria. When in attendance, Darcy opened each ball with Georgiana, and suffered to see gentlemen posturing and preening to gain his sister's attention. The season had ended with no fewer than 6 proposals, all of which his sister refused. Darcy's relief was unmistakable. Georgiana had become a wonderful young woman, and the loss to his home and his heart would be felt deeply when she found a man who claimed her heart. He worried that there was not a man good enough in all of England for his sister. With the season's end, Richard offered again for the hand of his cousin's companion, and was accepted. His first offer had been soundly rejected, as Mrs. Adriana Annesley's loyalty to her charge overrode her attraction to the former colonel. This allowed the couple to gradually come to know each other better, as Richard came and went between his property outside of London and Darcy House. Lady Matlock could not have been more pleased. The rupture between Lord Matlock, Lady Catherine, and the Darcys never healed. Occasionally there was a squawk heard out of Kent, but nothing ever came of it. The Duke and Duchess of Devondale continued close association with the Darcys, which firmly placed Mrs. Elizabeth Darcy in the first circles of society, alongside her husband, and relegated both Fitzwilliam siblings to virtual oblivion. "What shall we name her, William?" Elizabeth smiled as she counted the 4th time her husband placed a tender kiss on their daughter's forehead. The man, whom she had incorrectly assumed, was reserved and undemonstrative when they had first met, was anything but. "I am hoping you will agree to include your mother's name, husband." Darcy had thought his heart full to overflow before her request. His wife had wanted to name their first daughter Victoria Anne, but Darcy had resisted. Yes, he had wanted to honour his beloved mother, Lady Anne Darcy. Yet the love he felt for his dear wife was so strong and vibrant and alive that he could do nothing other than name Victoria for the woman she so closely resembled, Elizabeth. "This is quite a task you put before me, my wife." His heart was in his throat as he looked at the baby's face. "Will she be similar to Victoria, or as different as you are from your sister Jane? This we cannot know." Darcy used the back of his fingers to softly stroke his daughter's cheek. "I would think that Jane and Darcy would satisfy. Do you agree?" Elizabeth was delighted. Bingley and Jane's first child was almost 1 year old, a son, Charles William Bingley. Theirs had been a long courtship and engagement, allowing Mrs. Bennet to fuss over them. Mrs. Bennet was thrilled to arrange the wedding of her dreams, and the couple tolerated her oversight and overabundant use of lace. Elizabeth's mother and father had been disappointed that their first grandchild had not been an heir, so their attentions to Victoria Elizabeth were fleeting. It was not the same with Jane's son, as neither grandparent could stay away. Both had much to say on the rearing of young Bingley, which did not bother the parents overmuch. This lack of attention secretly pleased Darcy, as he never learned to respect an indifferent husband and father like Mr. Bennet. He never lost his gratitude, however, for the man's quick agreement to their marriage. For that, Darcy found that he could forgive much. "It is a beautiful name, William, for our beautiful daughter." Elizabeth knew with confidence how delighted her sister would be with the choice. The last letter they had received from Jane indicated that she might be increasing again. The Bingleys hoped for a girl this time. It was hoped she would be as angelic as her mother, if a daughter was indeed born to the Bingleys. "Do you despair of having a son, dearest?"
"I do not."
His reply was immediate. Pemberley was not entailed, and could pass on to his eldest, whether it be a son or a daughter. The thought of his children growing to the age of majority made his heart hurt, and he realised that was his true despair, knowing they would eventually become another man's.
"Elizabeth,"
he hesitantly began, his deep baritone a soft whisper.
"Let us not allow them to come out until they are 25, or possibly 30 years of age. Their aunt seems in no hurry to rush to the altar like she did when she was 15. Let us keep them with us always."
Elizabeth chuckled. "Shall we build a high wall around Pemberley and surround it with a moat? Shall we hide our girls away and teach them that boys are a danger to them?"
"Yes."
Fitzwilliam Darcy closed his eyes, pulling his baby girl closer to his chest. He thought of the future of his family and wondered what it would be. How could he not, with the future in his arms?
"Yes, Elizabeth, let us do that very thing."
Elizabeth understood. A daughter has a special place in her father's heart, and her dear husband's heart had room for all the girls that would be born to them. "Then let us do this one thing for them, William. Let us, for each child born, set aside enough for them to have a home, a solid future, that is not tied to whether or not they marry. Let us give each child, whether a son or a daughter, the gift of independence, the ability to choose their own path. Would this be agreeable to you, love?" The partnership with Richard and Elizabeth's Uncle Gardner had flourished, and the Darcy coffers were full. To do as Elizabeth suggested was within his ability. Darcy looked to his wife, and became aware that whatever the future brought, they would face it with joy, together. He would do this for his children.
"I love you, my wife."
"As I love you, my husband." Pemberley, 3 years later. It was exactly as Darcy feared. He woke up with such a dread for the day that he longed to stay in bed and pull the covers over his head. His little sister Georgiana was to marry. How had it happened that she was old enough to wed? Just yesterday she was taking her first steps. She should not be using those steps to walk down the aisle. Fitzwilliam Darcy! His wife did not understand the pain in his heart. She pulled the covers off him, then pulled on his arm, trying to move his large body from their bed. "I know what you were about. We have much to do this day." It was Elizabeth's call to rise and ready himself for Georgiana's wedding. Darcy knew that his wife did not understand his feelings. How could she? How could anyone? "If you do not ready yourself, husband, your eldest son will have to walk his aunt to meet her beloved. I believe young Will is unlikely to give her to another male, unless a bride from the kitchen is involved." At that, Darcy had to chuckle. Their 2-year-old son, William Daniel Darcy, put everything he could grasp into his mouth. At that age his judgment was not good, so his parents and nurse learned to check there first, if any item appeared missing. They worried he would be an improper role model for their youngest son, Alexander James Darcy. At 6 months of age, he followed his brother with his eyes as he rocked back and forth on his hands and knees, in position to crawl, yet not quite sure how to make forward motion. Darcy ran his hand through his hair and rose from the bed. He could tell from the angle the sun peeked through the window that it was early. Elizabeth had already informed him of all he needed to do on this morning. Putting on his robe, he crossed to the window and gazed out over the grounds of Pemberley. Servants were walking back and forth from the house to a large tent set in the rose garden. It was where the wedding breakfast would be held. Georgiana had waited until she reached her majority before she walked into his study and told him she had found the man she wanted to spend the rest of her life with, the eldest son of the Duke and Duchess of Devondale, the Marquis of Simonton, Lord de Winter. As soon as the vows were said and the register signed, his sister would be a marchioness. Later that same day the Marquis arrived to plead his suit. Certainly he could support Georgiana and any children they may produce. That thought sent a shiver down Darcy's spine. Georgiana and childbirth should not be in the same sentence. His mind flitted to Elizabeth's confinements. It was through them he had learned the true strength of a woman. Elizabeth had horrified the doctor, surgeon and midwife by asking for her husband to remain at her side. They railed against the couple, but Mrs. Darcy's quiet will prevailed. Georgiana was in excellent health, but the thought of her having an adult relationship with a man was completely repugnant to her older brother, making the taste of bile come into his throat. Lord de Winter was a good man, though his arrogance and pride of his position had been an irritant to both Darcy and Richard. Richard wanted to trim the young man down to size with his sword, but Georgiana turned tear-filled eyes on her male relatives, and that ended that. So, she would marry this day. Darcy sighed heavily. He could feel his wife's presence behind him as she wrapped her arms around his waist. She knew Georgiana's wedding would be a challenge for her husband, and could only imagine how hard it would be when it was time for their eldest, Victoria, to marry. Possibly she should start storing up good brandy for the occasion. It appeared to have worked with Richard the night before. The men had been melancholy. Darcy and Richard had secluded themselves in the master's study, with a decanter and 2 glasses. However, after a short time, Richard remembered he needed to kiss his son and daughter good night. Though he promised to return quickly, he had volunteered to help bathe his eldest, under the watchful eye of his mother and wife. Lady Matlock had taken one look at her grandson and fallen completely, irrevocably in love. When their daughter, Emmeline Abigail Fitzwilliam, joined her brother in the nursery 1½ years later, her life felt complete. Lady Matlock was sad that the man she had made this son with was still alienated from the family. Yet she had no regrets. Adriana Annesley was a wonderful wife for Richard. She understood her husband's protective nature, and never failed to comfort him or their son, Richard William, when either suffered harm. Adriana had assured Lady Matlock recently that the nightmares Richard suffered the years after the war were almost non-existent. This was a relief to a mother's heart. Elizabeth had noted Richard climbing the stairs to the nursery, and knew her husband was alone. She entered the study, lifted the crystal glass from his hand, set it on the table, grasped his empty hand, and pulled him upstairs to their room. There she endeavoured to ease him of his worry. It was to great effect. Elizabeth glanced around her husband at the activity on the lawn. All was progressing as it should be. Georgiana would be a beautiful bride, and Elizabeth wanted nothing to mar the day. "William, dearest, you are not losing a sister, you are gaining a new brother." It was a trite thing to say, and Elizabeth knew it as soon as the words left her mouth.
"Do you not think him above company, Elizabeth?"
Elizabeth remembered back to her first impressions of Fitzwilliam Darcy. He was all that Darcy claimed Lord Christopher de Winter to be. It was something she and Georgiana had discussed at length. Both women had daily evidence of the power of love. When Darcy was at home with his family, he was a changed man. Gone was the stern, reticent man with a reputation of aloofness. In his place was a warm, affectionate gentleman with a ready smile. It was hoped that Georgiana's love for her groom-to-be would have the same effect. "Ready yourself, husband." The words were gentle, but moved him to action. He turned and took his wife into his arms.
"We shall stay thus the whole day, my Elizabeth."
"We shall we?" The bedchamber door opened following a soft knock. Elizabeth knew without looking that their daughters would be coming inside. They were very excited to attend their first wedding. Aunt Georgiana had shown them her gown, and both little girls had pretty new dresses of their own.
"But, Pa, you must dress, for we're getting married today."
Victoria had a lisp from losing a tooth just the week before. She constantly worried the space with her tongue, so that her younger sister laughed at the faces she made.
"We are getting married today, Vicky."
He looked to his babies and smiled at their enthusiasm. They were all that was delightful. It was bittersweet, a hard day for a father, brother, guardian. Darcy ruffled the curls on his daughters' heads and chuckled as Elizabeth shooed them out of the room to the waiting nursemaid. He huffed out a breath and became resolved. Darcy had a sister to give away. His mind flashed back to the day those many years ago that Elizabeth's letter arrived telling him about Ramsgate. He recalled the lemon tarts, and he remembered his nerves at Georgiana's presentation and the first time he stood across from her at a ball. She had grown up. She was a woman now, ready to take a husband. If Georgiana's life was half as blessed as his own, she would be the happiest of women. He could not ask for more. Darcy had no doubt that his parents would have appreciated the son he would gain from this wedding, not for his position, but for the kind of man he was. His father would know what he was feeling, no doubt. That brought Darcy tremendous comfort. Darcy walked into his dressing room to his waiting valet. His sister was getting married today. What started as a small grin became a full-fledged smile. Married. The end. This has been Married by J. Dawn King, narrated by Stevie Zimmerman. Copyright 2014 by J. Dawn King. Production copyright by J. Dawn King.